All right, my invites are to go out to all. Emily L., Dangerous Freedom, The Prepared Mind, Cat Without the Hat, Prepper Nation, Four Corners Report, O'Bamp Spike, Ed Gunleshy, Do Stuff with Nikki, Ernie Hatmaker, Reed Heinrichs, Explosions and Fire, Rambo Green Hands, Bug Out Bushido, Lunkers TV, Tinfoil TV, Sean Striker, DZD, Wolves Eyes, Pioxo 77, D Genius at Genius Vision, Song of the South, Granger Smith, Ted Nugent, Ambigun, Ark Wildman, Squidload, The Bad Back Backpacker, and Talflater Mouse. I'm going to drop a link in the descriptions. Okay. Get yourselves up in here. I'm going to continue on because y'all deserve to come back here. Y'all deserve to speak. Okay? And I want you to be in here. Yup, come up in here. Come up in here. Chrome Slice. All right. Come on up in here. Come on, y'all. Drop that link in there. Y'all get up in here. I'm going to send this around. See if I can get some messages out there. Wow. Okay, so they shut that one off. Let me see here. Okay. And okay. Let's see here. Let's send some more invites. Uh, Start anew. Start anew. Start anew. Wow, it's that bad. I'm actually having to fight everything on the YouTubes, on all the interwebs right now. It's that bad, guys. Let's get in here. Let's get this done. Let's fight these people back because this needs to stop. Run back over to YouTube and send out that that Evite. Send out that Evite to y'all. Evite sent to folks. Let's get that Evite sent out to folks, cause yeah, dude, this has got to stop. This has got to stop. All right, to my subs. Okay. Back in here. Y'all, I sent out those new Evites. You should be in here pretty quick. Right? Sorry it was a problem, yo. Mm. Mm. Oh, man, this is not right. They're fighting us. They're fighting us hard now. You thought it was bad before. They're fighting us really hard now. Oh, D-Genius, that's right. I gotta send you one too, brother. Okay. Where'd it go? Over at notifications. Notifications. Bruh. It's Emily. Let's send her some at. Okay, paste that in there, send it. Back to, let's go here. And Howdy ho, y'all. Give me a shout. Let me know you out. And glad to see y'all are getting the invite. Really. Thanks for showing up. I'm sorry that we had to go and jump off and jump back on like this. I didn't want it to freaking break the system, but this is what the reality is. We're having to fight back. It's not something I wanted to have happen on my, pretty much my day off. Mm. So yeah, get up in here. If you're on YouTube interwebs, that StreamYard comment, that link is in the comment, the attached comment there. Come on, get in here. Get up in here, folks. Let's talk about goings on. Yeah, let's talk about what's going on right now. Because there's a situation, or the company I helped to build has gone and screwed the pooch again. They're swapping up the dashboard so that it's impossible for you to find the comment section. They're making it impossible for us to live stream. They're making it impossible for us to chat. Luckily enough, some of y'all are tech savvy. You got what it takes to get things done right. Hey there, Song. Come on up in here. What's up, cousin? How you doing? Can you hear me? Can you register me, brother?
Yeah, I hear you, man.
All right. Yeah, we got an issue here on the interwebs on YouTube. I don't know if you saw it, but the dashboard's been swapped all around.
I'm not used to all this.
Wow, it's made things hard to actually.
I'm not used to all this high angle contraption stuff.
Yeah.
I saw Cat was on.
Oh yeah, he's on here. He was traveling around just and I tried to invite him again, but I don't know if he's in there or not. He's watching his kids, so he'll probably not come up in the chat, but I mean in the panel. But I wanted to hear everybody's voice on it because what's happening ain't right. They're making it harder for people like you and me, folks who, we might be a little tech savvy, but we're not supermen with the computer, and it took me an hour and a half to find the comment section on one of my buddy's videos.
I grew up in an age where there was no cell phone or computer, so this stuff is all new to me.
That's what I'm saying. It's not cool to people like us, man. I grew up in an age where there wasn't computers. We barely had a television.
If I wanted to call somebody, I had to drive 25 miles to the quarter and look for a phone booth.
Yeah, we had a telephone in our house, but if you wanted to call somebody outside of your city, it cost you like an arm and a leg, and then your firstborn later on. So yeah, I know it.
You must be in Southern California.
Yep. Down in Blythe. Oh no. Song froze up, man. Jumped off. All right. No, I didn't hear what happened in Mass. What happened out in Mass there, Cat? D, if you're in the comments, come on in here, brother. Sorry, bro. We're dealing with technical difficulties, as I said. They're fighting us hard. I'm a real believer in freedom of speech, man. And this is just, it's like another gut punch after last night's gut punch. Cute puppy. Or, no, full grown dog. Yeah, bro. I didn't hear what happened last night in Massachusetts. I didn't hear about anything because I was busy with other things. I was on with DZD. Oh no! We're dropping them all like flies. Oh my god. Gun what? Gun confiscation. 72. Oh Jesus. Gun confiscation in Massachusetts. 72 people killed. Now, that might be last night, or that might be, 1763. I might not be on my game with time.
You still hear me there?
Wow. Yeah, I can hear you.
I think what has happened in this country is the very thing that is written on our dollar bill is going to destroy us. If you know what the words are, e pluribus unum. United we stand.
Chaos, unity. Out of chaos, unity.
House divided will fall.
Yep. That's what's happening to us. They are trying to divide us up and make us run to different places. And that's why I'm saying, if we're going to run somewheres, let's all convene on somewhere where we can all go and find community. I'm already on Rumble. I just downloaded Twitch. Holy crap, I'm getting a phone call. They're trying to get. That's what just happened. Somebody just called me from I think it's somewhere in LA. One of those automated calls. I'm not bullshitting. That's why our stream just skipped a beat. This has gotten outrageous. I table here.
I don't know.
It's getting bad.
Can you
Go
still
ahead
hear
and
me?
speak, brother.
I don't know if you've noticed it or not, but I've noticed that there are a lot of people on the web and on the internet, and you notice they're all keyboard warriors. A lot of people do a lot of talking, but you very seldom see many people that's got the brass to actually stand up.
Well, I'll tell you something right now, brother. I make money off of YouTube by bringing people to YouTube, by making sure that we stay on YouTube. That's how I make money. So for me to tell people get off of YouTube, come over to a different place, go to a different platform, I'm losing money right now. Hand over fist, actually.
People like me and you and Kat and all of us are trying to inform the public, hey, wake up. America's coming apart.
Yup. We need unity right now, not division. And that's why I'm trying to do my damnedest to make sure we got freedom of speech and we got a place to go for that.
If Washington has their way about it, that Constitution will end up being a roll of toilet paper
Over my dead body.
It's
I
sad.
mean that.
It's really sad.
I mean, I don't even need to tell people about my pedigree, but seriously, that's dead serious. Over my dead body. I am a staunch patriot. My family has been staunch patriots going back almost 250 years.
You kind of like me. My ancestors came over in 1640.
Yep. John Smith. Um.
Yeah, bro.
James Price.
You know that gun confiscation thing I was talking about? It happened a few years ago, but that's what we really got to be worried about. They're gonna try and censor speech, but as long as we got our fucking guns, the rest of that shit don't fucking matter, man. You just take them out. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
There's 72 killed whenever the governor tried to pass some kind of arms ban or whatever, and I guess the National Guard or something came in to take them. Well, the citizens of the town got tipped off by somebody, and they fought back. You know what I'm saying? That's exactly how 1776 got kicked off too, man.
Hey, Cat.
Yep.
Hey, Cat.
They are starting it.
Cat, you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. My phone's all screwed. You hear me though?
Yeah, I was waiting for your mug to be on television on the air.
I tried to pop up, but I'm driving and shit. It's kind of hard doing all that while being around all these dumb motherfuckers. But anyway, yeah, man, like, they're gonna try and fuck with free speech. They can do that all they fucking want. They can't stop it. They can try and silence you on these different platforms. It doesn't really matter. That's like, use them while we have them for the time period in which we have them to, connect, network, and manage that shit. Because the main thing is, if they come in one spot to get guns, the rest of the world or the rest of the country is going to know about it, and there are going to be people that fight back. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to see that shit happen, but that's what we really got to worry about. As long as we got our teeth, we're able to speak what we want.
My personal opinion is I believe this country is going to divide in half, just like it did there in 1861. I believe there's going to be a consolidated Confederacy.
I think so.
Yeah.
There's going to be some major changes, especially when people really get tired of it. They're going to be tired of it, and that's really what's going to make a difference.
Texas is already hollering secession. Oklahoma, Kansas.
Oh, yeah, that's just exactly what just happened. Okay. I can't hear a damn thing because the way that they shut down my freaking speaker, dude.
Ain't no reason to. Like, there's a lot of politicians actually coming in now that are, you know, promoting other people that are freedom-minded and shit. You know, kind of like the whole Trump movement thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like, I looked it up, and I don't know when that. I'm not 100% sure when it happened, but I got a couple different dates, like 2016 and 2018. So I don't really know. You know what I'm saying? I'm 100% sure, but that was, you know, not too long ago.
I did.
For a second.
Biden and Obama, right?
Yeah, they're starting stuff in places where they know it's going to hit us right in the gut, because if you know anything about what happened in Boston and all that,
They're not gonna like things that people say, and I mean, there's all kinds of fucked up shit about it, but it is what it is.
I don't care if they like what I have to say. At this point, they're not paying me enough to go and fucking betray my friends. That's the simple fact of the matter. And nobody can make me betray my family.
You know, bro? You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Can you hear me? I could barely hear you guys because my freaking phone did the swap speaker crap again. Freaking StreamYard messing with us. Yeah, matter of fact, I'm gonna look that up right now. Let's see here. Gun confiscation 2021. What did they do? What did they do? January 6th problem. Insurrection will only embolden those to make such threats. Biden begins gun control push. Don't count on America. Gun compliance, gun confiscation compliance, gun restrictions face uphill battle even after Biden. Anniversary of Parkland shooting. Biden's planning. Okay, so yeah, no, I don't see it up here, but it's definitely gnarly. It has definitely gotten gnarly. So it was Massachusetts. Oh wow. Yeah, my Uncle Scott's up there right now on the Prepared Mind channel on Patreon saying what's up. So I don't know, man. Did y'all get kicked off or whatnot? I'll try and bring you back up. Yep, it's gotten scary. It's definitely gotten her scary. My heart goes out to those folks in Massachusetts. I love y'all. Whatever you do, don't freaking give up. You have patriots everywhere. We love you. To those who are closest, I hate to say this, but to arms. The British are coming. The British are coming. One lantern. The British are coming. Land by land, the British are coming. I'm just flabbergasted. You see here. Run over there to the YouTubers again. The crazy people. Okay. Whoa. Whoa. Anyone could tell you, my guns, they were not drawn. And anyone could tell you, left that night unharmed. So yeah, if any of y'all are still watching, this is the situation. We're being censored. We're being downtrodden. We're being stopped from our freedom of speech. Stand up. Do what you can. Stand up. Be righteous. Do not let them take you alive. Fight with everything you've got in every which manner you've got. Because this is now. Unfortunately, this is war. So whenever y'all want to jump in, just let me know. In the meantides, I am going to see what I can do here. See if that'll clean it up a little bit. Oh, and it's gotten scattergoried. These birds have gotten pretty gnarly too. Loud and obnoxious. So yeah, anytime people want to come in here and chat it up, by all means, let's talk about these situations that are at hand. I'm going to write this down with y'all on the stream just so that we're clear. Okay. The issue at hand is one, gun confiscation. 2 is censorship. Through subtle means. 3, we have a problem where for whistleblowers, we're being silenced. If you're a whistleblower, all I can say is find yourselves a new freaking platform. Find yourself a place to go. Because it's getting gnarly. You see here. Shit's gotten elevated. I've seen a lot of military personnel on the move. That'll be our 4th talking point. Strange dreams. Something I pointed out earlier. Number 5 will be strange dreams. They're not going to give us a choice on that vaccine. And that's the honest to God truth. You know, I've been told, get yourself off your internet, get out there and do. Because they are utilizing this platform and many others to keep us held up. You know, it's to keep us from going out and talking to each other. So, yes, supplantation. And so now, do any of you know what despotism is? We'll talk about that too. Because that is what we are now being reduced to, is despotism. I need to reload this thing again. All right, there we go. Reloaded. We are up and running. I want you to see y'all down in that queue. I want to see y'all stacking it up. Because this is where we're at. Situation now fucked up beyond all recall. And recognition. Fubar. It is a FUBAR situation. The best that we've got is fight back. And I know it's a lot to ask, but fight back. And nothing else we could do. You know, I don't advocate for any unlawful or untoward violence. But when things are lawful, when it is your duty to throw off such government and make for brighter future securities. But damn the consequences. There can be no higher form of patriotism. I don't like that. I think it's abhorrent that we have to even do it. But it's right in our Declaration of Independence. It's right in our Constitution. That when a long train of abuses and usurpations should reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and make for brighter future securities. Well, I've got 6 items on our list, which reduce us to the 7th item, which is despotism. Gun confiscation, censorship, whistleblowers that are being held down and held back, censored. Military is on the move. Issues with situations about us, they're not going to give us the opportunity to deny them the ability or the whatever you want to call it, the privilege to give us a vaccine. They're just going to foist it upon us. They are going to supplant us at every turn where we try to speak, where we try to have action. And that reduces us under absolute despotism. So, probably don't have everybody watching. That's fine by me. I don't care. If you don't want to watch, fine, because it's an ugly reality. And I deal with harsh realities on my channel. But I do not backpedal. I do not stand back and let things happen. Welcome to the war. This is the reality of it. I'm going to read off this list again so that you can see we are at this particular crossroads. There has been outright gun confiscation. Here's my list. Y'all can see that. Outright gun confiscation. Censorship of just freedom of speech for one, and whistleblowers for another. Censorship of those whistleblowers saying something out there. There has been military on the move with no explanation and no righteous reason. If you remember, our founding fathers said that we should not have a standing army. The militia would suffice. I have had strange dreams the last couple of nights that have pointed out to me that we will not be able to refuse things like vaccines. They will foist them upon us. They will make it impossible for us to defend against them. Supplantation. Anybody knows what it means to supplant a person? It means to take away from them their ability of individuality and make them part of the sheeple, part of the herd. That is supplantation. They mean to hold you down and make you less than. And all of this reduces us to our last. Under absolute despotism. And now when I say look into the Declaration of Independence, it clearly states that when a long train of abuses and usurpations should reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and make for brighter future securities. That's the law. Here in the United States, that is the law. Everything else that tries to negate that is suggestory. And those of you that do not understand the difference between suggestory ordinance and law, here's the rub. Ordinance cannot negate law. Law can negate ordinance. Law can negate anything that attempts to negotiate against it. So let's look at it this way. You're like me, you live in the state of California. You've been denied purchase of a firearm. Does that mean that you cannot keep and bear? It just means that you have to look to other means to keep and bear. And any infringement upon the right to keep and bear arms. This is another one that has really made me madder than a hornet's nest used as a piñata. CCW is a bullshit means of supplantation. They are stopping you from the ability to go and carry constitutionally because you do not understand that in the state of California, because of reciprocity laws and because of the fact that the state of California, in the mandates of Constitution, clearly state that no law within the confines of the state of California may negotiate against or negate entirely the laws and the rights given within the Bill of Rights of the United States Constitution. Do you know what that means? You can make your own guns. Nobody can say shit about it. That means if you don't own a firearm, you can still own air guns and be lethal. That means that if you choose to carry a rifle upon your back or in your vehicle or wherever you may be, that is your right. And when the police try to tell you that it's not and you're under arrest for it, you tell them, no, I am not under arrest, sir. And if you place those handcuffs on me, you are going to jail. And when state troopers show up, you tell the state troopers, take that son of a bitch to jail. He did wrong. Because nowadays in the state of California, they have to have both local, county, and state all in the same place. If you're on local land, they have to have county sheriffs. If you are on county land, they have to have the highway patrol, which is our state troopers. Okay. A lot of people think California Highway Patrol are just for the highways. No, they are our state police. They are our state troopers. If a highway patrolman shows up to your house because you need extra backup because the local or county are not doing their duty, but rather doing their jobs, those state troopers have the authority to arrest them. Did you know that? See, that's here in California. It's different in every state, but the reality of the matter is that under the United States Constitution, it is reciprocal. That is the 14th Amendment state reciprocity law. Now, according to the 15th Amendment, the right to be secure in your own life. That's not just papers, properties, person, and effects. That's your own life. So the right to self-defense, that's the 15th. Then you've got the 16th, which was prohibition, and the 17th, which was remission of prohibition. Anybody who's still, confused about the law? Because, yeah, I'm confused as fuck. They're making me all screwed up in the head, and it's not like I'm doing anything wrong. I got folks up me rear here talking about, don't understand, how dire the situation is. I've got a snowflake on one side, and I don't know if it's conservative on the other. It's gotten that bad. I'm coming to y'all to try and help out, to try and fix it. Because if we do not take a stand, we will be divided. If we do not stand together, we will be divided and fall. If we do not fight as one, we will all hang individually. This is the fight now. In a little while, it may not be as simple as just going on a live stream and talking. Now, I wish that wasn't the case. I wish I could talk to y'all and it'd just be, happy-go-lucky any old day of the week, good old fun stuff. I love the after darks because we can just let loose and have fun. We don't have to be so serious all the time. But this is that time now. This is the time. Oil your weapons. Make sure your powder is dry. Make sure you have waxed your bullets and sealed the casings. Make sure you are ready for what may come. Because that's how this is going to end up. They are not backing down. They are not giving up. They are not stopping. They are not slowing down. They are moving faster. They are coming after everything you have. And this stream started out from me noticing a subtle difference, a methodology of how a small corporation or large corporation might make it more difficult to communicate. That's where this started. Now, more information's come to me, and it's like, whoa, mind blown. Stop the bus. Let's whoa. Stop the bus. Let's talk. Holy shit. I done lost my mind. Is this for real? And then I looked it up on the interwebs. It's for real, guys. There was confiscation in Massachusetts. Not freaking. A lot of folks just got killed over trying to protect themselves on their own land with their guns. Now is the time to be standing up, forming a militia without fear. Do not stop. Do not fucking back down. Never surrender. Because surrender means that you are willing to hang. Remember that. You are willing to die. One way or another. You can do it as a coward or you can do it as a king. I will be a king. I make those who do not like me back the fuck down. And that is raw. I do not like it when people suppress me. I do not like it when people supplant me. I do not like it when people try and take my family and my friends from me. I consider that a direct attack against my person, and I take it personal. Now, y'all might see all these scars and whatnot about my face. Here we have, the ability to see, because it's daytime. I've been through the suck. I've seen enough. I've bled in ways and times that I would not expect. I expected this fight. I did. I'll be raw and honest with y'all. I expected this fight. I didn't expect those other fights. And they got the better of me. I don't know what else to tell y'all. Look at the chat. Look at the reality of this. Cat in the Hat put it up for us. 72 killed in Massachusetts over gun confiscation. Now that's more than the 23 or the 32 people that were killed back in 1763, 1774, consecutively over gun confiscation and protest. And we have the right to peaceful protest. Our peaceful protest has been supplanted. And I'll run you through it again. Censorship. That is supplantation of your peaceful protest. You do not have the right to say what you mean and mean what you say. Well, son, guess what? That's against freedom of speech. You have the right to your opinion. You have the right to your words. Whether or not they conflict with somebody else's high-flown freaking ideals and broomstick shoved up the ass freaking ability. And I will be very clear with you. I do not advocate violence except in defense. And there are several different types of defense. I'm going to go over those with you right now because it seems to me that we've lost the sense of defense. There is defense of self. Everybody knows what self-defense is. Somebody's attacking you, you fight back. Depending on where you are, that could be with lethal force or otherwise. There is defense of others. In the United States, you have an obligation that if you have the ability to, you are required to defend others. And if you don't, you can have your rights removed, supposedly. The rights, I don't agree with it. I'm just saying that you can, and they will. Okay? Now, there is a third. And that third is where the militia comes in. That third is where simple citizens band together, take up arms, train a force, and become fighters. It's called the militia. And that militia, being so armed, is necessary to the security of a free state. That is why the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. It has come to my attention that nobody has ever needed the militia as we need them now. And it bothers me. As a Minuteman, I've taken people across this country, taken my own time and patience blood, sweat, and tears, money and gas, time, everything to get them home safe, as is part of the duty of the militia, to provide defense for the common man and to defend the Commonwealth. I'm glad y'all are coming in and saying what's up. I'm glad y'all are here. You know, I'll drop that link again if y'all want to come in here. Uh-huh. Here you go, guys. By all means, come on up in here. Hell, I'd even allow Lost up in here. Lost product. As long as you keep it, you know, on subject, brother, I'll allow it. Let's not be at each other's throats. Let's be righteous. That takes a lot from me. I don't normally go and swallow my pride like that. So if you take advantage of it, be kind. Be raw, but be kind. All right? You know, I'm watching as my country falls. And I can't let it happen. I will burn everything behind me. I will scorch earth. I will irradiate ground. You will not hold me. I love my country. For my country 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty. Liberty is our cry. And y'all want to know why it's called a cry? It's because it is impassioned and it is emboldened by emotion, by pain felt. Sure, it's a shout to all around us. This is what is happening. Do you feel pain? Do you know what is happening? This is happening to us right now. $72 dead in Massachusetts within the past 24 hours. Gun confiscation, unlawful, irrational, anti-constitutional, and a direct violation of Section 242 of the United States Constitutional Code of Conduct. Conspiring to remove rights of an individual, of a natural person within the confines of the United States, an American citizen. And these violations are rampant. They have to stop. And we have to stand up for each other, not just for ourselves. We have to be there when everyone else needs us, not when we want to be. I'm not happy about this. Trust me, I'd rather just, you know, let it all be. Unicorn farts and puppy dog tears. You know what I'm saying? They just can't. I can't. It's too much. Y'all get up in this. Come up on in here. I will drop the link down in YouTube here. and y'all come up in here. All right. There you go. It's in the YouTubes. Got your link in the YouTube app. Come on up in here. This is reality, folks. It's good to know who our enemies are and who our friends are. You're both welcome to show your faces here, because this is the reality of it. You're going to see my face on that battlefield. And if you're willing to take that shot, so am I. It's gotten that bad, folks. It's gotten to a point. We're going to have to stand up. We're going to have to get gnarly with it. We're going to have to get raw with it and mean. Do you think I'm happy about that? You think I want to be that man? That mean son of a bitch that has to go and stomp people's guts through their throat? You think I want to be that guy? Wow. That's interesting. Imagine that. Really don't want to be that guy. But I don't back down. I don't surrender. I fear no man. No, instead of fear, I feel anger. I uphold righteous anger. I fear no man, living nor dead, because I'm already dead. I just don't know it yet. So y'all come on up in here. Let's talk. In a minute, Tide, I'm going to have me a toke. We'll see how she go. You hear me birds in the background? Boat-tailed threshers, grackles, shrikes. They're all pretty much the same thing. Butcher birds are all the same bird. Oh, and Colorado River blackbird, also known as the red epaulet blackbird. That means that their shoulders are red right here. They have a beautiful bird song, very calming. And that being said, I want y'all up in here. I want y'all to say what's really going on, what's on your mind. Because by doing that, we come together. We all come together and be as one. You know, it don't matter to me. I can go for days without sleep. Hell, I used to have to do it a lot. I'm all for it. Anytime y'all want to come up in here, I'll talk to anyone. Even those of the lost cause. Because I do forgive. I hold nothing against y'all. I love my country. I love my family. and my friends are my family. My mama's my best friend. Y'all may not know that. She is. My mama is my best friend. And that's my family right there. I'll die for family. I'll live for freedom. So, yeah, I fear no man, and I bring the pain. Harsh realities, they are upon us. Y'all need to be lubing your pew-pews. Y'all need to be exercising your rights. And if you're like me and you can't have the big pew-pews, but you can have the little pew-pews, start fixing them up, lubing them up, because you're going to need them. We're in for the fight of our lives. And it's not just the kind of fight where, oh, well, woo, big whoop. You know, we're talking about things on the internet. No, pretty soon it's going to go hot. They're coming after you. They're coming after me. And it's time to stand up and show them who we are. We are patriots. We love our country. We love our Constitution. And we love our families. And for that, it is righteous that we do bleed. Give me a second. I'll be back on in just a minute. Oh, God. Yep, just had to check my 6 and grab my hat. So yeah, y'all, it's a situation about all of us. It's not happy. It's not. I don't bring good vibes and fluffy feelings to the table. I talk to you raw. I rip the band-aid off because that's the reality. And I know I'm going to offend a lot of people saying this, but it's time to rip the band-aid off. Time to take the black pill. Screw the red pill. Screw the blue pill. Give me the black one. It's time for reality check right now. I'm not exactly happy about what I have to say. Matter of fact, I am incensed that it's even a thought on my mind. I wanted to leave this kind of turmoil behind. I wanted for a good, honest, and free nation. The nation I was born into. The nation my family helped to build. The nation that your family helped to build. This is reality, and this is the raw something that not a lot of people can actually dig and feel okay about it. I want y'all to come to, come to the well. Come to the square. Let's have a conversation over the bucket. This is the reality of it. Not all of us are happy about it. In fact, most of us are not. Some of us are finally just in that realm of, well, there it is. At least we're done waiting. The waiting has exhausted me. I love y'all. I don't want to see any one of you get, taken down or harmed. I mean, I guess that's kind of selfish of me, but that's the reality of it. I don't want to see y'all get hurt. I want to see y'all be free. I want to see y'all be able to pursue your happiness and live in truth and reason. I am taking an almighty risk by saying these words to you, especially in the daytime, especially in the state of California. I want you to understand the pain that it causes me to feel the knowledge that this is what is before us. It hurts. Hurts my heart. It hurts my soul to think that we have a struggle in front of us that no man is going to be able to walk away from. Because this isn't just in America. I was talking with a friend last night on the interwebs. And yeah, it's raw. It's real. And it's in every country in this world. We do not have the opportunity to turn around and walk away anymore. And it causes my heart no end of pain. But I would rather that I die on the line with my brothers than cower in fear. Fear no man, but yet fear God himself, for only he may destroy the soul. The flesh is weak, but the spirit is always willing. You have to reach down and find it. And when you have that spirit, no fear can overcome you. You will become strong. You will become whole. And you will not know fear. A lot of folks try to tell me, oh, well, dude, you got to cool it. You got to tone it back. Nope. Welcome to my live stream. Here, I don't give two shits what you say. I'm already off of YouTube. I'm just uploading this now. Yeah, let's see here. So yeah, I'm just waiting on y'all's. I'm waiting on y'all's to get yourselves geared up and righteous. Remember, we have nobody to fear, and we have nothing to fear except fear itself. No man may hold me but God. For all that is necessary for evil to triumph is that good men do nothing. I am not doing nothing. I am standing. Welcome to the fight. We're in for one hell of a whopper. Oh, man. I don't have another bit of machinery that I can actually bring up right now as to be able to show you some of the stuff that I'm seeing on the interwebs here. Suffice to say, it's spookier than hell. Biden is rolling out this gun confiscation without breaks. The military has been deployed to every reach of the United States of America, and they are coming for you. All of you. Do not back down. Do not surrender. There is nothing that will scare these little punks more than real staunch patriots not giving two fucks about what they've got to say, because what they've got to say is contra to their oath. You and I, we are good people. We stand here upon this rock that only God may judge us, and that no man alive nor dead may stand against us. The words of Cuchulainn. And that when Mab's raven fly over us, then she will fear us, for she will have to deal with our souls. Yes, that's Cuchulainn. The Hulk of the Highlands, Cuchulainn. Yeah, I've got a quote for you that would blow your minds, man. Ooh. Ooh, spooky. That just come over me that, wow. Ooh, man, it chills up my spine. Whoa. The only thing to fear is fear itself, right? Tell you what, I'm outnumbered about 4-1 right now. Do I look scared to you? Nah, I'm happy. Because I have no fear in my heart. If death is to come to me, then it shall come swiftly. Yes, I'm live right now, cat. I'll keep going at this. I will pull a marathon. I'm not backing down. This is not a time to surrender. This is not a time to go quietly into the night. This is a time to stand up for the very freedom we are losing. It is freedom we are losing very quickly. Yep, I got it, Cat. And man, I am sickened. Oh, man, I tell you, I am sickened. Bothersome that we have to be these rough men now. I rather enjoyed being a nice guy. I enjoyed being a loving man. I did not want to be this angry person. The man that you met all those years ago. I'm not happy about it. But as I said before, upon this rock I shall stand. And though God's armies fall against us, when Mab's raven fly over us, it is then she will have to deal with us. And she will fear us. We have teeth only as long as we stand for that. Only as long as we carry on and do not let them try to take those from us. I have been reduced. I still have. I'm not flashing it on the interwebs because guess what? It's daytime and everybody and their dog is out running around me right now. I got cops up my ass. I got freaking at least 4 of them watching me and listening to me from their vehicles. You think I'm joking? Nah, bruh. One, two, and the other 2 are on the other side over there going to get in their coffee. I'm not bullshitting you. I am surrounded right now. But I tell you what, that simplifies things. I may be surrounded, but I take heart in the words of Major General Smedley Butler, United States Marine Corps. We're surrounded, men. That simplifies things. We're in it to win it. I'm not backing down. And right here on the live stream, I'd be more than happy to take on any opponent. Because y'all see my last stand. And y'all will understand. I'm not playing. This is not a game to me. This is the pain we all must face. Love you, brother. Good luck. Blessed be between you and between me. God go with you, Cat. Amen. Got nothing to lose and everything to gain. And I will give my all. I'm tired of it. I'm exhausted. The waiting is all. The pain, the loss that I've felt in the past, it'll all be gone in moments. I'll fear no pain. I will be strong. From here, the fight is ours. From here, we will not falter. We cannot fail. We must be strong and never fear what is above us. Never fear what is below us. Never fear what is at our 6 or at our 12. Because what is at our 6 is our brothers, and what is at our 12 is our enemy, and they shall feel our wrath. I love all y'all, and I won't back down. I won't stop. I will not surrender, and I will not get off of here. I will continue to be. No matter who comes in or goes out, I'm going to be here for a while. And I'm going to run over some more harsh realities with you. Surrounded that we may be, we are capable of protecting ourselves and our kin. Those who would try to cause evil and destroy us, they will know our wrath. As Americans, we do not fear, we do not back down. And surrender is unacceptable. Death first. I'm done being your slave. Done being your patsy. I love my country and my kin. For that love I will die, or I will live. You know, a lot of folks, they think that I'm just about, talking to hear myself talk, but I ain't that kind of feller. I am not above humility, but I am above being tread upon. I'm a staunch American patriot because my family name is Price. And that is a twofold reason for that name, not just the fact that, my family going way the hell back there were greengrocers. It's also got to do with the fact we paid the price for American citizens. And when I say we, I include myself in there. Yes, I do. It's what you may not know is I have bled for you. Even if you don't care to know it or recognize it, I gave for you. It was many years ago. And I will never give up. I'm still in this fight. I'll be in it forever. Without fail. Because that is who I am. I will be here until you cannot find me alive anymore. I've chosen poor position because I am strong. Not in forces or in number, but in dedication. That dedication is not something that can be bought or sold. It is who we are. It is power within us all. I am not walking away. If you can help it to withstand me and my harsh words and the harsh realities I bring to you, then you can withstand to deal with these harsh realities as they set before us. We are well prepared. Our ancestors were not. How did he do that? DZD, I need you up here, brother. I can't figure out how to change my name back. I'll be here all day. I'm not backing away. That's unacceptable for me. Do not allow any others to dictate to you what life should be. Live it. Live it for both of us. I come to you with these words of endearment. I come to you with these words of love, these words of reality, that you may take heart, that you may find the truth. And that with so much going on in our world today, you may find strength and unity. I have naught but love for y'all. And should things become less than agreeable, I want you to know I'm emboldened. My heart is at peace. My fear is gone. Me pawa itu aja. All right, howdy y'all. I'm back. Oh, sorry, I was inside of a shopping mall. I had to go. I mean, a shopping center. Had to go and wear the old. Hi there. What's up, Wolves? Hi there, Song. Yeah, I had to go get myself lunch because been sitting here for a couple hours and I'm getting a little bit of the hungry munchies here. Yeah, we had ourselves a bit of a fiasco on the interwebs, and YouTube has made it so that it's more difficult to use now. That was my first alarm that I raised. And then Kat raised an alarm. Gun confiscation happening in Massachusetts. Oh, yeah. Yummy. Ham and Swiss. One of my favorites. Mm. Mm. And of course, big old cup of iced coffee. Ooh. Yep, I hit the spot. So, how's life been for you, Wolf? Don't be shy. You can come up here and chat anytime. I mean, panel anytime you want. Hang on. Same for you, Tris. Anytime you want to come up here, you are welcome, brother. Anytime. And yeah, so that, my friends, is what they call a Trenta. Oh, hi, Wolf. Come on up in here.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
Been good to see you. I tell you what, I'm glad that Puppy Dog found us home.
Yes. Well, I mean, he looked like a good-looking dog. He looked like he was healthy. And he started to walk toward me. So I told my son, who I was getting ready to take to work, I was like, well, if he's here when I get back, I'll go ahead and grab him and see if I can't find his family. And sure enough,
Let me roll up the windows so that we can hear you, honey. I apologize. I was letting y'all listen to my bird song. There we go. There you go, babe. Go right ahead.
to his rightful family. So
I can't hear you, babe. I think you turned your mic off.
yes, I did. My husband just kind of walked outside, telling me I
Oh,
need to
okay.
maintain my weeds in my front garden.
It's all good. So yeah, like I was saying, I am really glad that the old puppy dog did well. Um, that's beautiful news. We need it in these times. Mm. Man, that does my heart good. So yeah, I appreciate y'all for certain keeping with me, and yeah, I done been through enough.
Sorry, I hit the camera and hit the wrong button. See my weeds? He's telling me
Yeah.
I need to take care of the weeds. I was like, yeah, I know. I've been slacking.
Well, you know what, Wolfie? Those are actually medicine where I come from. So to each their own.
Yeah, out here in
I
Arizona,
recognize
those
every
don't
one of
quite
them.
work.
Huh?
Out here in Arizona, because of the clay soil we have, it doesn't work the same way out here.
That's surprising. We got the same clay soil here in Blythe. And prickly lettuce works just
Okay,
fine.
well then, what are you using it as then? How are you using it?
Take the stalk, you break the stalk off, and you use it as a topical on your skin, and it absorbs right into your skin, and it's a pain reliever and anesthetic.
Okay, you're using it that way. Okay. So it might work that way.
Yeah, it's less edible down here, but still, it's good stuff.
Yeah,
Like I
it'd
said,
probably
it's
work that way.
medicine. I recognize most of those plants you had sitting there. There was prickly lettuce and I think the one was lemongrass or bear grass and aloe. Yup, prickly lettuce. Right there and there and there and there, all over there. Wow.
Yeah, it's what the
Ooh.
birds track in from the when they go fly out and raid all the farms.
Yep.
They they defecated into my flower garden,
Well, you know what's
even though it's
funny
not
is
a
that
flower garden. But
you know what's funny is that that's actually the best medicine you can buy.
that's how I ended
Mother
up with
Nature's.
romaine lettuce too. Even though
Wow.
I was growing my own romaine lettuce 2 years ago because we're packing everything up, getting ready to move. I decided to grow it this year, but apparently one of the birds decided otherwise in my backyard. So I just went ahead and pulled it up and stuck it in a pot and it's like, okay, well, I guess we're gonna have romaine lettuce anyways.
Well,
I
can't
found
blame the
squash that
birds.
way too. Squash, summer squash. They managed to
Mm-hmm.
leave that in my backyard last year. So I was like, okay, well, I'm not gonna argue with nature.
That's a losing argument.
Yeah, exactly. I don't go against nature. Never have, never will. Aside from the, what was it, 2019, I believe, when a lot of the venomous ones decided to attack me. But I think it was because they were trying to tell me to listen.
Well, that happens, hon. Hey there, Trish. How you
Hey, we
doing,
got
brother?
Song of the South.
Hey, bro.
I'm having my lunch right now, so that's why I turned my camera off.
Oh, you're good. No worries.
Ham Swiss and Dijon mustard.
I could do without the Dijon myself.
Mm, I like me something good and spicy.
Then you would definitely like the salsa my husband made yesterday. He's got jalapeno habanero in it. Yeah, it was too much for me. So it's like, yeah, I can't eat that.
Man, I love jalapenos.
Well, yeah, so do I. But when you add the habanero, it just kind of adds an extra kick to it that I can't handle.
I like
Well,
the
no, let me
flavor of
rephrase that.
habanero.
It has an extra kick that my stomach can't handle. Let me rephrase that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I love the flavor of habanero, but I can't handle the heat. And that's saying some
Yeah,
that
my
I eat
stomach.
Tabasco peppers.
Yeah, I've got a friend of mine who I've already asked. Well, no, I didn't ask him. I was going to ask him to send me some of his Carolina Reapers that he's got, but I was like, you know what? I can get those out here. What am I doing?
Mm-mm.
You just have to make sure you've got double layered gloves in order to pick damn things. Otherwise, you have a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Cat said them Carolina Reapers are pretty rough.
Oh, they are.
Yep.
They are. I mean, just literally touching the skin on the outside, just literally holding it between two fingers.
He
If
said
you don't
something about
wash your hands really good, if you don't wash your hands really good and you rub your face, you're going to have a warm spot on your face and you're not going to remember why.
he
Mhm.
said he said something about fire on both ends.
Yes, it is. All you got to do is touch that thing, not even cut it open, no breaking, no nothing. You touch it and it will burn you.
I found this out from being at the chili cook-off in Texas several years back. If you have a problem with peppers, drink coffee
Oof.
because
Well,
what
that'll work
happens
if
is
I like coffee.
the peppers are negated by the alkalinity of coffee.
Ooh, I didn't even think about that. I'll have to try that.
There's a reason why I drink coffee with spicy stuff.
I believe I drink
He's like,
coffee
I
about
don't want my asshole burning.
I believe I drink coffee about a 55-gallon drum with an IV set up.
Oh, jeez. That's how I am with my Dr. Pepper.
Hmm.
Yeah, I know all about them warm peppers. My mama's side of the family's from Oklahoma and New Mexico. And Texas.
Yep,
Yep, they like their spicy.
that they
I got
do.
some I got some kin folks that's buried in Las Cruces.
I went through there on my recce class. You know, never thought I'd find a place that was so desolate in my life. At the
Las,
same,
Cru-
there's
Las,
so many
Las
people.
Cruces. I have to admit one thing though, Las Cruces has got to be the cleanest town I have ever seen.
Yep.
I didn't even see a gum wrapper on the side of the road.
Oh yeah, they tried to give me hell for flicking a cigarette butt. I went, what? Okay, no problem. I'll pick that up, put it in my pocket.
But out of all the places I've been, I've never seen a cleaner city.
Uh-huh. I agree.
I almost got hung up in a graveyard up there in Roswell.
Hmm.
I went to go see some of my kinfolk, and they were locking the gates up, and I had to catch the sheriff before he wrapped the chain around the gate. He's gonna lock me up in the cemetery.
Not a good place to be at night.
Well, I've always been told the dead won't bother you; it's the living you got to worry about.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, that depends on where you're at.
I just,
Yep.
I just wasn't interested in the accommodations in the graveyard for the night.
Yeah, out here we got several Indian burial grounds, and it ain't the living you got to worry about.
Yeah, I'll agree with that one.
Yeah, the dead don't bother me; it's the living that's scary.
Tell me more, Trish.
I'm sorry.
I said, tell me more.
I guess you know me and Cass from South Kakalaki, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been here most of my life. That's until everybody started moving in around here with all their big money.
Yep. Money's
I'm
kind of
still
like
in a,
alcohol in that way. You add it, you get instant asshole.
I'm still in a very rural area though. I still got horses and cows for neighbors.
I need to cut in for a minute. I gotta step away for a minute, but I'm gonna just mute my mic here, okay?
All right.
Yeah, I was laughing when you said you're going to go get some coffee. I said that must have been a 55-gallon coffee cup.
Yeah, I had to run and get me some at to eat for lunch because I was sitting here petering out, and I said, "Nah, I can't do that. Not if I'm running a marathon."
Yeah, I've got to eat myself. My blood sugar starts going sideways.
Don't let me stop you, brother.
Oh, I've already eaten, but just hanging out with my pup, my sidekick.
She is a cutie.
Yeah,
She or he, don't know which. I can't exactly tell over the TV.
it's a he.
He. All right.
Yeah, it's a ex-service dog.
All right. Hey,
I went to Asheville. I went to Asheville, North Carolina, to pick him up. His owner died.
poor feller. I'm glad he's got a good place to be, bro.
Well, they could keep they. You know how some apartment complexes they don't let you keep animals because of the ordinance nonsense,
Yep.
and they were going to put him down, and I said, "No, nah, there ain't no way you putting a good dog like that down."
Right.
So
They
I
tried
drove
to.
over. I drove almost 200 miles.
Oh no! Come on back up here, brother. I want to hear about that. I'll bring you back in. There he is. All right.
I think we got kicked off again.
Yeah, I think I'm losing power here in my phone. So I just got to plug up real quick and we shouldn't have any more issues. There we go. Yeah. We're all running off of
Yeah,
my cell phone server. So yeah, battery low.
yeah. I went to get this Pomeranian because he was a service dog, and I'm sure the lady that bought him paid a lot of big money for him.
Oh yeah, Pomeranians ain't cheap.
I figured he was probably at least $1,000 dog.
Yep. I wanted to get me one of them Carolina dogs, American dingoes, you know. But then my brother, he ended up going and he had to move out of his house and into a new one. And he got a German Shepherd named Nala. And they wasn't gonna let her be there. And I said, nah, bro. You give me Nala. I'll make sure she's got a home, brother. They wanted Nala to be put down. I was like, nope, not letting that happen.
You know,
That's my
there's a
brother.
lot of good dogs that are put down for no reason.
Right.
A lot of good dogs.
And the horrible thing is that they put down dogs for no reason, but if you put a cat down for no reason, oh, there he goes again. Oh, bothersome. Oh, shucks. I know it ain't on my end. There he be. Jesus. I think they don't like you, bro.
That's all right. I got called worse by my ex.
Well, it don't matter how much they don't like you. I love you, brother. You can come back on every single time. They bound to make me mad about it.
I just live in a cabin out in the middle of the woods.
Anyways, as I was telling you, they'll let you put down. They won't let you put down a cat if that thing's gotten sick and is making everybody around them sick. But they'll put a dog down for no reason. I think that's wrong.
They're sending me something that says something about I'm having an unstable internet connect.
Yeah, that happened to me last night. I will keep on bringing you up here as many times as it take. I do not care. You might have to turn on your Wi-Fi router though, brother. If you got one. If not, I don't care. I got patience.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you, bro. Now, if you got the bad internets, you might want to turn on your Wi-Fi. If you ain't got one, like I said, I'll bring you back on every single time.
I got your audio, but not your video.
I'm up. Sorry, I just messing with some stuff.
There you go.
One of the enjoyments of having a little bit of extra hardware. Oh no. I shouldn't have turned that off. All right, there you go. He's back up. Bring you back up in there. Like I said, every time. If anybody deserved to be up here, it's Song, man. I tell you what. Never seen such a staunch supporter of the First Amendment. Passion for history, man. That's just honest.
I'm a history nut myself. A history buff, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, like I said, I'd never seen such a staunch supporter of history as you.
What I understand, they don't teach history in school no more.
Right?
That's not a good thing.
No, it ain't. I'm not sitting here smiling. I'm crying inside, brother. Oh, man. They're teaching people that freaking communism is the answer. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Happened again. Every damn time. My 55-gallon drum of coffee.
I hear you, brother. Yeah, I'm just kind of a back to the basics kind of guy. I just live off growing gardens and greenhouses and chickens and all that happy stuff.
Well, if it wasn't for folks like you, we'd have been lost a long time ago, Sal. Honestly, long time ago.
I'll be honest with you. Back in the early 1970s, about 1970, 71, somewhere around there, I predicted, and I was around 16, 17 years old. I predicted that I would watch the government fall in my lifetime.
Yep.
And
I knew it would.
it sure does look that way.
Boy, I tell you, just earlier here in the stream, I was talking about how we are on that line right now and how it ain't pretty. I
We're
don't want
riding,
nobody to be harmed. I don't want anybody to feel pain or be in distraught ways, but we are in 1776 again.
I lost the video again.
It's going to happen over and over again, brother. It's just the way internet is, especially mobile.
It's like your little gremlins playing games somewhere.
Mm-hmm. I love your flag.
Thank you. Let's see if I get it turned around sideways. Oh heck, I can't get it.
It's okay.
It's basically a quote from George Washington.
There's someone they're trying to suppress right there. Staunch supporter of freedom of speech and the right to be who you are, pursue happiness. Oh, man, it disgusts me.
I'm a firm believer in the Constitution.
Amen. Amen. That one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, that righteousness be, and that in all honesty, we have the right to be who we wish to be at all times, because that is pursuit of happiness.
I was talking to my father the other day. He just turned 92 years old.
Wow. That's an accomplishment.
He lives in Texas.
Still an accomplishment.
He doesn't live too far from Waco or Waco, Texas, whatever you want to call it.
I had coffee in my mouth. Waco, Texas. More like Whack-A-Militia, Texas. God, they made me so mad that day. Every day since. It's all good. Like I done said, doesn't matter what you need to do, how many times you want to do it, I'll bring you back in here as many times as you want. You are kindred spirit, my brother. My cousin. My kin.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
I guess they want to keep being aggravating, right?
Yeah, they do. Making it extra hard, ain't they?
If I want a conversation bad enough, I'll just drive to California. I want to see them stop my car.
You know what? I'd welcome you, brother. I'd make a freaking full-on meal and all that.
And if my car don't work, my shoes do.
Like I said, I welcome you with open arms. You'd have a home to stay in, a place to live, freaking food to eat. I will not stop you. I love good folk, especially my kinfolk.
Anybody home?
Mm-mm. Oh, hello, brother. I'll keep, like I said, I keep bringing you back on here as many times as they want to kick you off.
I guess they don't like me.
Well, regardless, I love you. You are my kin, and I stand for my kin.
What can I say, bro? What can I say? They kind of like the schoolyard bully who steals your lunch money.
Mm-hmm. I like beating up on them.
You know, you know what to do with schoolyard bully takes your lunch money, right?
Mm-hmm. You take it back from him and you take his too. Yep. That's what you do with a bully. When they take your lunch money, you take it back. You take his money too. I do not put up with bullies. YouTube, stop kicking my can off. I'm a staunch supporter of the freedom to speak and be heard. And here he is back again. Time for me to take their lunch money.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you every time you come back on.
Got no video at all, but I can hear you.
Well, I tell you what, I'm going to turn off my camera. Maybe it'll help your internet. Is that working? Oh, no. He dropped again. They are fighting us hard, brother. Can you hear me?
I could hear you.
All right. Good. I
No
can see
video.
you.
No video,
Well,
but I can hear you.
yeah, I turned my video off. I can hear you fine.
Like I said, they don't like me, I guess. That's all right. I won't lose no sleep over it.
Even if they don't like you, I love you.
What's the temperature out there?
Right now, I think we're hovering around 80 degrees.
Well, it definitely is not 80 here. It's like wet and cold and the wind's blowing.
Hmm.
Of course, I'm not at the base of the mountain.
That'll definitely do it.
The Appalachian Mountains are not far from my house.
Oh, home.
All up there in God's country.
Amen. That's
Appalachians
home.
Appalachians are beautiful up in the upper Carolinas, North Carolina, Tennessee area. Tennessee's a beautiful state.
Yes, it is. Last time I was there, I felt like I was home.
Yeah, it's kind of nice. It's kind of nice. I've been up there many a time camping out and fishing for trout.
Tell you what, man, I miss it. I do.
Be about 80 miles from the nearest town. You're so far up in there, your cell phone don't even work.
Yeah, I remember going through Tennessee and up there in the Appalachians, and man, I wished I could have stopped and just walked through the woods. It's just a beautiful place, and oh, I miss it.
Well, maybe if you ever get a chance, you come check it out again.
Oh, for certain. I've been working on it, I tell you.
I'm up in the very far corner of South Carolina where Tennessee and North Carolina and Georgia and South Carolina come together at a point.
Hmm.
I'm right at the base of the Smoky Mountains.
Now that's God's country right there. Beautiful place.
The water's so clean you can get on your hands and knees and drink out of it.
Oh, man, I miss that place.
That's got to be the cleanest water on the East Coast that I know of.
Oh, Lord, if you hear me now, bring me back to Appalachia.
We used to go up there and listen to them old boys play the banjos and the fiddles.
Yep.
Yeah,
Man,
bringing that homemade moonshine.
bringing a tear to my eye with all the good memories.
Some of that 200 proof moonshine.
Oh, yeah.
It
Burns
and if
so
you don't
good, it'd take the freaking paint off a car bumper.
if you don't drink it, you could dump it in your car and it'll run on it.
Yup.
Some of that good old homemade stuff.
Yeah, man. I miss, oh my God, I miss it.
We usually bring a lot of it back with us when we come back. Mix it up with apples and or peaches.
I gotta say, my favorite one, my absolute favorite one was Cherry Moon.
Yeah, that's good too.
Oh, man, that'll put a smile on your face right there.
Or you wake up in the woods somewhere. I guess if I ever make it to 100, I'll still be sitting on the front porch with a bottle of Shine.
Oh heck, I'm just gonna have to make a special trip out there. I tell you what, I gotta
Cat,
see my family.
Cat don't live too far from me. He lives about 87 miles from me. He's down near Columbia.
Yep.
Or what's left of Columbia after Sherman burned it to the ground.
I laugh, but you know, I cry inside.
Hey, we gave him a good fight.
Yep.
You know, the whole scenario of the war between the states, or the Civil War, aka, if we would have had the resources and the manpower, the whole thing would have turned out different.
Oh, I knows it.
We didn't have the resources. You know, all the northern states had all the factories.
I suspect it'd go a whole different turn in these day and age, man.
And the ironic thing is, it all started over money.
Yep, Morrill's tax.
So, and South Carolina was brave enough to punch him in the nose.
Yep. Man, we all got to be a little bit more like South Carolina in these days, because with now what's going on in the office and whatnot, it just I can't stand for that.
My great grandfather, Black, that I was telling you about.
Yep.
He was in the 18th South Carolina at Fort Sumter when all that shelling started. And he's buried not too far down the road from me. Well, he was there when we fired the first shots at Fort Sumter. He died in 1862.
Let me say this.
My granddaddy Black.
A toast to those who have gone before us, by we who must follow. Hoorah.
Amen. And the history books are written by the winning opposition. That's why our history books are wrong.
Yep.
They're not completely what you call. They're not politically correct.
You want to find history, you find it in the dirt. You find it in the soil. You find it in the trees. You find it in the spirits. You find it in the birds and the bees.
When it all boils down to it.
That's right out of the Song of the South.
Song of the South. I belong to a Civil War reenactment group. And we've got a original 1862 6-pounder cannon, Confederate cannon.
Wow.
That bad boy will rattle your teeth.
I bet.
What happened was this cannon was confiscated by Sherman's army in Atlanta, Georgia when it was burnt to the ground. And it's one of the few that still exists.
Wow.
We keep it down in Charleston at the Citadel in Charleston.
Yeah, didn't they plug the barrel on that one?
No, we shoot that thing.
Oh, all right.
It's still operable.
Amen.
And we only use like a half a charge compared to what they normally would have used.
Thank God for artillery.
That thing's pretty doggone accurate. It's rifled. It's rifled out.
Yep. That's one of the beautiful things about the Confederate South. They came up with a lot of the things that we now take for granted, like rifle barrels.
If you'll hold on one second, I'll show you a photograph of it.
Why, certainly.
Doggone it.
Oh my God, she purty.
That's an original.
Oh, she's so purty.
The barrel's got Rome, Georgia engraved on the barrel.
Yeah, bug out. They were typically from England, but the feller that came up with the idea of rifling was actually a Southerner. He was a Confederate spy.
Exactly. And there she is. Let's see if I can get a closer look. There she is shooting the fire coming out the barrel.
Woo! Man, that is pretty. Oh, man.
It's still operable. You see that big ball of flame coming out the barrel?
Good Lord, that is glorious.
She's a sweetheart. I get a rush out of it every time I hear it fire.
Oh. When they say the South will rise again, man, that tickles me purple, I tell you.
It was made by the Noble Brothers Foundry in Rome, Georgia in May of 1862. Not far from Atlanta. Ironic.
And Bug Out's in here. He's talking about how they had rifling in the Revolutionary War.
Yeah.
You know, they did. They had rifling. They had rifling all the way back into the 1500s, but the way that modern rifling is made was actually a brainchild of a young man who he sat there for days on end. You know, John Moses Browning sat there for days on end beating on a barrel until it twisted. A lot of people don't know this, but John Moses Browning was actually a Confederate at first.
There was a lot of people that were tied in with the South.
Yep.
South Carolina is probably one of the few states that has been involved in both the Revolution and the Civil War both. There's battlefields all over this state.
That's one place I want to go and see, actually. Because there's only one place in this entire country that has been something that humbled me to my core. And that Well, it was, the Battle of Gettysburg. Blech.
Gettysburg, yeah. I've been there.
That
That's a,
I
that's a
tell you,
solid
it
place.
humbled me, man.
I was at the Devil's Den in Gettysburg, and there was a strange aurora in the air. You could almost feel the presence of the past. It was kind of a creepy kind of feel.
Yeah, make the hair stand up on your neck.
Yeah, like something's watching you the whole time you're there.
Yup.
I was at the 150th Gettysburg reenactment.
Now that I'm in awe.
There was 10,000 of us dressed in uniforms, over 1,000 horses, and probably over 800 cannon. It looked
So,
it looked like the Gettysburg battle for real. It was it
yeah,
was it was almost like we stepped back in time. I would have stayed in 1862 if I'd had a chance.
yeah, me too. It was a simpler time.
I've always said I was born 100 years too late.
I've been saying that since I was a little man.
I'm in the wrong century.
I was either born 200 years too late or 100 years too late. Take your pick.
Things back in, they may have been harder, but life itself was simpler. And people had morals and honor.
Right.
It's hard to find anymore.
I heard when I was a younger man, I heard this poem or a reading from a diary, a Civil War diary. And I don't think it actually is to do with Gettysburg or anything like that. I think it actually was pretty much written for the movie Remember the Titans. But it kind of struck home about the Battle of Gettysburg and what happened there. It goes something like this. Why do we fight? Why do we find hatred for each other? I go and I kill and I harm and I bring pain to my brother with malice in my heart.
You know, when you hear that term that war was a brother against brother, it was in the true sense of the word.
Yep.
There would be 5 brothers sitting at the kitchen table, and 3 of them would join the Union, and 2 of them would join the Confederacy. So that it actually split the family in 2. All depend on which side they wanted to fight for.
If I remember what my granddaddy done told, or my great granddaddy said when I was a little young man, was something about we didn't hate each other, but at some point we couldn't stop. And what was done was done.
I'm probably like you are. I've had ancestors on both sides. I've got ancestors from both sides of the Confederacy and the Union Army both. In fact, I've had some of them that deserted from one army and went to the other.
Yeah, Yeah, a lot of folks did that from the Union when they found out what was going on, when they figured it out finally. And from the Confederacy.
Both sides. Both sides. My great uncle was in the 32nd Virginia, and on Christmas Eve of 1862, they deserted and joined the Union Army. And he wound up in Andersonville prison down in Georgia, captured by the Confederate Army, the very army that he deserted from.
Oh.
And he's buried in Andersonville, Georgia. So that,
My great granddaddy was a 19-year-old at the very end of all that.
I got to thinking about it. Why would he leave on Christmas Eve? And I think about it. He was up in the mountains up in West Virginia and Virginia area. You're talking about it was bone cold. They were probably hungry, and he said, "The heck with this."
Yep.
Being 18 years old, he said, "The heck with this. I'm tired of freezing and being cold, and hungry." So they probably just got up from the campfire and said, "See ya."
They say that in most battles, it's not the guns and the bombs and the bullets that defeats an army. It's the hunger and the cold.
An army moves on its stomach. And there was a lot of them that died from diseases. More diseases killed more of them than the bullets did.
Oh, gangrene, diphtheria, tuberculosis. Killed more men than any hatred, any gunfire. Yeah, it was horrible.
They're my sidekick.
Man, it does my heart good. Every now and then, you just need a little bit,
After I found out about Granddaddy Black, that's what got me interested in the Civil War.
Yes, sir.
Or great Granddaddy Black, if you want to.
Yeah, we used to call my granddaddy. We just used to call him Lloyd because he didn't like being called great granddaddy or granddaddy or none of that. He's like, I'm still a young man, damn it.
My
there in his
grandkids call
90s.
My grandkids call me Pa. Both of my boys have done grown and gone.
Man, now I'm thinking about all this and looking back and just the knowledge of what this country's already been through and what we're being driven towards again. I don't want for it. Hell, I want anything but it.
I'm with you. I'm not looking forward to everything going sideways. I'm really not. But this country has gotten so comfortable. They gotten so laid back. And everybody just don't pay attention to nothing no more.
They're forgetting the very foundation that made it so that it was a great place to live and be.
Everybody's too worried about their Mercedes Benz and their cappuccinos.
Yep.
If you think about it. That's all they live for from day in to day out. That Mercedes Benz and the cappuccino.
You know, I'm pretty sure you could hear that car in the background.
Yeah, I heard it.
People are driving around in their hot rods and thinking they're hot shit, and they don't understand, what gave them that ability, that strength, that freedom was those strong men, those men who were placed in a bad situation, who gave everything because they loved their family so much. Now I got the birds drowning me out. Hold on. Yeah, they forget, and they don't realize and recognize that if it wasn't for good men, for those of high morals, and those of staunch patriotism, with a love for country and a love for kin beyond all else, we wouldn't have. It's going to take some folks like that again.
I think people have forgotten how to be free.
We haven't, but that's just us,
The true meaning of the word, with the exception of people like us, but there's most of them out there are sheeple that is by from one pasture to the other.
Yeah.
If the government told them to go out in the street and dye their hair orange and put a orange dress on, they would do it.
It does bother me. The mere thought that they would lose their humanity for a simple scrap of bread.
I think that's what it's going to come to, brother. I really do. People are going to be standing in line for food and give their humanity away for it. Or as they say, what do they say? Trade safety for freedom.
He who would give up his security, his safety, his liberty for a small amount of promised safety and security deserves neither and shall find as much.
Sounds like Benjamin Franklin.
Yep.
Doggone if he wasn't right. Our forefathers are a lot smarter than people give them credit for.
They also had balls of brass.
Big ones.
Mm-hmm.
I think the country's been neutered.
Yep. It takes courage.
I've talked to a lot of people, and I've noticed that a vast majority of people just have this I don't care attitude. They could care less what happens. What's going on around them. They could care less. All they're interested in, like I said, is their brand new car and their cappuccino. That's all they're thinking about. They could care less if their whole country fell down the toilet. And that's a bad way to look at things, because your freedom can disappear real quick.
Yep. I mean, look at it this way. Your channel's namesake, the video, the movie that basically started the freaking anti-racism bullshit, and it wasn't even racist. That's what bothered the shit out of me. They says, it's so racist. It causes so many stigmas. I'm like, no, y'all don't understand. Uncle Bocephus was trying to tell us stories about how things was and how not to be because of the way that we are and the way we could be. You know? It's all
Well, I
about
find it.
finding brotherhood.
That's the funny thing. I ain't got a prejudiced bone in my body. And my grandfather fought for the Confederacy and never owned a slave. So I find that ironic.
Oh, here's a mind blower for you. My great grandparents were slave owners, and after that fact, they were migrant farm workers. On top of that, and this will really give you a kick in the chin. My adopted brother is so damn jet black that man could walk outside at night, close his eyes in his mouth, and disappear. And I love that man. He is like one of just he's somebody that I could never sit there and extol them as much as he deserves.
You're like me. It's not the color of a man's skin, it's his character.
Right?
His character is what makes a man.
Something my daddy taught me when I was a young man. Do the hard things. Don't worry about the pain that it brings, because that builds character. And character is the key to being like me. It's something my dad used to rhyme to me all the time, and it hits right in the feels, man.
Yeah, I've always said take the long way home.
Mm-hmm.
If you can't go over the mountain, go around it. And if you can't go around it, dig under it. You'll still get the objective by the end of it.
Right.
Obstacles don't mean anything if you got an alternative way to get around it.
Yeah. And we keep on running into that brick wall. Pretty soon, we're just gonna have to call out the Marines with their debt cord and go and knock them walls down. Yeah.
Something to that accord.
Mm.
What time is it there where you're at?
It is 3:45.
Okay, it's 6:45 here.
Wow.
PM. So I'm almost, not quite, but almost 4 hours difference between me and you. Three and some change. That would make sense because Texas is about an hour difference from me. East Texas is anyway.
Yep, and that's about a 2-hour difference from me. So there you go.
Yeah, so you're about 3 hours and some change difference from me.
Yep. 3 hours, maybe a couple minutes.
So the sun's right in the middle of the sky right now, or right at it, or going past the middle of the sky.
Yep.
It's done gone down over here. It's pitch black.
Well, so hopefully the sun will rise upon a better day.
Well, fella, I thought I'd get on a chat with you for a little bit, since I got to get an opportunity to be face to face. And I told me and Cat got to tell me about you, so I said, you know what, I'm gonna hook up with him just have a live chat with him and say, "What's up?"
Like I said, I love my kin. And I'll always stand for them. Always.
Cat's a good man.
Yeah, Cat is a good man. You know what? As far as it goes, I know you can't really adopt family after, legally speaking, after a certain age, but I don't give a shit. That man's my brother.
Cat'll give you the shirt off his back.
That's right.
And I can honestly say that.
I know it for a fact. That man actually went and he stood up when shit was going south for me and we were in a bad place together, and he stood up and kept me from doing something real stupid by just simply saying it ain't worth it, brother. Speaking sense and logic, you know. And we lost him again. I turned my camera on and they went ape shit on him. Well, Bug Out, you want to get up in here and talk some shit to me? More than welcome, brother. Here, let me turn my camera off so they stop messing with you, man. I wanted you to be able to see me instead of, hiding behind an icon, but I figure it's better this way.
But I'm just old backwoods country boy. I'm just old backwoods country boy. So my buddies, I'm an educated redneck.
See, I was raised a genius, but at the same time, I know I ain't that smart. I can
I think I
remember
learned more things when I got out of school than I did when I was.
I can remember whole encyclopedias off the top of my head, but some things escape me.
So you hang in there, brother, and maybe we'll get back and chat again sometime.
I tell you what, man, and I get the righteous opportunity and the money to do so. We're gonna party. Have ourselves a fishing day or something. Maybe go out and dig some roots.
Cat likes to do. Cat's a good man, can cook.
Mm-hmm.
He can grizzly bear out of the wood, course meal out of it.
Yeah, that sound like Cat. Man could take ramen noodles and turn them into something that's edible.
I've seen that man. Yeah, he can make a 5-star meal out of it. He's good at what he does. And he catch some fish. I ain't talking about no little.
Oh, he cooks some good food, man.
Some of them long. Got a lot of catfish in our area.
Some of the best eating catfish too.
A lot of catfish and trout. Yeah, make us some of that Louisiana Cajun catfish.
Oh man, y'all get me some shrimp now. I'm gonna make y'all some gumbo.
I guess you can hear my saying.
You're breaking up, brother.
I guess I said I guess you could hear my southern accent.
Oh well, yeah, I guess. I mean, my accent come from Arkansas, so you know. My grandmama used to always talk like
Yeah.
this.
Oh, it's peaches. I was born in South Carolina. I'm native to this area.
Yeah, I may have been born in Torrance, California, but I never felt like I was home
Then your live
here
stream
in
again.
Cali. Huh?
Maybe you need to come back to maybe you need to come back to the East Coast, up
Yep,
around the Appalachians.
I do. That's where I felt at home. There in
Still at
Ogden,
home.
Utah. Only two places I ever
That's
felt at
God's
home was
country. Where?
the only two places I ever felt at home was Ogden, Utah, and rolling up through North Carolina and Tennessee.
That's places where you're out in the middle between you and God.
What happened?
Huh?
I missed what you said, brother. I'm sorry. It's partially the
Still
internet,
with
but
me?
partially my fault.
It places up in the mountains. It's like it's just you and God.
Mm-hmm.
You're lucky if you even see anybody.
Place where I could connect back with my ancestors, maybe find my
You
daddy.
might see somebody.
I've told a few people. I mean, Kat was there
Yeah,
when my daddy
it's a
passed
beautiful
away.
state.
Kat was actually out here in or not Los Angeles, out here in Riverside when my daddy passed away. But I'll enlighten y'all to what happened. My daddy, he was a drinking man. You know, he loved his alcohol, and his liver couldn't take it no more. And I tried to get him to slow down. You know, not quit, but just slow down. Because he never slowed down. He just kept on drinking more and more and more, like it was gonna fix something. Finally, he just passed away on us, and the only time I've ever found my daddy after that was in the midst of the woods. I was able to talk to him.
bro. Get close to your answer.
Yeah, we was close, real close.
I wish I was my great parents and my great grandparents more than I do. And none of my family lives in South Carolina, except one of my youngest boy does, but he's about 100 miles from me, I guess. Truck driver.
Well, all I can say is family's what's most important.
There's no kin here.
I ain't got no kin here, and I know is it.
Family's everything.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have no kin in California? You don't have no kin in California?
Well, I got kin on my mama's side, but they're all a bunch of liberals. You know, they don't understand freedom like my daddy's family did. No, my
Right,
daddy's family moved out to Georgia and Idaho.
right.
I mean, I got my uncle Billy. He lives down the road from me, but we don't talk much
Do you?
anymore. And it's just too painful no more.
I can understand that, bro. I can understand.
Every
You're
time
just
my
trying to
my
hang on
uncle looks
to.
at me, every time my uncle looks at me, he sees my daddy. I can see the pain in his eyes.
Right. You're carrying on where he left off.
I'm trying, but can't nobody fill that man's shoes, man. John Price was a legend. Is a legend. Yeah,
For
this
my life. I'll look. Not around no more.
I'll tell you what, brother. Kin means all to me. My uncle ever asked me, I'd be there in a hot second, regardless of the pain. My cousins were to call me up, I'd be up in Idaho right now. So, yeah, without a second's thought.
Like me and you were talking about, like me and you were talking about, there's a very good odds that me and you are cousins.
Yep. My great grandmama was
I'm willing to
Vernal
bet
Black.
on it.
My great grandmama was Vernal Black, and my grandma was Nadine Black before she became Nadine Smith, and then Nadine Price.
Great grandma was Mary Trufina Black.
Well, isn't that
She
something?
was from Oklahoma Indian Territory.
Yup. That's we like I said
She was born in
we're
1903 in
cousins.
Oklahoma Indian Territory.
Damn. Yup. I know it now. We're kin.
That's what that's before the white man owned. Yeah, my mama's side of the family's from out your direction, so it makes perfect sense to me. And then
I'll
all of
tell
her
you
family
what.
would have scattered every which direction.
I'll tell you what.
California, Texas,
Even if there
Arizona, New
is
Mexico.
even if there is no blood ties, uh we're kin by spirit, brother. That I can say without a bat in my eye.
Yeah, bro, we got here some blood somewhere down the line. We just about bad. My great grandfather, when he went to California, that set it off right there. When you said that, well, I was thinking to myself, well, Granny Black married my grandfather West. His last name was West, and he moved to Shasta, California, or part of the state. And Granddaddy West and Black are buried in California. Died in 1974.
Yeah, that
That's been a
my
while back.
grandma and my grandpa got married in 1941, September of 1941, and my granddad was Army Air Corps, and they had one kid just before the war, and unfortunately he passed away from the scarlet fever. And then my grandmama, when that happened, it kind of devastated her for almost 10 years before she was willing to try again. My dad and my uncle were born in 1961 and 1963. So I can give you a little bit of an understanding how much of a space there was there
So me and your
after all
dad
that.
made, because I was so me and you're the same age.
Yep. My daddy was he was 55 when he passed away. Wasn't too long ago.
62.
Yep.
I feel like I'm
All
106,
right.
but
Oh, man,
yeah,
memories.
I'm praying for this country, man, that it wake these people wake up, and all we can do is just keep everybody to wolf is family.
Yep. We got to wake up as many as we can.
We got to keep preaching to the choir.
Yeah, because the choir's going to sing the praises that brings everybody home.
And the ones that will end up being short. I heard that old saying, you the water, but you can't.
Yep. You also heard the saying,
That's kind of the way it is
there are
now.
many.
You can lead everybody to the water, but to get them to the water is another story.
Well, you know the parable of Jesus and three women at the well. He sat there and he asked all three of them for water,
Uh-huh.
and none of them would draw for him. But a woman who was not even of his tribe drew water for him and bade him to drink. And that right there it's about, it doesn't matter where you come from, what your background is. Kinship is what is important.
Well, hopefully, I'm just I just pray that the good is our country. That's number one on my list.
Like I done said afore, over my dead body.
Too many people sacrificed for this. I'm like you are. I love this country. I can't stand the government, but I love the country.
Hmm. I do not trust my government. I
Big
do not
difference
love
between
my government, but I will fucking defend my countrymen. to the last drop of blood in my veins. That's where I stand.
Kind of jokingly I said, talking with Cat one day, I said, you realize God gave us tenets to live by. And man's got to be a smart ass to come with 10 million laws to worry about.
Yeah. If we could all just find a way to get along, get back to the root of it all, you know? Doesn't necessarily, in my eyes, it doesn't necessarily have to be Yahweh. But what it does have to be is moral. I don't care who y'all call God or who y'all call number one. What it does have to be is that you have someone or something. I think we ran off Wolfie because she doesn't like hearing all that. But there it is.
Well, I hope not. I didn't mean her no harm. I don't know her, but I didn't mean her.
She don't like hearing about God and all that just because she's a spiritualist, kind of like see I straddle both worlds. I love spiritualism and I love God, because the Great Spirit is God to me. Yahweh's just another name. Oh, okay. Well, it's all good, honey. She says that there's an inspector at the house, so she had to jump off to go and take care of. It's not our fault.
I go feed my couple things myself.
I'm here.
All right, honey. I'm sorry. I know you don't like hearing that much about God and all that.
For
So
No,
I
no,
was
firewood.
no, no,
like,
no. No. See that's where you're wrong. I do believe in God.
I never said you didn't believe in God. I said that you don't like hearing about him.
No. That's completely wrong.
I thought it's because I
Because
didn't
I
take a
believe
shower
in
today.
100%. No, we
I,
have
I told
an old realtor friend of
I
ours
told
that
I
came to
told
the house
I
to
told him
give us an idea on what we
I
need to
thought it was I
fix.
didn't take a shower today and I run you.
Yeah, no, no, no. I can't smell you from here, so we're good. How's that?
Told him
Yeah,
I thought oh okay. I thought it was me to run you off.
so
No, we're good. I wasn't expecting that
The
exact
humor in
moment,
that.
or I wouldn't have come up on the live when I did. But then all of a sudden he showed up, and I was like, "Oh crap!" I was like, "I gotta step away."
it's okay, honey.
Well, because like I had told you before, we're trying to get this house prepped so that we know what we need to do in order to be able to sell it. So I had an old realtor friend who's also an inspector come in so that we can, let us know what we're missing or what we need to work on. So we kind of had to walk through the whole house with him. And everything that we were thinking is exactly what he told us. So we were right on cue anyways. But we just wanted to make sure.
All right. Well, I'm glad all went well, and
Oh yeah, we're good.
Assuming you're still.
Yeah,
I'm
I
very
didn't mean
thankful.
to leave you guys hanging. I'm sorry.
I'm very thankful that you come to hang out with us because I was starting to feel a little bit lonely earlier today.
Aw. Well, you shouldn't, because we're never alone.
Right.
Even if we feel alone, we're never alone.
He told me to go and reach out to my brothers and sisters out there and bring in the ones that I love and I care about. And I says to him,
There's
hey,
always,
it
yeah, there's always somebody else kind of running the show. We just think it's us running the show,
right.
right? Like they
Yeah.
say, the world works in mysterious ways.
Let's see here. Yeah, if Bughout's still out there, you're welcome to come in, brother. And Song, you're always welcome back, brother. Always welcome back. Cat's always welcome here too. Anytime he want to come on. Uh, Anybody else out there, give me a shout out. Let me know who's out there so I can invite y'all on. Anyways, don't let me cut across your wolf. You got the
No,
floor,
you're
baby.
good. You're good. This is your show. I'm here visiting with you, so we're good.
Well, if we're gonna go on the format from my show, oh, here, okay, we've got 7 pointers. I'll bring them up on the screen real quick so you so you can see them. All right. Here we are. Number 1, gun confiscation. Number 2 is censorship. Number
Mhm.
3, whistleblowers.
Mhm.
Number 4, military movement. Number 5, strange dreams. Number 6, supplantation. And number 7 is despotism. You can pick any one of those and we can talk about it.
And you said there's how many on that list? 6,
7,
5,
but
7.
the
Okay,
7th
because the
one is
first
basically the
5,
result.
yeah, the first 5 I know have been going on for quite some time. They've been going on for at least 5 years that I know of. The first 5.
Yep.
Slow progress, but they've been going on for 5 years. Now the last 2 are the ones that are occurring within the last 2 years that I've noticed. Because they're okay. Here's an example, is what I mean as far as the dreams. People, having these vivid dreams that are, coming true. It's only been within the last 2 years. And the reason for that is because the energy fields are changing, because the magnetic poles are shifting. So a lot of people are actually realizing that they're able to, I guess you could say, see things that they normally couldn't see before, or hear things that they normally couldn't hear before. And I've noticed that this is increasing just within the last 2 years. And it's a lot more people, which means those people are technically they're coming into that awakening, where a lot of us have been awake for a long time. We've been aware of it for a long time. They're just coming into it, so they're trying to learn how to manage it. And I've worked with a lot of people in the last 2 years that have just reached that awareness, because the energy shifts.
So yeah,
The
I was
energy
raised
shifts is
into it.
forcing it. Yeah. Well, see,
I,
I guess I was just naturally that way, because it's been ever since I can remember. I've been aware.
I was raised into it because when I was a youngin', we used to talk a lot about how my daddy, when he was a young man, was always running around with my granddad, and he was a my daddy was a Navy brat, so because by the time my granddad, by the time my grandma had my uncle and my dad, uh, they were uh, they were running around from Navy base to Navy base, and my daddy was born in Caribou, Maine. My uncle was born in Rhode Island. From there, they moved on down to Mississippi, and then from there they moved to Pocatello, Idaho,
Oh, wow.
and then from Pocatello, Idaho, they went up to Kodiak, Alaska, and then from Kodiak, Alaska to Pearl Harbor, and from Pearl, they went to the well, my daddy stayed in Pearl with my grandma and my uncle, and my granddad went to Guam and then to Vietnam. And then about 2 years later, my grandma moved with my uncle and my dad to the Philippines, and my granddad went down to Antarctica and helped to repair the installation down at Larson B, or not Larson B, Larson A. And then he moved back up to he came back from there and he went to let me see here. That was about 69, 70. He was in Da Nang on Dung Island during the influx, and he got shot all to pieces up there.
Oh, wow.
Came back and he was missing a piece of his leg and a piece of his arm. Walked around on crutches for a year.
I believe that.
But yeah, he died in I think 85, because one of the explosions put a piece of scar tissue on the back of his heart.
Ooh, yeah.
And yeah, he was sitting at breakfast, and my grandmama, she didn't normally put pepper on my grandpa's eggs, but that one day it kind of slipped her mind, and she put pepper on his eggs, and he started sneezing like crazy, and all of a sudden just fell over.
Yeah, because the heart contracts every time we sneeze.
Yep.
Technically, your heart stops every time you sneeze. So if your heart contracts when you do a sneeze with scar tissue on the heart, it can literally just rip it.
Blew
like
a hole
ripping
through
off
the
the
back of his
Band-Aid.
heart.
Yep, it just ripped the scar tissue right open.
Blew a hole through the back of his heart
Unfortunately.
about the size of a quarter.
Yep, it was scar tissue. That's why. That
If
comes
that
from.
wouldn't
Oh
have
well,
happened,
see, I only know that because of the medical background I have. So
yeah, if that wouldn't have happened, my daddy wouldn't have started drinking.
yeah, unfortunately, that's how that goes. Sometimes, reality is hard to deal with. Sometimes it's hard. But it's a matter of how we deal with the cards we've been dealt.
Oh man,
Matter of
South is
how
having
we
some
deal with
trouble
the
today.
cards that. Well, it kicked me off, and I didn't kick myself off. So it's the satellites. They're doing something again.
Yep. That's
They're
it.
messing with
Them
the satellites.
YouTubers. Them YouTube problemers. We got a troll
Well,
in the wing.
Well, it's not necessarily that. It's
I'm
whatever they're
I'm
doing with
joking,
the
baby.
satellites. Yeah. Oh, I know. Trust me, I'm one that's been followed my whole life, so I understand all about that. So
Yeah,
yeah,
that,
they kind of cue in and listen to me. So, and when I'm saying something that needs to be heard by the masses, they cut me off. They'll kick me out and make me sign back in.
well, that's
They
what
do it
they're
all the
doing
time. It's
to
been happening. Yeah, it's been happening for years.
that's what they're doing to South right now. And man, he's been spitting knowledge. Like
Mm-hmm.
you notice how I just shut up and listen when he's talking. I'm like,
Right. Right.
man, shut up.
Yeah.
Your
When
elders
you
are
when you
speaking.
when you speak truth, that's when they want us to stop. Depending on what the truth is, depending on how detrimental it is for the masses to know it. If it could be detrimental to, military or government or political or the system, then they're going to shut you down. That's what they do.
Yep. And I'm gonna keep on bringing him back up.
Yep. That's what you do. You just keep on keeping on.
I fight back.
Yep. That's what we got to do. Yeah, we don't bow out gracefully. We keep fighting.
It's that American spirit.
Well, I was born a fighter. I should have
Can you hear
died
me
within
now?
a couple weeks. Yes, we can.
Can you see me now?
Yes, I can see you both.
All righty then. Yeah, I love you, song. I keep you coming back on no matter what, brother.
Love you too, brother. Yeah, YouTube don't like me tonight for some reason.
You guys got storms out there right now?
Bluebird skies.
What
Huh?
about in South Carolina? You guys got storms out there right now? No? Oh, no, it cut him out before he could say anything. Yeah, I think he's got an electrical storm going on out there right now. Because I've noticed when people keep cutting out a lot, they're having really bad storms. Even if it's not a storm physically that's, really windy or whatnot, if they've got a storm coming in, it's electrical, it'll keep cutting them out.
Yep.
That's what I've noticed. So I think that's what he's dealing with right now.
Well, I'm gonna keep on bringing him back on. That's for certain. Because, like I said, I keep my kinfolk close.
Right. And it's still loading. Or at least on my end, it's still loading him.
Yep. Not same here. Like I
That means
said, I
it's
keep
gonna
on
cut him
fighting
back
for
out
him.
again. Yeah, it's gonna cut him back out again.
Well, like
I,
I
I
said,
will
I'll
gar
keep
I
on
will
fighting.
guarantee you he's probably got overcast where he's at. He's probably
That
got
or
some
he's
heavy clouds out where he's at.
dealing with some form of an aurora. May
That
not
is
be
possible as well.
it may not be visible, but we get them
You know
down
what?
here
Let
too.
me. Yeah, I'm gonna look. Hang on, because I got a weather app that actually
Oh,
looks at where all the clouds and everything are. I'm gonna take a look and see what I can see
all righty then.
because I'm pretty sure that's what he's dealing with, but we'll see. I'll take a look.
Like I said, it don't matter to me. I keep on fighting for him.
Let's see.
I do not back down easy.
Oh, actually, yeah, he does. He actually
Wow.
has a storm front coming in on him. That's what it is.
Okay.
It's electrical. Yep, I'm looking at it right now. It is. That's
That's
what
all
the
right.
interference is. Yep, that's the interference. See, whenever someone's cutting in and out, even me, I always go to my weather app that I use, which is the Nexrad. I go to that and see if there's any major storm fronts coming in or large storm cells, and you can see because that will be your interference. And if it's not that, then you know it's them shutting you down.
Well,
I
like
can
I
always
said,
tell the difference.
I will keep on fighting to make sure that he gets his say, because he's
Right.
got the right to, especially on my channel.
Exactly. Exactly.
I mean, y'all could freaking razz me all you want. You could talk shit, and I'll deal with it, because that's freedom of speech, And I even said, I had some beef with Lost Product recently, but even then, I bring him on here if he wanted to.
Right.
I'd let him come on, speak his piece, and be at peace about it. I'm
Exactly.
not going to hold
Everybody's
that
got a
grudge.
voice. Everybody's allowed to speak.
That's why I
Nope,
say speak and
I'm
be
with you on
heard.
that one. Let's see.
I do truly dislike it when those who I care about, or even those who are just my countrymen at the same, when they are suppressed, it makes me so mad.
Oh, I hear you.
Yeah, that's right. Song is right over the top of you right now.
Yeah, because I was just looking at it.
Yeah, though I said it before. I'll say it again. Every man has a right to speak and be heard, and that it makes me madder than a hornet's nest been used for a pinata when people don't get their piece in. Because it hits me to my fundamental core. It's part of who I am. My history is it's so rich with patriots and patriotism that it would be an affront to my ancestors and to their memory if I stood against that.
Okay. I'm gonna fix that. There we go.
There she is. Hi, Wolfie. How you doing, huh?
I'm doing good.
It's good talking to you too, there, Tris. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for coming on. God bless you.
Let's see. Yep, I knew it was the electrical storm.
So, Wolfie, you'll
Yes.
love this. My wolf howls.
Uh-huh.
You're saying bye. Yo, meet up at, I don't know if you know where I live. So you'll meet up there 15 minutes before and then you guys will go.
I was gonna say, I heard that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got other folks around me right now because I'm having to
Oh,
use
you're good.
public servers and stuff.
Oh, you're good.
Part of the problem with being on the run, you know?
Being on the run?
No, not like that. Not
I
like
was
that.
gonna say, why are you running?
No, not like that.
Okay.
I meant, like on the roam. I'm roaming
Yeah,
around.
yeah, I got you. I was like, you got no reason to be on the run.
No, if let me put it this way: if I'm ever on the run like that, you won't see me here.
Exactly. Being on a live stream is not a good idea because it can track you in a heartbeat.
Yep.
They're like,
Especially
oh,
because,
bing, there he is.
I basically give away my position. Well, even without them having to use all them fancy doodads and computer software and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I don't fear. I don't let it hold me.
Nope. Yeah, I have nothing to hide either. But when I go to my bug out locations, I make sure I drop my technology off somewhere in a different location and then I head to my bug out location so it is hidden. So they don't know where my ending destination is. They know the general
See,
area, but I drop my technology off so they don't know where it's at. It's like now you got to
I,
get out on foot and look.
yup. And see, that's why I leave my cell phone at my work when I'm out there on, going hunting or on the land or
Right,
something.
right. So they can't track you.
Because no, I've had non-government people come up my rear over when I'm out hunting just to scare off all the game. And
Yep.
it bothers me. I've got a legal, lawful hunting license. And in the state of California, it is a federal offense to harass or to deter a man during the action of hunting.
Well, it could be life threatening because you can get your ass shot.
There's that too, yes. Um,
I
hunters,
mean,
when
who's to say that you actually saw them coming up on you? It's
there's
your word
that.
against theirs, you know. I
And
mean,
then there's
only you
also
and that person know, right?
there's also the fact that, when you're out hunting, and this is well known amongst hunters, that a hunter is at his most vulnerable when he is on foot during the hunt.
Right,
And so he's more likely to defend himself with lethal force in that
right,
instant.
exactly. Because when you're at your most vulnerable, you have to be on the high alert. To me, that's just common sense. If you're on
Hmm.
foot, you're vulnerable. You're gonna naturally be extremely defensive, but you have to be
Yeah,
because if you're not,
especially
you're putting
because
yourself at risk.
there's a lot of folks in California like nothing more than to try and kill you just for going out and you know staying true to your ancestry.
Exactly. Yep. Got to stay true to who we are. And a lot of people these days, they're not true to who they are. And that's
I
where
mean,
they get lost.
you could see it in my face. I'm Cherokee.
Well, you can't see it in me, but I've got Lakota. Well, you can see it in my cheekbones, but that's about it.
I was about to say, You remind me of a couple of folks that I know of, as Dakota, and yeah, your mannerisms, you know, you loving the loving way you've got about you, and at the
I'm
same that
just being me.
strong will, that very strong will.
See, I don't know where that strong will that I have comes from, other than to say that it comes from my ancestors. I was literally born with the will to fight because okay, when I was born, because I was born with a hair lip and a cleft palate, technically I should have gotten infection and I should have died within the first couple weeks because I could not nurse. I couldn't nurse off of a bottle or a nipple. I could not. And as an infant, that is hard. So
Oh yeah.
technically I should have died. But I've got the will within myself. Not only that, but I have apparently guardians watching over me. They're just like, nope, we need you. You have a job to do. You're gonna make it. So I always pass that on to everyone I talk to. You know what? We're not in this alone, no matter what you think, because I know for a fact I should have died when I was born. I should have died within the first month. I should have, which tells
Well,
me there's divine intervention there.
I know I should
So
have
I
died
know it
that
for a
night in
fact.
Watts, California.
Yeah. As long as you
Mm.
remind yourself when you're feeling down and out and you're feeling alone, you're feeling depressed, anxious, whatever, when you start to feel that way, and this is for everybody. This is not just for you, it's not just for me, but this is for everybody. When you start to feel that way, you have to remember back to all those times that you should have died. Technically, you would have. So doesn't that tell you there's somebody else there? There's something else there watching out for you. You ain't alone. So stop feeling sorry for yourself. Get up off your ass and get going. You got a job to do. That's why you're still here.
Yeah. And I feel like,
What that job
this
is up to us to figure out. So,
this is part and parcel of it for me. I know it because without me being the man that I am, I know I wouldn't be here for that.
right, right.
I mean, and thank God for whoever angel it was that came to my rescue that night because, like I done told you, I should have been dead. I really
Well,
should have
see,
been. I was.
apparently divine intervention has stepped in again because it brought me to meeting you. So what does that tell you? Because
Amen.
I've got this energy about me where I speak my truth and it's kind of contagious to those around me. So then it kind of lifts the people that are feeling down back up. That's not my intention to lift anybody up. I'm just speaking who I am. I'm just speaking my truth. I am not giving up no matter what comes my way. I don't care if it gets down to the point where military starts coming to my door and literally pinning me to the floor to vaccinate me. Let me just use that as an example. Is that going to break my spirit? No. But if it starts to feel to me like there's something they put in me is changing me, that is when I will end my life because that is when I will get the calling if that calling comes, because that is not a life I was meant to lead.
See,
Does that make
speaking
sense?
about strange dreams, that's why I put it on the list.
Right.
I had a dream last night that they were coming after us with, syringes on poles,
Okay. Gotcha.
and I fought back. I
And
gave
we
hell,
do. Yeah. We're all going to
and
be fighting it.
I
Well,
I do.
okay, in your dream, if they actually do hit you with that pole, that syringe, what would be your next step? What do you feel you would be doing next?
Fighting until they killed me.
Okay, see, and that's where mine changes for me. For me, is I will actually turn, I guess you could say I would turn my energy within and focus on what that chemical, I'll just use that chemical is doing to my body. If I feel that it is literally doing something body negative or trying to separate me from my spirituality, that is when I will end this life, because I will not let them take me from my spirituality.
See,
I
I
will
don't have
not.
that strength. One
See,
time I thought that
I
I
have
could
no
take my own
problem
life,
taking my
and
own life if I have to. Am I depressed? Am I one who devalues my life at all? No. I love living. And if I can continue to live, for thousands of years, I probably would, just so that I can keep lifting people up. If that's what I can do, I will. But if I feel that they're trying to separate me from my spirituality, that is living the life literally of a zombie, of a slave, and I'm not doing that. I'm not
all
going
right.
back to that life because I remember that life.
A quick heads up for folks in my panel. Um, if you have something to say and you don't want to cut across people, uh, just raise your hand. All right. One of
Yeah, sounds good.
those rules that I got from Ron. Uh, yeah, if you feel like there's something you've got to say, raise your hand. I will put you up there and I will shut everyone else down.
Right.
Freedom of speech. So, yeah.
It kicked in
Ah,
again. I know. I was
yeah.
watching it too. I was waiting.
I'm like, I can hear him. I can hear him in the background, like, "Ah!" Like me the other night, just. And don't get me wrong, I'm not doing this. This is not me. I'm not kicking him off of here. Y'all can see
Oh
my
no,
hands, right?
no, I don't think you're
I'm
doing
not
it.
touching shit. I'm not
No,
touching anything.
it's actually his connection. It's because he's got a real bad storm overhead, so the satellite connection is not as strong on his end. Not
That
right
happened to
now,
me the
anyways.
other night.
Yep, it happens to me a lot. So
I had to drive to the other side of the storm. Believe it or don't.
that's
That's why it
crazy.
took me an hour and a half to actually find a spot I could drive to. I was sitting almost like right underneath the cell phone tower.
Ugh, that's a lot of bad frequencies.
Tell me about it.
I could not do that. That
My
would
throat's still
literally
sore.
it would literally feel like somebody plugged or took one of my strands of hair and leaned me up to an outlet and let me feel what that electrical current feels like going into my hair, into my skin. That's what I would feel. Constant tingling. It's like, no, too close, get away.
Yeah, that's why I keep on doing this. Whenever you see me sitting there rubbing my forehead, it's because it's the most sensitive spot on my body. I've been
Mm-hmm.
hit there so many times, it's really sensitive.
Yep. Trying to close your third eye. Your inner self.
Yeah, Song, if they won't let you on, or if your computer's having you trouble, man, just drop me a comment in the comment section. I'll put your comment up here. Like such.
Right.
Yeah, they need to quit spinning them wheels, I tell you.
I like that. The hamsters. I like that. That's cute.
Yeah, I'm all for it, man. Freedom of
I'm sorry,
speech.
what was that? Oh,
I'm all for it.
oh
There's
yeah.
so I wanted to touch on another one, which
Okay.
was something that it's the factor which makes for our right and responsibility to stand up in staunch resistance. And that is despotism. When we are reduced to a point where we cannot speak, we cannot be, and we cannot pursue, it becomes a point of honor that we have to fight back. And we're very close to that point right now. You know, the gun confiscations a couple years ago, the gun confiscations just a couple of days ago. Man, you want to talk about something that pissed me off. But on top of all that, you know, I live right in a zone where we got a lot of military movement. I mean, we got Nellis up north of us, freaking, what's it, or not, yeah, I think it's Nellis. And Nellis up north of us. On the other side of the river, we got Moon Base. On the south side of us down here, we got Yuma Proving Grounds. So we got lots and lots of military movement. And, you know, law enforcement like crazy in this town. I mean, this is the most chock full town of law enforcement you'll ever find in the freaking West. Ugh. Makes Tombstone look like a freaking fairy tale. Anywho.
Yep.
We're being reduced.
Yep.
We are being reduced under absolute despotism. The desperation to create a better and brighter future. That is what despotism is. It's the desperation felt when you have no other recourse.
Yep. Well, see, when I lived in California, I remember the California spirit that I felt from the people. And that was that they would fight or die. And that's where I got my spirit from. Because that's where I grew up. And to hear that when I left, everything started falling apart. And now Californians are to the point where they're just sitting on their hands and they're obeying. I cannot believe what I'm hearing. I cannot believe Californians are just sitting. Because as soon as you guys on the inside of all that are standing up, it's going to make all the other states turn and look. And then we're going to act on your behalf on the other side.
I just wish
we're waiting for the Californians to stand up and quit obeying those fucking laws that they stuck on you guys. Oh, excuse me, those mandates they stuck on you guys.
I just wish that, you know, a quarter of my generation had the ball sack, you know? Because, Jesus, it's so bad. I can't even go and contest my prohibition. That's how bad it is. I cannot legally protest my prohibition from having a firearm. If I do so, then I go to jail just for the protestation.
Wow. Can't believe that Californians are allowing this. I mean, that California spirit that was put into me from there, it was just, I can't believe Californians are allowing this.
If I remember correctly, when I went to go and vote, I hung around afterwards outside. This was 2006. We were voting on, concealed carry, and I voted against it. And I asked a lot of folks as they walked out of the ballot, you don't have to answer, but would you tell me? And they were more than happy to tell me, no, I voted no. I don't want people to have to freaking have a concealed carry permit to be able to just to defend themselves.
Right.
And this is in the fucking heart of LA. All right.
Oh
So,
yeah. Yeah, I know.
yeah, a lot of people say, oh, well, they're all liberals there. No, they're mostly conservatives and libertarians, especially since they have to deal every single day with gang violence.
Yes.
So, I was sitting there, I was like, how could these people vote for this? And I remembered back to when I was talking to folks outside of that that polling place, and they were mad. They were so angry. They were, if y'all remember the freaking riots in 2006 over that, they didn't really publicize all that, but they did. They freaking burned down a couple of I think it was one was a town hall, and another one was a Presbyterian church.
Wow.
To the ground, to absolute cinders. And people didn't even hear about it. It was like I went to Florida, a couple of years, well, more than a couple of years, but about like 4 years later, and folks in Florida didn't even know that it happened. They were like, "Wait, y'all didn't actually vote for that?" I'm like, "No, we voted against it." Back the majority of folks I spoke to were like, no, 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 no. People have the right to defend themselves, and this is wrong.
Yeah.
It
It's
irked me to
getting
no
worse.
end, and it still does. A lot of folks get angry at me and say, y'all Californians are the reason. No, we're not. We're the ones who spoke up first and said, no, it's Dominion. It's these damn electronic machines. I'd fucking be proud to carry a fucking box full of ballots up to frickin' Washington, D.C. with a man with a man in my passenger seat with a gun to my head just to make sure that it got there. You bet your ass the whole fucking way. Dude, do not drop that barrel,
Right.
I'd do it without a shadow of doubt. And it bothers me so much that we can't get to that level of staunch support for our country and our institutions the way they were created. This electronic crap is nothing more than the ultimate method of creating fraud without it being absolutely visible. Now, I know what people say. Oh, well, you can always find it in the metadata, but what happens when they use things like BleachBit? What happens when they do things like, I'm not going to watch that, I'm not going to look at that because there's no evidence, What about all
Oh,
the
I
people
know.
screaming at the top of their lungs, insane with anger over the thought that they are losing?
Oh, I know.
It's against the. You'll get a laugh out of this one. It is against the law in Yuma, Arizona, for a mule to sleep in the bathtub.
Yep.
You think that's a crazy ass law up where my sister lives up in Washington? It's Washington State. It's illegal to cross the road with a duck decoy strapped to your head.
There's another one that I heard. Something about you cannot stick an ice cream cone in your pocket or some shit like that. Yeah, that's another
Yeah,
one. That's another
New
one.
York. New York, you can't carry more than 2 hot dogs with you at any given time,
Yep. And they
unless
made
you're
them
a
laws
vendor.
because they didn't have anything else at the time they wanted to control, so they had to come up with stupid shit to fill in the gaps. Yep. Stupid shit.
Oh, oh, here's a stupid law for the state of California. Unless there has been a crime committed, that means that there's already a crime happened. Even if you feel as if your life is at threat, you cannot call the police because that's a crime.
Wow. That's ridiculous. So much
That's
for help, huh?
precisely why I ended up getting stabbed, because I called the police. I felt my life was at threat. They said, "We can't show up until a crime's been committed, sir. Sorry. Please don't call again."
Wow.
Next door neighbor's the one that saved my life by calling a fire department and an ambulance because they would not listen to me. And yeah, by the time that, I could have called them with the information. I'd already been stabbed. How are you going to, speak through gurgles of blood? It's not going
Right.
to happen.
Right.
So yeah, freaking crazy people.
That is crazy.
The worst part is that was from Mayor what's his feathers, freaking Los Angeles mayor. I can't remember his name. Probably because it wasn't
Uh
worth remembering.
yeah, probably.
I tend to forget people who don't stand for the office that they were sworn into. It's not always a good thing.
Nope. There's a whole lot of bad going on everywhere.
Uh-huh. There's only one way to combat it, and that is to stand up and do what's right. Stand on that line, regardless of what you might be afraid of. Pardon me. That's that coffee coming back to talk to me. uh, regardless of what you might feel, what fear may be in your heart, it's see, I know I said it in a courtroom once myself, but it's been said before I said it. And that is that the height of patriotism is to stand up against tyrannical government. And I can't do anything else. That's one of the reasons why, the National Guard would probably sit there and be like, "Oh, you're not one of us." And I'm like, "Yeah, motherfucker, I volunteered." you know, Another lovely run of the mill stupid. I'd stand up in a heartbeat and throw on my good uniform and whatnot and be ready to go to the call if they ever ask me to. Honest God, true. All it would take is, Mr. Price, would you like to be again? And we will return you to your rank of first lieutenant. I'd be on it. I'd jump at that. That being said, now I worry that where we're at now, it's going to need a lot more than just the Army. It's going to take the many militias.
Yep, it will. Time will tell. Just be aware and be prepared.
I'll tell you this, though. I think that something I said a couple of months ago scared the piss out of Nuisance. Because I remember, like, myself and one other fella who happened to be a police officer at the time stood up and said something that wasn't right. Something wasn't right about what Newsom was saying. And yeah, it straight took the piss out of him. He backpedaled so fast that I could have swore I was seeing smoke under his tires. I've never seen a man try to change it around so fast. Like, no, 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 we're not doing that. We're not doing that.
Right. Right.
I think it was something about wasn't the bump stock thing. It was the not the drop-in magazine thing. It was California bullet button. He'd made it damn near impossible to be able to do a damn thing without having an extra bullet to poke the dang thing out so you could drop the mag and put in a new one. And at that point, when he did that backpedal, I think I had inspired at least a few people. And I figured that was enough. That they wouldn't try the same shit again. And what do you know? Drop in magazines, fucking bump stock ban, accessories ban, this ban, that ban. I was like, y'all need to get some freaking musical instruments in here. You start to sound like a circus.
Right.
I mean, yeah, I got
it's
jokes,
getting
but
crazy. It's getting crazy.
oh yeah. Buddy of
And the
mine
thing
has
is,
got
it's gonna get worse.
all the different licensing and the FFL and all that fun shit to be able to do it for himself, the class 3 and all that. It scared him shitless. And I'm gonna be honest, he wanted to keep a hold of a couple of his items, and now I'll look at what Biden's doing. I'm like, dude, get rid of them. Do it now, or be prepared to fucking fire back. And he's a little bit of a more along the line of what people think of Californians rather than what Californians actually are. Um, and yeah, he just keeps on talking like, oh, well, they'd never do that. And I'm like, dude, do you understand that you're not the only one that votes like this? Hell, my own mama votes that way. And I know it because I've seen, some of the discussion panels that she holds and whatnot. And I don't blame her. I'm not going to hold her vote against her. I'm just going to say, why would you vote for such a dastardly thing when your own son basically almost lost his life to a crazy man hopped up on drugs? I think I got through to her a little bit. At least I hope I did.
Well, she heard you. It's up to her to figure it out. And if she doesn't, well, she will be one that will fall. She's believing a false belief.
Don't get me wrong. I love my mama. I'd I'd march into battle with a freaking smile on my face for my mama. But it's just one of those that kind of hurt.
Yeah, it does.
And like I said, I don't
Because you
blame her.
lose them on a larger scale.
She grew up in a world where guns were bastardized, and she watched her own brother shoot her mama in the eye with a freaking spring dart gun, one of the little sucker darts. So I can't really blame her, but at the same time, it's one of those, you got to stand for something. And if you're going to stand on a line that I can't stand on, well, there we have our impasse.
On the one topic. But we're more than just that. Political is just a systematic thing here on this realm. But we're so much more than that. Political is just on such a, okay, I'm getting esoteric here. It's on a planetary, it's not a planetary scale. Your energy goes beyond all that. So you're connected to her regardless of what that one topic, that one thing, one belief she has is. Because you're connected to her on so much more. It's a larger scale. That doesn't lessen any of that. If anything, it increases it because you're learning more about her. You don't have to be the same as one that you love. You don't love them any less. It's an impasse, as you said. It doesn't change that. It doesn't take away the love that you have for them. It doesn't take away the connection that you have with them. I know it seems like we lose them, but we don't actually lose them.
What it does do is it hurts my heart to think about it.
It does. But when you realize that it's more than just that superficial what you see as a separation, when you realize that it appears to be a separation, but it actually isn't.
I got to
It's
put
not a
this up real
separation.
quick.
Oh,
You'll
okay.
love this. Quack, quack, I'm a duck.
Oh, God.
I used to say that all the time to my daddy and my mama. Quack, quack, I'm a duck. Shit roll off my back. I don't give a fuck.
Wow.
Whew. Man. Perfect timing there, cousin. Perfect timing. Oh my God, that was beautiful. Yes, that was beautiful. Oh, liberating. Oh, feels good, man. I tell you, just to have camaraderie and friends friends I can actually say these things to. Because if I said this stuff to my family, they'd turn around and look at me like I was covered in cow shit.
My family is the same way. Yeah, we're the
In
same way.
Alabama, it's against the law to wear a fake mustache in church.
Oh my God.
Man, that'd be funny if I
Wow.
went to Alabama, because this right here, if you notice, is a semi fake Fu Manchu. It doesn't go all the way. Something it's a trait in my family, hails back to Native American heritage. None of the men in my family can grow a full Fu Manchu. Big old handlebar mustache and itty bitty little hole. Now, I would think that you would be smart enough then to wake a sleeping bear. Just saying. Didn't realize they needed a law about all that. One of those duh moments.
Yep. We got a
Just
lot of
like,
people like that.
yeah, some of these people, I just want to walk up to them and be like, did your mama drop you as an infant? Because there's got to be some brain damage in there, you know?
Uh-huh. It's insane.
I just look at it and be like, bless your soul, because your brain ain't working too great. I mean, I got jokes, but some of these people, oh my God, save me. I met some smart people, but I don't remember. Got me in tears over here laughing so hard. Uh, so, anyways, you was saying about things.
What was that?
Oh, I must have made everybody forget. Okay.
What did you say?
I was thought I said you were saying about things, and I kind of cut you off to make that comment heard.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, like I said, it's just, it depends on each person. You know when it's time for each action. No one can guide you to that but you. Each person has to make their own decision on what they want. So a lot of Californians are actually faced with that reality that they're going to have to do something. They're going to have to physically stand. And until Californians physically stand, because they've been standing politically, yes, but they haven't been standing physically, which is why they're being pushed so hard by the military, by the Senate, by the government, by the system. as soon as the Californians stand up, that's when all the other states surrounding California will actually jump. We're waiting to see what you're going to do.
See, I've stood up and I've protested. I did so peacefully. And just so we're clear, doesn't matter what state you're in, you do not need a permit to protest. That's
No,
a
you
whole lot
don't.
of horse shit. All that permit to protest or permit to hold a rally or permit to assemble is bullshit.
Right?
Nothing make me madder than that.
You have to
You
have
know?
a permit to say that you can speak freely.
Yeah, excuse me. Wait a minute. Isn't
Right.
that like taking away the actual fundamental right to speak freely?
Yep. And they've been doing it for years. That law's been taken away from us a long time ago.
I mean, don't get me wrong.
In some
I
states
have
more so than others.
I have aught with Antifa, but the fact that they stood up and spoke without a permit, that it made me feel as if, and I don't agree with their politics, but I have to say that at some point we're going to have to start agreeing with their methods.
Yep. Things have got to
Not
change.
not necessarily burning down businesses and all that shit, but having the balls to stand up physically, not just
Mm-hmm.
politically or you know intermodally like here on the webs.
See, when
This right here,
Californians standing up individually doesn't really make a difference. I mean, we learned that a long time ago. But you have to stand up together in mass. Californians all together. So the networking within California, as in going and speaking to your neighbor, talking to the one past them and the one past them, and then the next one and the next one. It's called networking. When you guys start talking to one another, you all should start sharing energy. Even if that person that you don't know that they've been talking to is on that same wavelength, you're getting that energy back. So as soon as all of you stand up on that same page, doing the networking together, you guys are going to feel more confident in yourselves en masse to move at the same time.
right?
Because when you move at the same time, it's a force to be reckoned with.
Hell, it's a
And
force to get the fuck
unfortunately,
out of the way of.
Californians are not talking. And unfortunately, right now, the problem is Californians are not talking with one another. They're
Yeah,
not.
we're
They're
too
not
interested with
networking.
talking.
Well, not only that, but they're afraid that their neighbor's going to shoot them.
Yeah,
Californians have that about them, and Californians need to drop that pride. Drop that fucking pride on the floor and open your heart and go talk to somebody without judging them. Shut down the pride. Just go.
hey Arkansas, if you want to come in here, brother, you're welcome to.
Yeah.
I'll drop that link another time for you because I know it's probably up there in the comments somewheres. So here you go. Feel free to come and join us in the chat in the panel.
Yeah,
We can
people got to
always use
stand
a
up
new
in
voice.
mass. Californians got to stand up. You got to stand up en masse because you're sharing that energy on a much bigger level. Even if you don't know the another 1,500 people that have all been networking and talking because you started a chain, you're still getting all that energy from them while you keep talking to that one person you're talking to. Every
See,
time you go over and you share energy, it keeps going, it grows, and it makes you all more confident to move at the same time. It does
I
work.
I try to talk to my countrymen because I recognize that my state is not exactly all on the same page. I
Right.
mean, yeah, a lot of
Gotta
us
get on
are.
the same page.
A lot of us are on that same page.
Yep. And as soon
Um,
as it's in mass, and you guys feel when you guys are ready, you'll feel it that it's time to move. You're gonna feel it at the same time, and then you're gonna realize that other people have already moved that you can't even see at the same
yeah, like
time.
the state assemblies.
Right.
I would be in the state assemblies, but they don't want to hear my voice. Like every time I've tried to make a call in, they kick me off the call because either A, I tried too many times, or B, I have electronic interference, or heaven forbid, C, you know, I'm a minute man. I'm not supposed to have an opinion, legally speaking. So it bothers me that that's the case in our day and age because the Minutemen were the ones who had an opinion, who stood up. They were the 3%. And nowadays, that's unlawful. Or not unlawful, but illegal.
Right. Yeah. Well, times are changing. We're gonna have to break away from the system.
And
I
make
didn't
for
say it
brighter
was gonna
future
be.
success.
I didn't say it was gonna be easy, but we have to break away from the system in order to change. We have to adapt to change. We all have sacrifices we have to make. It's up to you. It's up to you what sacrifices you're willing to give up. Because then you can give it up willingly and it's not going to be painful for your energy to lose it. I know that
It's
doesn't make any sense, but you'll see what I mean when it starts. I don't
the most,
consent to my energy being invaded no matter what. So it's not happening. I don't allow it. I'm not consenting. No matter what they push my way, no matter what they tell me I can and can't do, I do not consent. Which means universal law dictates your energy, as long as you do not consent, they cannot invade you. They cannot touch you because you are not consenting to it.
the most
It
painful
is a
thing that I've had
violation of
to
energy.
endure. Most painful thing I've had to endure was the stealing of my Second Amendment and 15th Amendment rights. Oh, and
In some way,
fourth
shape, or
and
form, you
fifth.
consented, which is why it happened. We have choices we can make. We can control more than we think we can control. As long as you realize this is an energy thing. As soon as you consent to one right or another being taken away from you, but you argue the point, if you argue the point, you are consenting. You're allowing them to violate you even though you're not happy with it. No, just tell them, no, I do not consent to you violating my energy, my space, my field. They can't touch you. They can't violate you. As long as you do not consent. Don't argue the point. It's one and done, that's it.
I wish it was that simple.
As they say, no means no. I'm telling you, you have control of that. You do. And as long as you do not consent, they cannot touch you. And as long as you have the knowledge that that's what universal law is, they can't touch you. So there's no need for anxiety. There's no need for depression. You go with what is and you express who you are. You push back when they push you. They can't invade you. They cannot. They can
Well,
make everything difficult for you, but they cannot invade you unless you consent.
I kind of had the last laugh because of the fact that, they tried to take away my gun rights. And I said, okay, well, you do that because I got something else for you. They took away my 22 long rifle and I laughed at them. I said, well, yeah, you take that away. Guess what happens? I got something bigger. And that's
Yep.
true. I mean, I've got a fucking elephant rifle. In all
That's
reality, that's what
insane.
that 50 caliber is an elephant rifle.
That's
So
insane.
they thought I consented, and the reality is that I fought back. They keep
Well,
on
see,
trying and keep on trying.
you said when you first said when they told okay, when you started talking, you said, okay, well you can do that, but I'm not going. Okay, you gave them the right when you said, okay, you can do that.
Hmm. See, I argued the point for a long time. I said, no, it's the Second Amendment right. You do not have the right to remove of me any arms that I may need in the necessitation of defense of my country. And they said, well, you've seen the National Guard armory. You've been inside the vault. You know they exist. You know they're there. And I said, yes, those are weapons for the militias that are under the guidance of the National Guard. They are not for civilian use. And they said, well, that's maybe the case, but that doesn't mean that we wouldn't hand them out to you. And I said, really? You wouldn't hand them out? Or you would? And they said, well, we definitely would. If it ever came to a necessitation where the American people had to defend this country from foreign invaders, we would. I said, well, what about domestic? And they just kind of stuttered and stammered. Made me madder than a pissant in the middle of a frying pan, I tell you. There's some arguments you can't win, even if you try. I mean, I told them no. I told them this ain't right. I told them I do not consent. I told them this isn't something that our founding fathers would have approved of. I said, this is something that if my granddaddy saw you doing this, he'd be spinning in his grave. Matter of fact, I could feel the floor shaking, that kind of thing. And my righteous anger wasn't enough. At that point, I smiled, I shrugged, I turned around, and I exposed my back to them. Now, a lot of people don't know this about admiralty law, but when you expose your back to the judge in a court of law, that is appropriate dissonance. It means that you do not consent, you do not agree to anything they have said thus far. It hails back to the time of the pirates and whatnot. If you would get caught pirating and you were on a lifeboat or something, and the British Admiralty would say, well, you can come aboard this ship, but if you come aboard this ship, then you must turn away from, your piracy, and you have to be a kingsman again. If you turn your back to us, we will continue to see you as the enemy. And a lot of people did turn their backs. And you can find that in one of my most recent court cases. I turned my back. I did. I straight up freaking turned around and walked out. The only thing I said was to my lawyer was, it's important. I don't think he recognized what I meant by that.
Right. Gotta stand up and fight for our rights.
I've seen a lot of people
just
try.
people are just giving up. But you've got to do it en masse. Doing it solo, fighting it solo, we don't stand a chance. We have to do this en masse.
I look around
You
my
gotta stand up
community and
with
I
your
see a
state.
lot of.
Yeah, you gotta stand up with your community. Stand up with the state. You know, I mean, you've all got to band together. You got to stand up. One person talking, one person, not consenting and pushing back is not enough. It's not going to work against the force of their government, their system. You got to do it en masse. Voices will only be heard if it's en masse, which means a whole bunch of people saying the exact same fucking things, pushing back.
A lot of the folks in my little community down there on Colorado River Road, they talk a good game. They say, oh, well, they ever come for our guns, man, we'll always stand up. I'm like, so why ain't you done it yet? And everybody just kind of just turns around and walks away. Bunch of cowards in my eyes. I hate saying that, especially about my own people, but as I said before, if you ain't willing to stand for something, you're going to fall for anything. I'm not going to let it get me down. I honestly, I will continue to stand up, even if it's only me. But I know it's not. I know that for a fact. I've been up there in where was that? Santa Maria, up near San Jose, and mid California, Inland Empire, San Luis Obispo area, and yeah, no, there were people coming out the woodwork like, dude, I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you. You know what you're talking about. I've seen you on this and that and doing this and that. And I'm like, that's great. I'm glad you want to stand up and do something. So here's the question. Why haven't you done it yet? And if you have done it, why ain't I seen you do it? Because I will. And I will. You've seen me do it. I mean, for those of you who don't know who I am, take a peruse through my YouTube videos. I'm the guy who went to Los Angeles during the George Floyd riots and fought back because I saw what was happening. I saw people were fighting for the wrong cause. Yes, Arkansas, that is correct, my brother. 2 or 3 sharing a common interest against tyranny and acting on it is all it takes. Acting on a matter means the movement continues until the matter is settled or complete. Well, this matter is not settled. It's going to continue, and it's going to be one that we cannot walk away from. If we walk away from it, we walk away, you get it to our own peril. If we do not stand together, we will hang separately. I kind of like my neck. I think it's a little pretty. A little too pretty to be hanging around on a rope. Well, now his sun's going down. I'm pretty sure, Arkansas, you got to get to your meeting, brother. I'm not trying to keep you back from all that. Hey there, Song. Welcome back to the old panel, brother. I hope it's working better for you. No, all across the states, we cannot compromise. And Arkansas is right about this, too. All across the states, we cannot compromise. One step back is 2 steps forward for them. We cannot falter. You give an inch, they take a mile. It's time to take that mile back. And I do not like that I have to be so staunch in that, so aggressive. I'm a generally nice guy. I love people. I'm one of those hugs and happiness for all. But when it comes down to the real nitty gritty, the only strength we have is together. And compromise, it was never an option. I'm going to try to keep on bringing you up here, Song. You have my word, brother. Every time you try, I will try. I'm a very loving person because of the way my daddy raised me. But righteous anger is righteous anger.
That Texas storm is right over top of me.
Like I said, every time you come back here, I will bring you up. You have my word.
Yeah, there's a lot of dumb laws on the books that are kind of crazy.
Yeah. See, here's where I love this, though, because some of those dumb laws actually empower the people. The politicians were so stupid when they wrote them, they didn't realize, hey, wait a minute, we're fucking ourselves. And this is where I got to say it. Because here in the state of California, our Constitution outright states that reciprocity, it goes to every single law in every single state. And that is the honest to God truth. So if you're able to carry constitutionally in another state, you're able to carry constitutionally here, even if they say it's illegal. You just got to know about the law to be able to defend yourself.
I actually believe it's going to get to the point where we have a permit. You will permit yourself to carry it.
I permit myself to carry a gun. I do not permit you to tell me if I can or cannot. Oh, man. Did my heart a world of good, brother. Really did.
I just saw a bunch. I just happened to run across a bunch of them little oddball laws across the country. There's another one in San Francisco that you cannot wipe your car down with used underwear. I'm for real. I mean, it's like these laws are like nuts. There was a whole list of them that I had read. Those are the ones that
Oh
just happen
my
to be on the top
God.
of my. So, so you have to have a pair of clean underwear to wipe your car down with in San Francisco.
Oh, that's hilarious. You can't use your holy underwear because it's been to see God, I guess.
Hey, I guess you ask them if you want the brown side out.
Oh man.
We're
Oh
gonna give,
God,
we're
that's
gonna give
funny.
you we're gonna give you 30 days for using used underwear.
Well, I tell you what, then I'm gonna buy me a freaking fresh pair of undies just so I can wipe my shirt down so I can freaking rub it right in their nose. Yeah, they ain't used yet.
Now you explain to me where the insanity's from.
Wait, did you say sanity?
Insanity.
That's what I was like. That's what I
Are, are
said.
these are are these
Sanity.
politicians are these politicians that bored that they sit in their little cubicles and just think up stupid shit?
That's what they do. They sit in their little cubicles and they make up stupid shit and they expect us to just go with it.
It looks good on a piece of paper.
Looks funnier than fuck on a piece of paper. You bring it out into the public, they gonna laugh at you.
Can you imagine going in front of a judge? What are you here for, son? I used my last month's underwear to wipe my damn car down with. Damn.
Oh,
Well, wouldn't you use an old pair of underwear instead of a new pair? I mean, really?
right.
I mean, it makes logical sense to me.
I'd rather use an old pair than a new pair. I don't like the idea of having to use a new pair because I might need to wear those later.
Yeah, no doubt, dude.
Uh,
What you in here for? Used underwear.
what you in jail for? I wiped my car down with used underwear because of the smog and the fog left a layer on my car.
And it wasn't 15 microns.
Yeah, it's 15 microns mesh.
So that now they got an EPA charge against you.
Yeah, so it's a lose-lose either way.
Yeah. It wasn't enough microns in your underwear to wipe your car down with. It has to be below 30 microns.
See, and people kept on calling me crazy when I said, dude, if you think politicians are out for your best interests, you are so full of shit. Your eyes are brown and it's coming out your ears, eyes, nose, and mouth, and your breath stink.
Like a Christmas turkey.
Whew, that's got an oh dear.
You know how politicians lie, don't you, when they open their mouth?
Yeah. You know how a politician's telling the truth? When they're angry. Let that blow your mind for a second.
Or
So
the
what?
ones that tell you, or it could be like your good old governor there that tells everybody to stay home and wear a damn mask, and he goes out and eats a high-dollar steak dinner.
Oh yeah, no, that made me fucking incensed. I was.
Do as I say, not as I do.
I looked at that and I was like, oh fuck this. Not rules for thee, but not for me. I ain't putting up with that shit. Nope, that.
I noticed everybody's calling him Gavin Bang Your Wife Newsom.
Oh, dude. Oh, we were calling him Gavin or Nuisance a couple of months ago when he kept on putting down them laws that we kept on striking down, at least in the public forum. I mean, when people went to vote against them, their votes actually counted for it, which was weirder than fuck.
You know, one thing I don't understand is how these clowns like this and like Pelosi and like Waters and all them, how the hell do they keep staying in damn office?
Because even though we vote them out, the machines change the votes. Now, this is something I need to go through because I don't think I've said it enough. That little red tab that y'all got on that freaking on your ballot, that is an indicator for calibration. And I've known this since 2006. It was so that they could calibrate the freaking voting machines.
So they're altering all of y'all's voting ballots every time they come up for re-election.
Yep.
So, and what I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, it is not Gavin Newsom, Nancy Pelosi's nephew.
Yep.
Does that answer your question?
Mm-hmm. Not nearly enough.
Anybody can afford a $20,000 refrigerator? Hell, that's more than most people make in an annual salary.
More than I do.
I couldn't afford the damn fridge crap to go in it.
Whoa. Dude, did you just catch that? You skipped like a kid on a hopscotch grounds.
It's got to be in trolls.
Ugh. That or it's that damn storm.
Or she just bought her another refrigerator with her stimulus check.
She's what? Why do you need fucking a $20,000 walk-in fridge and freezer when, you know, this woman does not even eat enough to make a freaking a baby bird look fucking hungry?
I call her the crypt keeper.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you know who I'm talking about, the crypt keeper off of Tales from the Crypt.
Yep.
Yeah, and she doesn't take a jet from Washington to California. She flies a broom. You know, like the Wicked Witch of the East or the West or whatever it is.
Oh, she's the Wicked Witch of the West, all right. Need to find some water in a bucket and throw it on her. I'm melting. Oh, what a world.
Hey, you can take her ruby slippers and sell them.
There's no
She
place
probably
like
got
home.
3 pairs of them.
No place like home. Yes, I know all of the jokes that go with that.
Actually, she reminds me of the Predator.
Oh.
Yeah, the one where Arnold Schwarzenegger goes, "You're one ugly motherfucker."
It reminds me of freaking Maxine Waters. We used to call her Mad Max.
Yeah, they call her James Brown's double.
She does look like that, huh?
That's James Brown's stunt double.
Oh, I feel good.
She's
Oh,
another one. She's another one that needs to go.
oh yeah. We got a bunch of them.
And they got another one down there in Texas. What's her name? Something Jackson.
Uh,
You know who I'm talking about? Jackson Lee or something. I don't know what her name is, but she's a nutcase.
oh yeah.
She's the one that's all wound up in this anti-Second Amendment stuff.
Woman needs to have a freaking in-home reality check, if you know what I mean. Might change her ideals about that. Certainly changed mine.
I forgot her first name. I think it may be Sheila. I'm not sure. But she's one of the Texas Democratic.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, she's definitely anti-Second Amendment, big time. I mean, she's the one that filed that H11, whatever that last one that was up on the Congress's desk. Yeah, the nasty bill that they're trying to shove down our throat.
HR 127.
That one.
And
She's the main one behind it.
that's coming out of Texas.
Yeah. The Texas, I thought everybody in Texas owned a gun.
Man, obviously you didn't listen to Arlie Ermy. Only thing coming out of Texas is steers and queers, and she ain't got no horns. What does that tell you, son?
She's just a big old heifer. But they're going to try to throw everything they can to stick to the wall of all this gun control nonsense.
I'm about to show them what an Italian can do with some pasta.
Yeah, you remember when we were in school and you were in biology lab and you throw the earthworms and they stick to the board, the blackboard?
No, I don't remember that part. We learned about horse biology.
That's kind of like what they're doing. They're taking one of them earthworms and they're throwing it into a black slate board and watching it, try to see if it'll stick. My science teacher would come in there and go, "What the hell's up with all these earthworms stuck all over my blackboard?" We were dissecting earthworms in class.
See, in my biology class, for our class on worms, we had to do a full essay on the evolution of worms and all that shit. So we didn't get the enjoyment of dissecting things.
What I understand, they got like 5 hearts or something like that.
Yep. 5 to 12.
So if one of them quits on you, you got an extra backup.
Yeah. Well, not really, because they are all needed to pump blood around the worm's body. So it kind of made no sense.
They're like simultaneously connected together.
Yep. It's kind of like our 4-chamber double pump heart. They have a 5 heart single chamber single pump system of hearts.
Did you see that on the news today? Israel and Syria are into it.
Huh. No, I didn't.
Israel just bombed the shit out of Syria today.
Wouldn't be surprised that Syria's been threatening Israel left and fucking right.
Well, apparently they gave a birthday party today.
Yeah, that's why I keep on telling people, do not threaten Jews. They take it seriously.
I got a funny feeling Iran's going to be in the picture here for long. And if Biden's going to run, And Biden's going to roll a nuclear warhead right up to their front door and hand it to them.
Yeah, well, I feel sorry for the poor bastard that attacks Israel because if America's not backing Israel, you could be damn certain Russia is.
If I understand correctly, Israel's got one hell of a nuclear arsenal.
Yep. And we gave it to them.
That's the only bad thing that people don't seem to understand about. I didn't like nuclear crap even back when I was a kid. But they don't understand there is no winner to a nuclear war. You know,
Right.
everybody gets nukes gonna glow in the dark. There is gonna be no winner.
That's right. Nobody wins in nuclear war.
So if we got to hide around under the ground for 10,000 years, my God, how many lifetimes is that of ours? You know, quite a few. And you can't come back up to the surface. What the hell good is the government if there's no country left to govern?
Right.
It's like, hello, wake up. That was a rocket science moment.
I kept on telling people every time they told me, well, would you ever build a nuclear weapon? I said, I know how to, but you will never get me to build one if you put a gun to my head and said, motherfucker, build. Simple fact of the matter is, I'm not going to do it because there are no winners.
Another thing that scares me about nuclear capability is not the fact that the armament of it. If you look at it itself, the stuff is unstable. All it takes is human error for one of them to look at 3 Mile Island and look at that other place over in Russia. What was the name of it?
Chernobyl.
Chernobyl. And there's another one over there in Japan. All it takes is human error. It takes one dumbass to spill his cup of coffee on the keyboard, and guess what? Something's going to screw up.
Yep. Nuclear power is dangerous. You know, I'm not the biggest fan of, you know, oil and coal and gas and all that, but you know what? That don't mean fucking shit piddling when it comes down to the fact of how much more dangerous these other ones are.
Yeah, the nukes will make your balls glow in the dark.
Yeah. A lot of people don't know this, but solar power is actually just as dangerous. Had a buddy who used to fly planes out here, and one day he was flying over by the solar plant here just outside of Blythe, and he flew right over the top of that freaking beam, and it fried his wing right off. Killed him.
Oh, from the downdraft of the
He went across it. It sliced the wing off of his plane with the beam of energy. It sliced the wing off his plane, and then he went into a spiral so he couldn't bail out.
Mankind has been playing with things that he has no business screwing around with.
I mean, when you put it down there and you actually look at it, it's like holding a magnifying glass to an ant under the sun. That's what you're fucking with. How long does that take to fry an ant?
Quite quick.
It's freaking milliseconds. And people think, oh, well, we're going to make all sorts of power with this. And I'm like,
those nuclear power plants have always scared me. I've always been very wary of them. Because it don't take but one asshole to fuck something up.
well, look at the mistake that was made at Fukushima That was one idiot doing the manual thing instead of doing the freaking automated shit, which would have been able to shove that boron rod right back down in faster than it could go off. Instead, he's sitting there lifting it by hand, and that's what killed everybody and thousands of fucking animals and destroyed the freaking nuclear plant and made it impossible for people to freaking trust nuclear power in Japan, and on and on and on and on, all from one dumbass trying to do things by hand instead of doing things with the machine like it's supposed to be.
That's my point. Human error. Human error.
Human being cannot move within 15 milliseconds. And that's what it takes to block neutrons in time to stop a meltdown.
I've only got one nuclear power plant, and it's 80 miles from me, and I didn't like it then. They built it back in the early 70s, and I didn't like it then.
Yeah.
And I'm waiting for a fish to crawl out of there. It's got 5 eyes and 4 sets of teeth.
That probably won't happen, although you might get a fucking gigantic die-off.
I remember this when we were a kid. We would go up there and go swimming up in the big lake that they where they cool off the cooling rods, and you could go up there in November in the dead part of the winter and jump in. It was like jumping into an 80-degree bathtub. The water was so warm from where it cooled off the nuclear rods. And I mean, you're swimming in a lake in the dead heart of the winter, and it's like swimming in a bathtub, a hot bathtub.
And you wonder why I'm sitting here doing the whole, holy fuck, you are still alive, fucking look at you, yo. For real.
That's some scary shit, dude. That's some scary shit. And I'm surprised that we haven't had any more screw ups than we've already had, like Chernobyl, for one. What I understand, there's nothing even living there anymore. Probably not for the next 10,000 years.
No, actually, I was doing some studies on that. The wildlife came back, the freaking plant life came back, but everything is so deformed.
Right.
The fish came back, and they're the only ones that aren't deformed. Let that blow your mind for a minute.
I bet you whoever it was, the dude that was responsible for all that, I bet he went, oh shit.
Well, I'm gonna say this. When they did the shutdown without the freaking proper protocol, and then they tried to rerun it, that was the Chernobyl incident. And yeah, it was said that he fucking committed suicide afterwards. Straight up ate his own gun.
I guess he knew he was in hot water. Literally.
That's one way to put it.
Yeah. The KGB was going to come looking for him, you know.
I wouldn't be surprised if they actually found him and that's who made him eat his own gun.
Yeah, possibly. You know, maybe even Gorbachev had something to do with it.
Maybe. Because, yeah, Chernobyl was supposed to be the bastion of new hope and happiness for their people. And, dude, it was fucking just disaster.
We had the small, do you remember the small incident up there in 3 Mile Island? I think it wasn't up in Pennsylvania or Maryland, one of them states up there, New York. Wherever 3 Mile Island is.
Where we got the terminology China syndrome. And yeah, that's outside of New York, in the in the harbor there.
And they don't realize that, and there's a lot more nuclear power plants now than there was. They were trying to build another one in South Carolina, and they put a halt to it down towards Columbia.
Yeah.
And somehow or another, the finances somebody got their hand in the cookie jar, so to speak. And the finances amazingly disappeared, and they were trying to pass it on to the taxpayer.
Probably saved a lot of lives doing that.
I'm glad it come to a screeching halt. I said we need another power plant.
Like I said before, I'm not the biggest fan of, solar, wind, gas, anything that's producing electric right now, because it's just it's messing with nature. And when you mess with nature, nature tends to fight back.
And it's not as practical as they make it out to be.
No, it's not. I was looking at it, and you get about 10 years of service out of a fuel rod, and that fuel rod is then deadly lethal radioactive for the next 10,000 years.
And then they got to bury the shit somewhere.
Yep. And if they don't bury it right, it turns into corium.
Isn't there a place in the upper part of New Mexico somewhere where they bury nuclear waste?
Yeah, that was
something mountain.
Yeah, they went and they tried to bury nuclear waste at one side of the mountain, and they had a corium meltdown because they didn't bury it correctly.
Watch all the people around there in the upper part of New Mexico will be getting catching cancer and all kinds of bullshit, from it leaking into the ground.
Yeah. That was not fun. And it wasn't nice.
That wouldn't be cool at all. Oh, speaking of, my father told me a story. Do you know where a place in Texas called Sierra Blanca?
Nope.
Down at the border, down there, it's somewhere not far from El Paso, but there's a town called Sierra Blanca. They accept all of New York City's trash and all their biohazard shit, and they bury it there by the tractor trailer loads.
Wow.
And everybody that lives in the town that's around them has gotten sick and died.
Jeez.
So, can you imagine all the garbage that they bring out of New York City? They said that the tractor trailers are in and out of there day in and day out, dumping New York's trash in Texas. Figure that one out.
Isn't that a federal offense?
The state of Texas let them do it. Somebody got paid under the table. One of the politicians. If you look up Sierra Blanca, Texas on there on the internet, I think it'll tell you about it, where they're dumping the biohazard crap, all the needles and all that bullshit, from the hospitals and blah 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 blah. They probably dumped a ton of damn COVID shit down there by now.
And this is all shit that needed to be incinerated.
No doubt. They said there was a couple of towns around there. I'm trying to remember. One of them's name was near this place called Van Horn, if I'm not mistaken. But Sierra Blanca, and there's another little town in between there. It's in Hidalgo. Am I pronouncing that right? Hidalgo County.
Hidalgo?
Hidalgo. I'm not going to be pronouncing it right.
Hidalgo.
There you go. I think that sounds about right. But anyway, it's in that county that Sierra Blanca is in, where they're burying all of New York's trash. And they've been doing it. They've been doing it for years.
Well, it ain't right. I'll say that.
Well, there's a lot of things like that go on that we don't ever hear about. because it's all hush hush, because of the money laundering that goes on along with it. Follow
Yep.
the paper, the paper trail, And these politicians, they will sell us out in a heartbeat. They they will contaminate the land that you live on so they can make a buck off of it.
Yep. And then they'll turn around and sell it again.
After your 5 generations, your family done croaked off and breathing the crap that have been burying there.
Yep.
That's a scary. That's a scary food for thought.
I got another creepy pasta for you. They got this this place just outside of just outside of Pocatello, Idaho, where my grandmama used to live. And they buried all the nuclear waste there from the ER2 reactor. The stuff that they didn't use in the nuclear weapons, that's where that got buried.
Does that surprise me? No.
Place called Niddles.
There's a lot of
NIDDLS.
Needles.
Not needles, Niddles.
Needles.
Needles is down here in California.
There's a lot of crap that goes on behind the scenes that the American public don't even know about.
Man, I'll swear, if people were at least, as enlightened as I am, not even, having all the military knowledge and whatnot, just enlightened as I am as far as civilian knowledge, there'd already have been fucking a full-on revolution. We'd have dragged these sons of bitches out by their fucking short hairs, strung them up by their nut sacks from the trees to swing.
Yeah, you're right. The American public is naive when it comes to the government's corruption. It's far deeper than a lot of people realize. There's another town too. It's called Pitcher, Oklahoma. It's up in the very very far northeastern corner up there near Indiana, Illinois, whatever the next state is right next to it. They closed that town down right after World War II because they were producing lead there, digging it out of the ground for the bullets and the bombs and the tanks and whatever else they were building out of it. The whole town got contaminated with lead poisoning from the mines, and they shut the whole damn town down. It's now a ghost town. And it's been there since the 1940s. The whole freaking town.
If you go out here, just 48 miles outside of Blythe, California, on the other side of the river, there's a place that it used to be part of California called Hell.
Hell, California.
Yeah, literally, that's the name. Hell, California. It was it's a ghost town now, but it was a platinum and lead mine during the 40s. It's over on the Arizona side.
I imagine there was a lot of lead mines in this country during World War II.
Yeah, there was. Too many. If they would have done it cleanly, like, what you and I can do, which is not that fucking hard. It really isn't. When you know what you're doing as far as, breaking down galena and turning it into lead, it does not take a whole fucking lot to make that into something that's not going to contaminate the rest of the country.
So it's the byproducts off of it is what's lethal.
the cadmium, the copper sulfate, lead oxide,
That sounds like battery ingredients.
mercury fulminate. Believe it or don't, there's a lot of mercury fulminate in the ground, and there were people that would go out there and they'd swing a pick into the ground and get blown backwards.
That mercury's pretty nasty stuff too.
It can make explosives. It can make freaking, you name it. I tell you, it's fucking nasty.
Brother, I'm surprised I got back on here because that damn storm did not want to let me get on.
Oh, I know it. I think it finally gave up because I was like, no, 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 no. I will go till the trumpets sang, motherfucker. For certain.
I thought I was going to have to kick the hamsters in the ass or something. It's like y'all need to spin the wheel a little faster.
I had to take my pain meds. Oh. My guts were starting to churn. Yeah, them damn hamsters need to get on the wheel, man. For serious. Made me gnarly.
I told them if they didn't start spinning a little faster, I was going to doctor pay.
And taking away their pellets, huh?
Yeah.
That's something else right there. Taking away their pellets.
No hamster power.
I'll tell you what, I was about to dispatch an army of squirrels.
I've had all about a squirrel I want. You ever notice that they always get on my vehicle that's got the brand new paint job on it? They don't never want to get on the old beat up pickup truck that I got that that looks like it's been through World War III. They always want to get on your brand new one that's got the new paint job and scratch it all to hell.
Yep, because they can see their
squirrel and eggs for breakfast.
They can see their reflection in the paint job.
Well, I was going to see the reflection in the frying pan if I didn't stay off my truck.
Well, you know what? That's the reason why the other one looks like World War III hit it.
It's like, you can't get on my old raggedy beat up truck. You got to get on my one that's got the nice paint job on it.
Right. I actually I was gonna make it so that they wouldn't do that to my mama's car because she got so mad one day. She was like, Lane, I want you to come up here and live up here so you can get rid of the squirrels for me. I was like, what? She's like, yeah, I need you to come up here and live up here so that you can shoot squirrels.
Yeah.
What, mama?
I call them tree rats. Huh. It's an overgrown tree rat.
We used to call them, bushtail bacon.
And they destructive. I mean, they are destructive as all get out.
Mm-hmm. You chew your tires right off your car.
They'll chew just about anything. I got an electrical line out there that runs to one of my sheds, and it goes back across the property. And you know that big 440 volt cable that goes across between the power lines, and it's wrapped up with aluminum skirting around it. I think the aluminum part of it is the ground that wrapped around the black wires. Well, them damn squirrels ate through that power line, ate the aluminum off the power line.
You'd think it'd be toxic.
Yeah, I think it would. I think it would cut them for a loop with that 440 volts.
At least
It's
the point in
440.
time where they had, you know, a paw on either side and in with it.
It would have lit up their world.
Tell me you at least found one of them suckers that was sitting there freaking fried.
Fried squirrel. But they were eating the power line, literally eating the power line. I was like, damn, they were after the aluminum for whatever. I had to have the power company come down and replace about a 50-foot section of the line where they had literally just eat it up, chewed the damn aluminum wiring off of it. I've never seen that before, ever.
I've seen it with copper. I've had when I was up in San Bernardino. There's a bunch of ground squirrels they got up there. They climb up in your car and they'd eat the copper wires.
Damn. That's a badass squirrel.
12-volt with that many amps, man. I'm surprised the squirrels didn't end up freaking frozen to my fucking motorcycle I had. Certainly put a fry on one of them. He bit
And I've
down
got a
into
lot of
the capacitor bank on it.
damn. I've got a lot of copperheads around here too. Messes of them. Some of them as long as you are.
You know what they call that, right?
A big ass snake.
Rope chicken.
I killed one year. It was about 2.5 inches in diameter. And it was about 6 feet long. And I cut his head off. And that joker was still biting at me.
Yeah, they're just like rattlers like that.
I about damn near stepped on him.
Sorry, what?
There's a river down right down below my house down there, and that's where they all come from. All up the water moccasin and the copperhead.
Yeah.
Of them.
It's actually why my grandmama and my great grandmama moved out of being out there in my great grandma moved out of Arkansas after she had my grandma, was because of all the damn water moccasins. When she was a little girl, she fell out of a freaking tree on top of a water moccasin. It bit her all up. And they had to paint her black to keep her from dying from the freaking poison.
Yeah, I heard Arkansas is full of cottonmouth. Water moccasin. Now, we do have a rattlesnake here. It's called a canebrake. It's it's like a pygmy rattlesnake. It's very short, but maybe 3 feet at the max. But it's fat. But they call it a canebrake.
Oh, man, they are mean.
I wouldn't want to mess with one.
It's kind of like the Mojave greens we got out here. You do not want to mess with one. That son of a bitch chase your ass.
Y'all got them sidewinders too, don't you?
Yeah, we got sidewinders, but sidewinders ain't that bad. They're just fast. We got freaking the Mojave greens will chase you, and when you get away from them, they will hunt you.
Oh wow.
A buddy of mine woke up one day. He'd gone out riding around in his quad and whatnot, and went over the top of this freaking berm, and I guess there was a bunch of greens that were in that berm, and when he got back to the house, he went inside, went and slept, you know, and he woke up and he walked out his front door and there was like 20 fucking Mojaves right out his front door.
Don't y'all have a what they call a Gila monster?
Kind of, sort of, but they don't really stick around this far north.
I heard them things are deadly.
They can be, but most of the time it's just a really fucking painful bite.
I've never seen one, but you know, I've heard about them, but they got a nasty bite.
Oh yeah, they got a nasty bite, and them Gilas aren't even as bad as the what we call road lizard, yellow spotted road lizard, and they are mean, dude. They've got teeth like big old long fucking teeth. They ain't no fucking joke, man.
There's some things you just want to go, stay where you're at. Everything's cool. Just stay where you're at.
Right?
You stay over there and I'll stay over here. So, what do they call it? Social distancing.
I'll be more than happy to social distance from a rattler. I'll tell you that right now.
No doubt. No doubt, dude.
Especially them Mojaves, man. Woo, they are mean.
I think Cat went down to see his old man for his birthday. It was either his old man or his uncle, one of the two. He normally texts me by now.
That sounds about right. He normally shoots me a text or something.
They were going to have a birthday party. I think it's for his uncle, if I'm not mistaken. It was either his uncle or his dad. One of the two. They're going to have a big U-Haul down there. I guess moonshine and all that happy stuff. Knowing Cat,
we're probably going to get a live stream sometime tonight. Just him blitzed.
Yeah, he'll be out there damn fishing at damn 4 o'clock in the damn morning or some bullshit.
Right?
That sounds like Cat.
That's something he would do. I mean, I ain't mad at it, bro. Me and my dad used to get fucking just shit faced and go out freaking catfishing on the Colorado.
Oh hell. That's when you have a good time, man. When you get shit faced.
Oh yeah, because at least you're catching a buzz.
Or mosquito bites, one of the two. Did you see that video?
Huh?
Did you see that video of Cats where he jumped off that train trellis into the water?
Yep.
Man, he tripped me the hell out. It was like he climbed way to hell first, jumped out, and it was like 30 feet to damn water. I was like, what the fuck? You know?
Yeah, we got an 8-foot bridge out here called the Oxbow. And people used to jump off that all the time. And then they went and they rebuilt you can't actually jump off the side. Put electrical wires all around the outside of it. You can't actually get out to it now.
Oh, leave it to some asshole, right? They always got to ruin all your fun.
Mm-hmm. But I remember they did it. I guess their excuse was there was a fella who was jumping off of it and he fell down. Instead of jumping in feet first, he fell head first. And the water was like real shallow that day. He broke his neck.
Well, that would make sense because there's been a lot of people who've been hurt like that, you know, jumping in head first and break their damn neck. You know, especially if it's less than 15 feet of water. You know, you're asking for it. Or even if you go in feet first in less than 15 feet of water, you're going to break something. You're going to break your legs or your pelvis or spine or something.
Unless you know how to jump. I mean, I did it once myself off the Oxbow. but we had about like 8.5 foot of water and an 8.5 foot drop. So, you know, it was like, wasn't all that much of a drop, but at the same time, when you went in, you had to make sure that you planed out in the water so that you didn't end up going straight to the bottom and breaking your ankles.
You have to go in the water at an angle.
Oh yeah,
It's still going straight down. You hit it at an angle.
like a Navy diver.
Right, right.
Oh yeah, and I straight up taught this one dude that was with us for a good 15 minutes so that he wouldn't end up killing himself. Because he wanted to do it. He was like, I'm gonna do it, damn it. I'm like, all right, this is what you gotta do in order to not kill yourself. I want to be able to have fun and fish with you later, brother. So let's do this right.
Yeah. If you do if people do that kind of stuff, they gotta have their head bolted on, man, and they'll get fucking hurt.
Yeah. Shit.
I mean, like bad hurt.
I hit the bottom. I still hit the bottom on that river right there. I went down to where my butt hit the bottom. I almost shattered my tailbone.
That'll wake you up real quick.
Yep.
Yeah, I was tripping out. Okay, he got up on that railroad trestle and jumped off of it. And I was like, man, what the hell? He's a wild man.
Yeah. Cat's crazy. I love him though.
He's
You
a
have
trip,
to be a
dude.
little bit crazy to even be able to withstand me. So
Me and Cat met on YouTube. He was on a guy's channel called Wayne Beaver,
huh?
and I was on his channel that day, and me and Cat hooked up. He said, "Where you at?" He says, "I think what it was, he made a notation on there. Is there anybody in South Carolina that's patriot oriented?" And I said, "Well, I'm in South Carolina." And he says, "Really?" I said, "Yeah, I'm not too far from you." He says, "Well, I'm in Cola." He calls it Cola, Columbia.
Yeah.
And I said, "Well, damn, I'm on the northwest corner of it. I'm not far from you. About an hour and a half drive, give or take." And he said, "Oh, really?" So that's how we hooked up. How I found Cat. We just accidentally run across each other. And then I
About a
met
10
you,
day.
and I met you through Cat.
Yeah, about a 10-day journey by foot from where you're at.
Yeah, with a mule.
Yep.
I drove down to Cat's house one day. I went down there about 7 o'clock today morning, beating on his damn door. He probably, who the fuck is that? I was like pounding on his damn door. Wake up, wake up. He didn't know who the hell I was at first. He said, well, he's probably thinking, who's this asshole beating on my damn door?
You know what? It's something that Cat said to me, and I think it is very pertinent, brother. It's God will make you do things that you wouldn't normally do, you know?
It was, what do you call it, a spur of the moment? It was a spur of
Yep.
the moment. I went down there. I just said, the hell with it, I'm going to go meet him, man. So I went looking for his damn house. Didn't know where the hell I was going. I just took off.
See, it's like I got a wild hair up my ass to do the same thing. You know, I would, but I know better. I ain't got a whole lot of fucking money. I'm on Social Security as it is. Fucking been fucked up so many times. What can you expect? But yeah.
I'm on the same thing.
Anyways, I was thinking, you know, I really don't. I don't want to fucking go up to Oregon, and I don't want to go to Montana, because both places, one of them's fucking straight blue, and the other one is fucking. I had a fucking wicked ass dream one night when I was on my expeditionary, that when I moved to Montana, that's where I die. You know, I had a tree fall on me in my dream.
Well, I could tell you one thing about South Carolina. It is a solid red state. Solid red state. Yeah, I don't. eh, I mean, the Republicans are dug in so much into South Carolina, they would have a hard time moving this place.
See, if I come out there, I probably have every motherfucker up my ass like, who the fuck are you, Californian? And I'd be like, who the
Yeah,
fuck are you, NoCo?
South Carolina is definitely a pro second age state
Yeah,
for sure.
I've been honestly, I've been thinking about it ever since Kat said, bro, you can come out here, dude. And I'm like, oh,
You
God,
kind of
if it
got
wasn't for my fucking trust issues,
we
you
kind of
know?
like we're kind of like California. Is we got the beach, we got the Midlands, and we got the mountains. We got all three. So you got three different sections of the state. You can choose the beach, the Midlands, or the mountains. You know, whichever you like. You know, to hang out in. So
See, I'd be a
you got.
mountain. I'm a mountain
I'm a
man.
I'm up in the mountains myself, and Cat's in the Midlands. Hey, I
Um,
guess you tell I look like a mountain man.
well, see, the only place I could find that had mountains in California where it was somewhat conservative or somewhat, at least constitutional in the sense was out here in the desert. I'm not very happy about that. I wish I could be up in the forests and whatnot. Mm.
Yeah, I'm kind of a mountain person myself. I got to be up there with the fresh mountain waters coming over the side. I go over when I get down on my hands and knees and drink out of it. That's God's country, and
Yup.
you ain't got to worry. You ain't got to worry about drinking some nasty ass chemicals have been dumped in it because it's coming straight out of the mountains. It's mountain water. It's
Ain't,
like 99.9% pure. Pretty
yeah,
much.
ain't got to worry about freaking, oh, what's it? Beaver fever.
Yeah, there you go.
Ugh, man, if you ever drink the water out of the Colorado River, if you're ever out here, boil it, distill it, and then filter it.
My sister lived in Boulder at one time. She lived in Boulder for a couple of years. Matter of fact, my Jeep has got something auto sales Boulder, Colorado on the sticker on the back of the tailgate. Well, she bought the damn thing brand new and then sold it to me. I've been driving that old Jeep for 30 years and still driving it. You can't kill them damn things.
No, you can't. There's a bunch of people out here that still have Jeeps from the freaking 60s. And, uh, you know, this place is hard on vehicles, all right? I hear it all the time, oh, well, it's just the desert, it's not as
What you
bad
got, a
as going
pickup
up in
truck?
the mountains and, huh? No, I got a Suburban.
You got a pickup?
Nope, Suburban. Big old mean green submarine machine. Oh no, not more.
We've been demonetized.
Well, it was bound to happen at about 5 hours, so. Oh, you mean your channel?
I can see you, but no sound.
Oh, been the microphone. Hold on a sec. I'll be out. I have to come back in. I'm gonna probably have to bring you back in there, Song. Oh, hey, you still here? And we got somebody in the background. That would be me. Okay. There we go. Did it reload? Let's see if I can reload your camera real quick.
Can you hear me?
Did it reload your camera? Can you hear me? Ah. Hmm. Check 1, 2, 3. Microphone check 1, 2, 3. Hmm. Yep. Probably need to turn that thing back on. Them things are dead. Let's stick it on. See, there's something they don't understand about us Americans. We will find a way. No.
I'll text you.
All right, all right, all right. Hold on, hold on. Come on back in here, Song.
Like,
Can
what
you
the
hear me
hell?
now?
I can hear you. Damn.
All right. Look down in the private chat, brother. You'll find my
Huh?
digi there. Okay,
We will
down
be.
in the bottom, there's the little speech bubble thing. You click on that, and then you click on the thing that says private chat.
I see something at the bottom that says chat on it.
Yeah.
It says, okay, wait a minute. It's doing something. We got punished. We got put in timeout.
Man, they ain't doing that. Uh, all right. And back into it.
We got put in timeout.
Nah. What I will say though, look down in the private chat, and it says there's the chat box, and you click on private chat on the side of it, and I put my digits in there for you.
I see down at the bottom it says Cam and Mike and chat.
Chat.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna push chat.
Now the part that says private chat.
Okay, I see. It says private chat. Yeah, it's downloading something.
Yep, I sent you a message.
It's trying to get its shit together.
Lottie buck.
It's about halfway there, whatever it is. You know what's so funny about all this?
Huh.
Today's modern technology that we think is so high tech, we are getting the crumbs and the scraps of what the government's got compared to what we have. Because we got their leftover shit, if you think about it.
Yep.
So the government has got stuff that's high more sophisticated than what we've got. If you
Well,
if you look at it in reality,
look at HARP, the ability to talk to submarines underwater. The ability to use a ham radio to talk to freaking New Zealand.
I told one of my boys, I said they can watch you scratch your asshole with the satellite.
Yep.
And I'll do reality. So the stuff that we got that we use every day, like these cell phones and these smartphones and what have you, it's just table scraps because they're not going to give us the best of their best.
Right. Because why would they?
So we've got their outdated. Actually got their outdated equipment. Is what it basically amounts to. It does not want to download that damn thing, dude. For whatever damn reason. It's trying to, but it that little bar that's going across the top. It's showing the percentage. It's got a little bar. It's moved about 50% of it, but it's kind of like stopped.
We're
being censored.
It's about to make me nuttier in the freaking March hair. I'll tell you.
But yeah, I guess they're tickled at people. They act like all this high tech, this stuff's high tech, man. We got the leftover scraps, man.
We got the absolute shit bottom of the barrel, I tell you.
Yeah, the crumbs off the table, if you want to call it that.
Yup.
They were probably using this shit back in the 1950s, and we're just now getting it.
I don't know about the 50s, but I do know about the late 90s. And I can tell you that what we are using now does not compare. Yeah, what we are using now, it does not compare. Not to the late 90s. The stuff that the military had then, boy, oof, man. That'd make you sick. If you knew. Song of the South, sweet potato pie, and I shut my mouth.
Whatever you sent me, man, it doesn't want to come through. Whatever it is.
I don't want to put it up here on the screen on live. Hell, I'll drop it in the other chat.
Yeah, they somebody screwing around with something, whatever it is. Of course, I have to use my smartphone via through a hotspot.
Hmm.
I have to use a hotspot in it to transfer my signal. If that makes any sense. If I'm making any damn sense. But I have to use the hotspot because I have to use that hotspot also for my laptop because I don't have a uh, landline that comes in. If that makes any
So
damn sense.
I put it in the regular chat. Go and snap
All
that
right,
up real quick so I could go and delete it.
all right. Let me go over there.
All right. Back in the box.
Okay, you can scrap it now.
All right. Crap. Now I got to run the other direction. I'll be right back. And there we go.
Is it secure?
It's secure. The only people who can see it are us up here in StreamYard.
They just want
I
to be a
got
pain in
Krusty
the.
going on.
They just want to be a pain in the.
Yep. They wanted my number just in case they wanted to cut me off later.
Well, I got my number too, but it's only if I pay my damn phone bill.
Uh, I just ain't picking my nose on camera.
I thought we can use that for public information.
What? Picking
Nose
my
pick.
nose?
Yeah, nose picking.
That's funny. Got me
they,
over
they
here
might.
laughing.
Damn, you better watch out. They might call you a racist for picking your nose.
Oh, I'm racist, am I? Why? Because I got something against little green men?
Little brain. Gummy bears.
Homemade gummy bears. Yeah, I'm joking. I'm joking. Don't take me down.
Shit.
Um, I gotta give honor to who that's to. That's Bear Independence little joke, and I always thought it was a good one. Just to,
Oh yeah, the gummy bears.
yeah. Bear's a good guy. He's always trying to sell something, and don't get me wrong, I'm all for entrepreneurial shit. That's great. But don't let it get in the way of your information. Don't let it get in the way of your content. Because that's what people come to watch.
I like Bear too, but he seems a little eccentric to me.
Well, yeah, you'd be eccentric too if you ended up getting freaking blocked from every channel you ever started and ended up getting kicked off the internet entirely and getting your fucking computer hacked into to the point where you couldn't actually even go, to the store without having a police officer follow you from home to the store and back. Yeah,
But as far
dude.
as
No,
but as far as a person goes, I got all the due respect for him. I mean, as far as his outlook on life.
no,
I
I
tell
was
you another
watching
one
back
that
in 2000 and in 2013 when he was dealing with all that shit. And I was like, no, man, that ain't fucking right. You have the right to traverse without being harassed or, being pursued.
Have you ever noticed that anything that is against the law is because the government cannot make a dollar off of it? If they cannot make a profit off of it, it is against the law.
Yep.
Makes perfect sense to me. Well, they look at it on this aspect. If they can't make a dollar off of it, then you're not neither. That's why it's against the law.
I mean, that's precisely why they'll let me build the freaking pistol I'm building, but at the same time, they won't let me sell it as a inventory item. Because legally, they'd have to be paying. They'd have to go and bill Walter for it, and Walter Umarex ain't putting up with that shit. They're down there in Arkansas.
I'm a big black powder fan. I shoot a lot of black powder rifles. Most of mine are 58 caliber and 50 calibers. And I tell you what, I would take that 1862 50 caliber as accuracy wise than I would a modern day rifle. That son of a gun will knock a flea off a bear's ass at 400 yards.
Same with my air rifles. Every single one of them. I'd take those air rifles over a centerfire rifle any day of the week if it's going to be a close quarters combat anyway.
Since I got you on here, I'm going to show you something right quick. I might get in trouble for it, but I'm going to show it to you anyway.
You know what? Everything is allowed on my channel except for bullying and pornographic imagery, so go for it.
Well, this is going to be pornographic images.
Gun porn! Yay! I'm all about the gun porn.
Let's see.
Shout out Genius Vision. What's up, brother?
Can you see that?
Oh my God, that is glorious.
Do you know what that is?
Yes, sir.
That is an 1853 Confederate rifle of the real McCoy.
Oh, man.
See if I get a little closer to it.
Pretty.
I'm trying to move my camera. That's an original Confederate rifle. 58 caliber.
She's so pretty. Is that the hexagonal barrel or is that the Browning barrel?
It is a smoothbore.
Smoothbore.
Yeah, it shoots the maxi ball.
Okay.
What they call the maxi.
Minier ball.
Exactly. It hasn't been shot in almost 200 years. I would be kind of afraid to shoot it now.
I wouldn't shoot it. Not because I don't think that it would handle it, but because it's just worth too much. It's such a perfect part of history and a work of art that it wouldn't matter if it survived or not. It would be destructive.
It's got 1853 engraved on the lock. It's an actual Confederate contract rifle that they sold to the Confederacy. Yeah, because the Confederacy bought rifles from the Yankees. Believe it or not, we bought rifles from Great Britain and the Yankees both. So that rifle came from Pennsylvania originally.
A lot of people don't understand that the war didn't kick off until like at least about a year and a half after the Confederate States actually became the Confederate States.
So we were still buying arms from the North all the way up to the Civil War, and probably they were doing it behind their backs, even making money, even after the war was going on.
Possibly, I said, because they did have a lot of European uh, export, and import. So there's a possibility, certain about that. Here's another one. That rifle I was telling you about, that was not the Browning one, but the hexagonal barrel. That one comes straight out of England.
Right. I like to shoot my I love to shoot my black powders. I mean, I have a good time with them. I got a 1858 Remington that I had converted. The cylinders converted to a 38 special. And I could shoot a 36 caliber cap and ball and or the 38 special out of it. Either way.
Well, yeah, they both use the black powder propulsion system, so it's not as powerful as the plus P or the freaking 357s, because those are both the smokeless powder.
Now that 36 caliber, it's got the what they call the feet per second. It will shoot it up to about 1,000 feet per second out of that cylinder. So that's quite a whammy for a 36 caliber ball.
Yeah.
But its accuracy only goes up to, maybe 50 yards, if you're lucky. But close range, that thing's pretty deadly. Matter of fact, the one that I got is an exact replica of the one that Wild Bill Hickok carried on him. He carried 2 of these on him. And if you look at the old cowboy movies, you always see them all wearing the holsters. So they don't realize there were 2 phases of cowboys. The first phase of cowboys didn't wear holsters. They carried the guns in their belts of their pants. They didn't carry them in what you see in the modern day movie, down in the holsters, down in the side on their side. That didn't come along till Jesse James and all that happy stuff. But the original cowboys did not have guns in holsters. They carried them in their belt, in their pants.
Yep, they carried them in their pockets and in their belts.
So, Hollywood has made it look like they all carry holsters all around, and all of them didn't carry holsters. But Wild Bill Hickok was one of the stage 1 cowboys that I call them. You get to stage 1, you stage 2, which Jesse James would be your stage 2 cowboy and Billy the Kid. But your stage 1 ones, like Wild Bill Hickok and I'm trying to think of the damn name. Kit Carson. Does that sound right? Kit Carson? Yeah, they were.
Kit was of stage 1. He didn't have he wasn't a holster carrier, and he didn't have the freaking hobnail pointed boots.
Yeah, exactly. So, a lot of people, they've left the stereotype, the cowboy wearing a holster, and that's not always true.
Yeah, and the pointed boots weren't always true either. In fact, it was mostly they had the square toe, and they weren't hobnail. They were hide glued and sewn. Oh yeah. Good old black powder revolver right there. Those things are so cool.
I tell you what, that damn but I had a special cylinder made for it in Virginia. And I could shoot. I got 2 cylinders for it. One's for cap and ball, and the other one I put slide 38 shells in it. And they special made that thing for me at a place called Taylor's and Company up in Virginia. It cost me like $250 for the cylinder to have them make that damn cylinder. And then I had them ship it to me. for this specifically for this gun. This is a 1858 Remington.
Yeah, that would have to be a special order. I mean, you could have called up Browning in up in Ogden and said, "Hey, can you make this replica?" But I'm sure that would have been fucking stupid expensive. So
my boys laugh at me because I carry it with me everywhere I go. And I told him, I said, well, I got that Clint Eastwood attitude. I'll drop you like a wet newspaper.
see, people don't understand. It ain't about the hog leg on the man. It's about the attitude that he's got when he's got it in his hand.
Yeah, my boys laugh at me because I tote around that old gun. I don't have a modern day. I don't carry a modern day pistol with me. I carry that old 1858 with me everywhere I go.
Yep, I've been called a FUD more than once for carrying air guns like that. Matter of fact, have you ever seen this? It's dark out now, so I can show this off. You ever seen this?
I can barely see it. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it.
That's a modern day air pistol.
That's pretty sharp looking.
It'll shoot the fucking piss off a cat and scare a man straight into his ghost, I tell you. It don't look like your average little play toy. And it don't fucking weigh like your average little play toy neither. I could pull that freaking Wyatt Earp shit and smack someone across the top of the head with the gun barrel and still have a shot left over later.
And the good thing about it is black powder is not considered a modern day firearm under the modern day gun laws.
But in the state of California, any arm that utilizes a powdered propellant is a firearm.
In California?
Yep. It has to use a firing pin and a striker, but anything that utilizes powder as an accelerant is a firearm.
Okay. In South Carolina, that's considered a primitive weapon.
I should probably get my hands on it then, because state of California, this is a primitive weapon, okay, legally speaking. But this is what it shoots.
I'm like you. I love my old gun. I'd rather shoot one of them old guns any day than I would a new one, a modern one. I mean, I got some modern ones. Don't get me wrong, but I just like the black powder better for some reason or another. I don't know if it's the smell of napalm in the morning, that kind of stuff. The black powder.
Don't get me wrong. If I could carry me a freaking Colt 1911, you bet your ass I'd carry a Colt 1911 right fucking now, without a hesitation.
No doubt.
But you ask me to carry a Glock, and I'll laugh at your ass. I'll be like, "Okay, Mr. Slidebite, you have yourself a nice day."
That's one of my boys. They laugh at me because they carry the 9mm, and they laugh at me because I carry. They call that my Clint Eastwood gun. I always kept taking it around everywhere. He said, "You like old damn grandpa, like old grandpa toting that thing around." I said, "I tell you what," I said, "I guarantee you it'll change somebody's attitude real quick."
Genius, get up in here, dude. If you're gonna ask a question, ask it right. You know the role, brother.
Who?
Oh, Genius Vision. He's up north of you, up in Boston.
In Boston?
Yep. He's good people, man. He's a patriot. He loves our country. He's just, he's seen so much in his life that he's got a ton of great ideas that he doesn't know how to hold back sometimes.
What I understand, Massachusetts is all screwed up with their gun laws.
Yep.
What's that guy's name?
I checked with him. He ain't exactly happy about it.
What's that guy? Guns and Gadgets? You know who I'm talking about? I
Yep.
think he lives in Massachusetts
Guns.
because
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? He lives up there too.
because
And
he's always
he's
talking
a big old gun nut, but the laws up there, man.
because he's always talking about all the screwed up laws up there. You know
Yep.
that old place up there's done gone crazy as hell.
Mm-hmm.
And Virginia's done for. That Virginia's already turned blue. Yeah, there is no help for Virginia anymore.
Yeah, Gins and Gad, freaking. That's a genius vision over there talking about guns and gadgets.
Yeah, I believe that's his stream is Guns and Gadgets. His name's Jared, and his name Jared. But
Yeah, they don't.
he's always got information. He's got the best top of the line Second Amendment information you could ask for.
Right. At the same time, sometimes he gets a little uppity about folks when they're down in the comment section talking about the same stuff, but I can't really blame him because he uses it as a Second Amendment channel to be able to get the information out there. So, what you gonna do, right? You got to have some sort of a platform to
They're trying
talk
to
to
kill
folks.
our
But
sound again.
yeah, I know they don't like it when we talk about other channels. Did you know that? It don't matter to me, dude. I'm all about freedom of speech. You say what you're gonna say. I don't give a fuck. And if they try to strike me, dude, I will go back and I'll tell them, you know what? You ain't striking me. I strike you. I'm taking my business elsewhere. I got Twitch. I got freaking Rumble. I ain't playing no more. You ain't censoring me, huh? Let me show you some at. Wow, they even kicked him off because of this. And that's something else. They're trying their hardest, man. They don't like that I'm up here telling y'all what's up. I don't put up with that. Welcome to the war. No fear. See how that works? Go ahead and play your games, YouTube. I come back every time. And I bring the rain. What's up, genius? See, they play these games. And we tend to win.
You.
There we go. There we go.
There we go.
Whew.
So now that you can hear me, yeah, I couldn't see you earlier on the stream. You had this SOS. You were talking about the updates on the user agreement there.
What, YouTube? Do I need to boot you? Understand something. You can't hold on to what you've already lost. How's about that for a smug ass grin? That's me back when I had my clean cut. And yeah, just so we're clear, I'm going to put up the fact that guess what? We are all in agreement here. So you can be put in timeout, YouTube. We are all in agreement here. Welcome back to the stream, brother. Oh no, they did it again.
Why? What happened?
Oh, I thought I was getting feedback. I couldn't hear you.
Nah, you know what happened? I had the other window on. I had to mute out the YouTube channel. That's
I
the
see.
delay. You got like a few second delay in between, you know.
Yep.
Yeah, yo. So go back into that SOS.
All right. So it's save our speech. Basically, what I'm trying to do is to find a way that we can talk, a way that we can all speak without having to worry about censorship, having to cover ourselves or having to say things a certain way. I'm not putting up with it. That's why I was showing what I was showing earlier. Rumble, Twitch, Parlor.
what's that thing about
YouTube is a fair and balanced game. How did that work? Freaking jokers.
all right?
He's
You
back.
know what?
Hey, y'all in the chat right now, mob that chat with the freaking keywords. Let's beat YouTube at their own game. YouTube is a fair and balanced game. Logan Paul. Oh, Fluttermouse.
Yo, hold on. You need to clarify. Yo, you said something about you being some sort of advocate for the YouTube or something like this. I don't know. You speak,
All
and
right.
then there's stuff you don't say. So I'm like, yo, clarify that for me. What's up with that?
I was a YouTube originator. I helped to create the platform. Because I helped to create the platform, I'm a shareholder in YouTube, which means
What
that
was
I
your
make
role
money
in the
off of them.
creation?
Yes, I make
Yeah, but
money
I mean,
off of
aside
holding
from that,
shares.
like I could go buy some shares of a company, but like aside from that, when you say you're one of the originators, what was your direct input to the origination of the YouTube?
Okay. The comment section, you wouldn't have that if it wasn't for me.
Really?
The ability to tell people about their videos and like their videos and tell them that they're doing a good job. You wouldn't have that if it wasn't for me and about like 4 or 5 other people that I know of.
Nice. That's ill. Big ups to you for that. Yo, so I mean, you know, just like we like to trust, we like to verify. Like, is there a way you could verify that for somebody if they ever ask? Like, if I said, "Yo, this is my people," and they made sure you can make a comment on the content that you like, right? And don't fuck with them when they speak. I don't gotta verify it for them, but for me, like, is there a way that I could be like, "Yo," if they really wanted to press the subject and because they had an official inquiry into like
I
the
have the
validity of
computer
the
still.
statement.
I have the computer
But
that I
this,
built.
go ahead.
Yeah, the one that I took all the surveys on. That's up in my mom's attic. And I'm not saying which one.
I get what you're saying. So you're saying that you got the raw data on the creation of that? Like what? You were part of the
Yep.
coding, or you part? Oh yeah,
I've
you
got the
got both
raw
parts.
data, the actual all the survey material and the whatchamacallit, the page creator. Okay, so it's
Wow.
not coding, but it's a page creation code, like a codex for making a basic web page.
Yeah, you
And
didn't
that's
do
how
the
we first.
technical stuff, but you were into the design and the actual use of it, kind of like how
Yes,
it worked. Yeah, I get you. I understand. That's what's up, yo. Big ups to
that's
you.
why you
So
have
I
a
mean,
thumbs up button and a thumbs down button, because we wanted
hey,
equality.
that's good. I mean, I try not to click on content where I gotta give it a thumbs down. And then sometimes if I wanted to give it a thumbs down, that's just me, you know. But I'm real focused on how I utilize the YouTube because you can get stuck in all of the. There's so much stuff on YouTube, like
Yeah.
if you don't have a reason for what you're looking for, kind of, and then I don't know what's up with their algorithms. Oh, I got another question. What is your role with YouTube currently?
Okay, my role with YouTube currently is as a channel advocate and a creator.
So what? You're telling me you speak directly with the board?
Yep. And with the support team.
Wow, that's what's up. Um, and you're saying this like it. I mean, I got no reason to question what you're saying. You're saying this is a big thing that you're saying. I mean, I appreciate you saying it, but it leads me to all these other questions. I mean, are you ready to go there? I mean, you told me how you got into the whole prepping thing, right? But like, is there a reason that you're out here right now, like trying to work with content creators? Like, can you talk about that?
Yeah. As Americans, we have an obligation to stand up and say the hard things, to do the things that are um, less enjoyable when the situation calls for it. We have a responsibility, and that extends to all Americans. And you know, if you want to apply yourself, it does extend to the rest of the world if they so choose. And that's the nice thing about the rest of the world is they can choose whether they want to have their speech protected or censored. Here, it's not a choice. You do not censor anyone for any reason for any time at all, ever.
Yeah, but I mean, if you speak directly with YouTube, I mean, I've been here with YouTube. I haven't put content out. You know, I've just been taking it in since like I'm gonna say like on a reliable where I put in time and look at what people are talking about since maybe 2013, right? And I haven't put content out there because I'm like, well, I have stuff to share, but then when I go look and see, I'm like, I look and see somebody already shared what I might, and they did it even better. I don't need to. Like I'm at the point now where I see gaps or what's not there, and I might start sharing on that with people. But the YouTube for me has been an experience where you get this chance to see people that you'd never see otherwise. Like your guy that
Yep.
was just online now, right now, South, you know, like what's the chances someone like him, someone like myself, would be able to have a conversation about some, American type stuff? We're not necessarily, you know what I mean? That's the beauty of this place, right? But then I've also witnessed in that same time plenty of censorship. So I hear what you're saying, but I'm like, you're part
It
of
makes me
the go
it
ahead.
makes me so mad, dude. I try to go and stick up for as many channels as I can, but
Yeah, but if you
I
speak
am
to
the
the
low guy
board,
on the
like
totem
what's
pole.
going on with that? Because people like myself, like you go look at the channels I look at, like I I I go with people that study the law, not even just the legal system. Like there's certain people that you see in some of my channels, they're in the legal system, but they understand the law too, and they're pissed off, and they're not even popular in the legal community. Like the very community where they got their education, they're being censored, they're being canceled, and they're just telling the truth based off of what was written. Forget everything else. Forget the politics. Forget what people think. They're just going off of what was written. The thing that keeps all of us together, but people don't realize it. You know, because that's what guarantees the peace. You know, so it's like when these
Yep.
people start looking past that. I mean, YouTube is such a bittersweet thing. Like when you tell me you work with the board, but then I could show you so many examples of censorship. Yo, matter of fact, I don't know. When you're a guest on my page, can you go see my history? See, that's some crazy stuff. Because if you could go through my watch history and see how many videos have been taken down, deleted, um, like I can't even remember what they were because they're just gone.
Dude, that's
You know
why I
what?
started making musical playlists, because I was like, wait a minute, I just watched this video like 20 minutes ago. Why isn't it up there anymore? I love this song. And when I went back and looked, it had been taken down, but not by the creator, but by YouTube for a copyright strike. And the funniest shit was is that the guy who created the video owned all of the freaking video, all the proprietary video. He just didn't own the song.
Yeah, I see that. I mean, you see that song that I put on that one video you see on the page right now? Because I again, like, I don't like to waste my contribution. You know what I mean? And for me, it was weird, like looking at the timing of the date on the turning around of the Constitution, and the fact that I was able to grab that footage. Like, I was like, when I grabbed it, I was a little leery to share it.
Yep.
It was just, but the time frame, it, to me, to understand who commissioned that ship and what it stands for us, even in the Cater, the the current times. Hey, you know what? I got a phone call. I got a family thing going on right now. I got to take this phone call. I'm gonna mute myself out. Yo, what's up, Wolfie? I'm just gonna listen for right now, though. Let me take this call. I'll be back in a few.
All right.
All right, Wolfie. What's up,
Hey,
hon?
sorry, I got kicked out and I was trying to come back in, but it just kept giving me the loading symbol. So I was like, all right, I'll wait.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We've been having a little bit of trouble here on the stream lately because
Yeah, I don't think that's YouTube. I think that's the satellites themselves because of the storms.
possibly having
The
trouble
storms are
calibrating.
messing it. Yeah, the storms are messing with everything. So it's electrical.
Hmm.
When energy is on, let's see. I guess you could say when energy is on a warpath on a massive scale, it will interrupt everything. Just to give an example, and that's Texas. Here I'm in Arizona, and it's even affecting me on the opposite end. So,
Well, they've got one hell of an electrical storm over Texas, and
mm-hmm.
all that side. And the worst part is that what we're getting from our sun is not a lot better.
Right. It's more radiation than anything else.
Radiation is just simply electromagnetic particles that are being, vibrated really fast.
Exactly, which is not good for the human body.
Right.
It's one of those things where it's coming down, you should not be exposed to it. At
Yep.
least not for prolonged periods of time. But unfortunately, they're not telling everybody, hey, there's radiation falling, minimize your exposure to the outside. They're not telling us that.
Nope, they're not willing to tell us that
they
because
exactly it's depopulation.
no, they're actually trying to scare people into thinking that it's something entirely different so that they can utilize it for their own means. But what
Right.
what the politicians don't realize is they're actually going to end up saving a lot of people that they wish they didn't.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Because a lot of us are aware. We just kind of
Yep.
move out of the way of their bullshit. It's like we see the bullshit coming and we move.
I mean, I've got lots of friends who keep on telling me about the sun and how the sun's doing right now and what the sun's doing, and
Right. Yep.
I got a lot of politicians telling me how all this shit is just an effect of COVID-19. I'm like, well, why ain't I passed out with a seizure yet? Just a question.
Right.
Why ain't I? I've got one lung, all right, and I've got on in my throat right now. I have pneumonia, and I know I do because it's what's been messing with my throat.
Okay.
Why the hell, pardon my French, but why the hell have I not, up and died? I'm a smoker. I have one lung, and I'm constantly stressed out. So, in other words, my immune system should cause a cytokine storm.
Should. But those that are looking out for you ain't gonna let nothing happen to you.
Which is why I have no fear.
That is a proven fact. Just
yes, that is a proven fact.
Yeah, I am living proof of it personally.
You ain't the only one, shit.
Said I was under a year old sticking a friggin' plastic butter knife in a light socket in Germany. Oh yeah, I should have been dead. That was how many volts through a 1.5-year-old child? Yeah.
Probably not quite 120, but it'd still be somewhere up in the 80-volt range, and that's with the amperes and whatnot, that's enough to freaking melt the plastic butter knife and melt your fingertips right off.
Technically, at my age, it should have killed me. I was a child. All that electricity, it should have stopped my heart.
Well, like I told you.
And the thing is, I've even over the years, because of the 2 passes of severe chickenpox, not 1 but 2, because they say if you have severe chickenpox, it has the potential to make you sterile. Well, I had severe chickenpox not once but twice, and I've had 3 kids. So that I blew that out of the water. I was like, fuck you, I am not sterile.
I had chicken pox, and that wasn't what caused it.
Oh, and I also had the shingles. Here, get this. While I was pregnant, I had shingles. And that was
which means you passed on your immunity to your kids, by the way.
Oh, yeah. My kids have strong immune systems, just like I do. Because I had the viruses in my system when I was pregnant with them, so automatically they receive it. So it's building and teaching their DNA how to be stronger.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah, my dad gave my mom mono when she was pregnant with me.
Oh my goodness.
And ever since then, I've been resistant to just about everything. Ever since I was born, I mean, my body goes into fucking overdrive and kills everything. I mean, don't get me wrong, rabies been something else. I mean,
that is, yeah, that one freaks me out. I couldn't do the rabies thing. No, but the bottom line is, with all this going on, you can't forget to live, but you also can't forget that you have to stand up for your freedom to live.
Yep.
If you want to continue to live the way you're living, where you're living, you have to fight for it. Whatever means that, and you're going to have to think about it. Are you willing to fight for what you want, the way you live, where you live? Are you willing to fight with any means necessary? That's a question we're all going to have to face.
I'm not happy.
Am I willing to fight for my house if the military comes out in front of my house and tells me that I need to get out because they're tearing my house down? Am I going to stand up for my house? Am I going to fight them? Damn right. But I know that all this material stuff, all this, my home, I know all of this doesn't matter. All I need is the bare basics and my family, enough to survive for at least a month so that I can collect things as I'm out wandering. That's all I need. As long as I have my family and the bare basics, I'm good. I don't care if I live on the fucking street in an alley. As long as I've got my family, I'm golden.
Well, I'll put
And
it this
I
way.
will protect them with my life.
That there, that there, and that there. That's all I need.
Yeah, I
Those are
will fight
my
for
items. That's all I need. And it's enough.
His song, he says, put the hamster in the microwave.
Yeah, I tried to explain to people that what radiation was, and so I said, you know what? Anytime you ever want to see what standing too close to a microwave emitter will do, put a hot dog in your microwave.
Yep, damn thing will explode. See, and I believe it's the UVC rays, which is the radiation that's usually in the upper atmosphere, is actually at ground level, and that's the radiation that we're being exposed to that our bodies are not used to. So this is technically the first time they actually get to the medical arena, could actually study if anyone gets sick, how they get sick, because it's never happened before and it's never been recorded. So if people start getting sick with this radiation that we're exposed to, hey, they're learning something new that they can document, regardless of our health. It's all for science.
And that's something I don't
bullshit.
like.
It's bullshit.
They try to make it. They try to say it's it's for science, and I go, science. Science is meant to create better opportunities for the lives we live. Science is meant to improve upon previously known situations and systems. Science is there to prove theorem. It's not there to go and threaten lives.
Science is also not there without fault. Science has its errors.
Yep.
The system that we're living in this civilization, the system relies on science to prove everything. I'm sorry, but you cannot prove spirituality. So because they cannot prove it, because they cannot explain it, they're trying to eliminate it to see so that they can study those people and see just how they react without spirituality, which they have already done. That would be part of the MK Ultra bullshit. They have done that.
Sorry.
There are people that are wandering around doing this.
We got some road pirates over here trying to do things that ain't right. I'm sorry if I was disregarding folks in the
you got to be safe.
Yeah, we had some road pirates over here trying to take down somebody who's in a RV. Oh,
do you
tain't
need
right,
to intervene?
Man.
Yeah,
do you need to intervene?
No, I don't think so. It looks like it's just a simple traffic stop.
If you do need to intervene, make sure you're safe doing so, because I've had to do it before too.
Yeah.
You have to help those who need it. If you think that person needs help and you think you can help, then you need to intervene. But it's your choice.
I'd be more of a danger to them personally.
Okay.
Just because they'd pull guns and they'd get all uppity. So yeah, me getting in the middle of it might not be best.
That's why I'm saying, if you know you can be safe, if you feel that you need to, then that's on you. You have to go with what you feel.
My gut feeling tells me if I had 5 or 6 people with me, I'd go over there and do something about it. But
In your current situation, that's what you have to focus on. It's part of the
yep,
it's part of the critical thinking a lot of people have forgotten how to do. We have to make sure we're thinking not only with your head, but you also got to think with your gut. That's part of that spirituality that they're trying to take away from us.
yeah.
Follow
Like I
your
said, if
gut
I had
feeling along
four
with
or
your
five
head.
people on my six, I'd probably go and investigate. I may not get
But
too close.
in your current situation, it's not wise, right?
Right. I'm only myself right
Right.
now.
Right. That's why I was saying those are the things you have to pay attention to, because even okay, there are situations even when you're by yourself, which I've actually had to do. I was by myself, but I did have my piece on my hip. Someone was actually being attacked by 3 people. I happened to be walking by and I saw this situation, so of course I pulled my piece, made them stop, and then the cops were called. I made those people go face down. I had zip ties with me. So guess what? All 3 of them got zip tied, hog tied. I hog
Yeah.
tied them until the police officers got there. And that person that was being attacked stayed
Word.
with me. And I did that all with my piece.
See, and that's what I'm talking about when I say, you know, truth and honor. Fuck your strength, because the reality is, doesn't matter how strong you are, you can affect for better.
Right.
Um,
See, and I'm a
and
whopping 113 pounds, 100, and I'm 5'4". And I was
I'm
able to
a
take these people down because I had a piece and apparently they did not. That is the only reason I got the upper hand on that.
I'm a 6 foot tall, 160 something pound man, very intimidating looking when I get mad. But I got a single shot pistol, and it's an air gun.
See, I don't have that advantage. I'm smaller. A lot of people don't, they look at me as harmless,
You have
which
the
I use
element
to
of
my advantage.
surprise.
Exactly. So when I walked up, told them to stop, and they were, literally starting to come at me, that's when I
They
pulled
were
my
like,
piece.
"Yeah, right." And you were
That's
like,
when I
"Oh
pulled my
yeah."
piece, and yes, I made them all face down, and I hog tied all 3 of them because I had my piece, and they were not armed, but they were
See,
attacking this person. So
that's why I'm building this so that
When you
this
say
thing.
you hog tied them, you had zip ties on hand already.
yes, I go. Okay, I carry my bug out bag with me,
Oh, okay.
so
That's
I
why I'm
had
making
my zip
this.
ties in my bag, and I pulled them out and zip tied them so they could not run.
I ain't got a whole host of ammunition, or do I have my pistol fully assembled for that? It looks like they're just gonna let them by with the warning. Seems like everybody's okay, so
Okay, good.
y'all can breathe
So,
a sigh of relief.
so Wolfie, you
See,
carry open or
I've been in this
concealed?
situation. I actually here in Arizona I can do either,
Nice. That day,
but
like, were you
they're
concealed?
trying to change it here in Arizona that now we have to have a permit for conceal. But here in Arizona you can have conceal or not. They're
My,
trying to change it so we have to have a permit for conceal right now though.
you know what bugs
That
me out is that these people want you to ask permission to exercise your right.
Exactly. And I can carry my piece on my hip into any store unless they have the AR titles listed on the door that I can't.
I'm saying if you have the original title to your piece, right? Like,
Mm,
what can they do to you if they catch you with it? Like, say you're in a situation and they pat you down, and for whatever reason they had the authority to detain you, and now you have this thing on you. What can they do?
they have to get it. They have to return it to you unless you were doing something
Oh
harmful with
yeah,
it. They have
guaranteed.
to return it to you. Yes, they can disarm you. They can actually take it off of you, obviously to keep themselves safe. That's a given. I
Same
understand
here,
that. In
Callie.
order to make sure that you feel safe, they're
So
going to disarm
I
you
mean,
just to
what
make sure,
charge
but they
you?
cannot take it from you. Go ahead, I'm sorry. Oh, you're roboting.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Domo.
Yeah, I think they're cutting him out again because I can't hear him.
All right. Well, I got an asshole playing his bass at freaking maximum volume out here, so it might mess up some of our comms.
I can hear you clearly. I can't hear anything else, so you're good.
I can hear you now. That's the first thing I heard. I can
Hey,
hear you.
there we go.
Yeah, it just came back.
So,
Okay, now what were you saying?
What I
You
was,
started to say something and we couldn't hear you.
yeah, I was asking like if you were in that situation where you were carrying concealed and you
They cut his question out again.
yeah.
Damn,
Okay. So
they do
I know
not
what his
want him to
question is. I
ask.
know what his
Okay.
question is because I heard it before when you didn't. They were asking if you're carrying concealed and you have your CCW. Okay. Because in fucking state of California, where we're running the stream from, they get fucking ape shit about not having CCW. When the reality is that in the state of California, you can carry constitutionally. A lot of people don't know this, but you can as long as it's not a firearm.
See,
Yes, they
here
can.
in
They
Arizona,
can remove it.
can. No, I
Good.
think he's asking something else.
Okay. Anyways, yeah, I know what he
No,
was
and
saying. He
I
was saying
think
with
he
your
was
CC,
concealed carry.
with your concealed carry, do you have to have a CCW?
Well, obviously, you have to make sure you have your. You don't have to carry your registration for your weapon, which technically is your right for that weapon. You don't have to carry that with you. Here in Arizona, it is open carry. You can carry conceal. You don't have to have a permit or anything. But right now, they are trying to change that. If they, say for instance, if I went into a place that had the AR listing on the door that I cannot take in my firearm, and I take in my firearm, they have the right to disarm me. They have the right to detain me. But they have to release me after I think it's like 24 hours, and they have to return my piece to me. But I'm not allowed to go back into that building, obviously, because I broke their AR law.
Yeah, the trespass and whatnot.
Yes, exactly. They would have the right to do that. But that would be out of stupidity if I was to do something like that.
I mean, if it's a
Now,
public building though.
if the AR listing, if there is no AR listing on a public building that you cannot carry a firearm, if that listing is not on the door, you can go in the state of Arizona, in any building. If it's not listed, you can go in with a firearm, concealed
Matter of
or
fact,
not.
right across the river in Ehrenberg, you cannot carry a pistol, whether it's concealed or open carry, into the gas station over there because they do have that AR listing. But at the same time,
You can on the premises, but you can't in the building.
right? Like I was
My
about to
thing is
say,
if
that you can have it on your person on the outside, but as soon as you walk inside, if you have that pistol on you, you are
Yeah,
done. You're toast.
that's right.
my
And
thing
even Californians can carry constitutionally in the state of Arizona
Right.
without a license.
What were you about to say?
no, my thing is if the civil authority is able to bring theirs in the building, the people should be able to also.
There is a law that actually is
Yes.
different regarding the police, regarding city or state protection.
And I
Their
mean that
laws
brings
are
in,
actually different.
yeah, but you get what I'm saying because I've seen situations where you're in this courthouse and yeah, the cops armed, but there could be a situation that goes on, and it's like
Exactly.
this.
Then it's kind of like if the AR listing is on the door that you're not allowed to have firearms. They have the firearms on them, but they only have to. They're only allowed to attend to the scene, and then they have to leave the premises because they are armed. They're not. The law also applies to them with the AR listing. But if there is
Okay.
something going on the inside, they are allowed to go in with the firearm, but only to attend to the scene, and then they have to leave.
And also, civilians are allowed to do the same if they are in the instance of aiding and protecting a police officer while they
Correct.
are on scene.
Correct. Correct.
Yeah, but that don't
Sorry.
happen out of thin air. If you don't have your tools, you can't aid and protect nothing.
Correct.
That's why everybody carries a freaking pistol in their truck out here.
And for the places that have the AR listings, I also carry a knife with me. So I'm not carrying a firearm, which is what the AR listing is for. But if anything were to happen, I still have something to protect myself on the inside.
Yeah, because if somebody's too close, you can't pull that thing.
Right.
You
But
know,
I have
and
quick access to my knives. So
yeah, or even that. I mean, at that point, it's probably just best to be able to rely on your hands.
exactly. That's
Yeah,
where the
Yeah,
knives come in. You can't go in
never.
with a firearm, but you can go in with knives. So
Yeah, it never go into a
unless
situation
what?
that you can't come out of is what I was saying was. So if you're going to have to use your hands in that kind of a situation, don't pull a weapon that could be used against you physically.
Right,
Um,
but see, there are also places, and this is where we all, those that do carry weapons of any kind, there are places that are listed that you're not allowed to go in with any weapons. Some places are listed like that out here. So in those places, I cannot carry my knives, and if I
yep, just
am, I can be put in jail for it.
yeah, just like in the state of California, you can have a knife about your person, anything that over
Uh,
3 inches
unless it's
long
listed.
has to be exposed, but at the same time, you cannot enter any public building, any court building, or any police precinct
With
while
that,
armed with it.
right, you cannot. It's the same thing with most banks out here. You can't go in with any weapons whatsoever, and
Right.
that's a given. Why would you want to? Why would you want to put yourself in that situation? We already know what happens with banks and people trying to break the law. We know what happens there. It's just common sense. Don't go in with weapons and put yourself in that position. Because then, if they think you're going in with a weapon to try to rob the bank, yeah, you're up shit creek. Not a good idea.
Right. You actually have to be a member in good standing, or you have to have specific I think it's a specific legal backing, which is one of the
Right.
nice things about being a Minuteman. You do have that specific legal backing. You have the ability to, if you feel that there is a danger within that zone, you have the right and capability to carry your weapon as long as it is staying sheathed and holstered.
Right.
hey, so the Minutemen represent the civil guard, right?
Yes.
So that's those guys. When we look at that video that I put up there of the turning around of the Constitution, that's those guys that are sitting there with the smaller cannon. Is that them, or are they just representing the old cannon they had?
No, those are not the civil guard, genius. I don't know if you knew this, but they are the United States Marine Corps.
Okay. Oh, that's who was shooting the howitzers.
Yep.
All right, but the guys with the small gun.
Okay, the guys who are
Did you see
walking
them on the
around with
side? There
the
was one. No, they had a smaller cannon, and they fired the last shot, and they had on the old uniform. It was like
oh yeah,
olive.
those
Yeah,
okay,
not
those are
olive. It
the
was like
those are the Minutemen. Okay, those are the New
that's
York
what I
Minutemen.
mean. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Okay, they have the smaller cannon and they carry a ceremonial flintlock rifle with full bayonet, and they have the tricorn hat and the dress blues, the old school dress blues with the 76 on their hair, on their tricorn.
Yo,
That's
so
yeah, that's either the Virginia or the New York Minutemen, whichever
well,
wherever it
that's
was
up
actually
here in
taking place
Mass.
at.
That's up here in Mass, So
Yeah,
I mean,
that's New
they
York
have
Minutemen.
the Mass too. Oh, what you're saying? New York is Mass, or because I know Mass has them. Like they got their all the states have their own, right?
Yeah, Massachusetts actually contracts out to New York Minutemen because uh, up until recently they had their own militia, but then all that shit started coming down, and only the long-standing militias were lawfully so. So they actually had the long-standing militias had to contract out to the different states, which is one of the founding partnerships of the United States Patriot Army.
Okay.
The New York Minutemen, the Virginia National Guard, the Michigan National Guard, the Michigan Militia, the
Yo, you know what I like about what you're saying? I like what you're saying, but yo, if we want to make this stream like productive and historic, it'd be nice. Not right now, but like these certain things. If you could pull up the documents and the history that goes with it and share it on a
I don't
screen,
have
that
Genius. You could pull that up if you want and put it on another device. I don't have those devices, so I've only got my cell phone. But I'm more than happy to be the platform that y'all can
hold
do
on,
that
hold
from.
on. What happened, yo? You're one of the contributors of this YouTube. You got the whole thing like that was a work for hire type situation. You don't work with them anymore. You still work with like
No, I still have that computer, but it's
no, like another one.
285 fucking miles away from me, dude. I'm not exactly able to jump onto it just right now.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're not around the way.
And it's a dinosaur, dude. I'm
No, no,
using
I'm not
the
saying that computer, but I'm like, yo, the things we're talking about right now, right? It's one thing to talk
oh
about it, but it's another thing to pull up the document that authorizes what you're saying, and then we can sit there and read it on the stream, and then
Yeah,
okay.
it's the proof behind what you're saying.
Okay, the proofs behind what I'm saying, you can find them in the minutes of the militia, and you can check that out on the online. I think you can also check it out at the museums there. Um, there's a reason why I do stream. I mean, not streams. Videos called minutes of action, because that is directly correlative to the minutes of the militia, and they'll actually pick that up in the different forums, and they'll group them all together and archive it. So something to think about.
no doubt. I mean, you ever I just get into these certain types of studies where it's like we start speaking. Even myself, like I'll say stuff to people, like, and they're like, "Where?" And I'll try and drop a link, but I know that even if I drop that link, sometimes there's so much information they're not gonna get to the point that I'm trying to share with them. So it's like I'm thinking myself, like, how is it gonna be? But I see the tools we have available here with the StreamYard and thing like, so we can pull up other
Well,
screens. So
the way that Dees was able to pull up that other extra information and all those videos and whatnot last night was he had an extra appliance that he could then pull into StreamYard and be able to work it from. I can't actually pull anything else into StreamYard because I've only got the one appliance.
yeah, exactly. Well, you could do it with one. You need like maybe a laptop though. Your cell phone may be limited in that capacity, but if you had like a nice laptop like i5
I used to have
processor or
one.
better, well, I mean, yo, did you get strings for that guitar yet or
We
what?
got tweakers out here, dude. Like Fucking horrible, horrible tweakers. They go in and they break into your shit and they steal everything they can.
And just keep that thing with you all the time, yo. I don't know, like
I did.
something like that in this
I
time.
literally freaking carried it with me, dude.
Yo, those tweakers are crazy, yo. People over here, we don't like over here on the East Coast, we call them fiends because they don't have the tweaker substances. Because like if somebody opens one of those labs in one of the like in some of these areas here, it's like they can't hide, you know,
Yeah.
because eventually those people are gonna be breaking their door down. Like the fucking crime's gonna go up in that little local area. Like they're gonna know real quick where it started. But they got the classic. They got they got the straight brown. They got the straight white. What happened over there?
It was a joke.
Oh yeah, yeah. But y'all got those fucking tweakers, yo. They got the synthetic tweak. I know what you're talking about.
Straight up
But
take a
still,
fucking can of Raid and freaking dry that shit out and they'll smoke that crap, dude.
that shit's bugged out. I seen it, yo. It's sad, really.
They're like, how can I kill more brain cells? I'm like, tell you what, run headlong into that wall over there. If it doesn't give you a buzz the first time, do it again.
If you find some tweakers over here, more than likely they're dealing with the crystal thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But they don't got that black tar over here like they got over there. Like those guys, yeah, they're the fucking diehard, yo. If they don't got their thing, they're gonna fuck everything up until they get their thing, and that's just what it is. I know. It's,
Yeah.
it's sad,
Can of
yo.
freaking
Like that shit's
black
all
flag
over, yo.
raid.
That shit's ruined the work for.
You're up in here, Song. What's up, brother?
Does that look like it's 3 inches long?
I used to do my thing.
No.
That's the Braveheart special.
What's going on, Song?
Let me ask you all this. Does this look like it's 3 inches long?
That's the Braveheart special.
This right here, this is what they call a cane sword. Thing's so damn thin you could cut your name into, but at the same time, it's a sword.
That's all I got with me right now. Just enough.
People don't realize that you don't have to have a firearm for something to be deadly.
Right?
That doggone sword right there take a man's head off.
This would take a man's
Yes,
head
you
off.
got
I've
that.
seen it done.
Yeah.
It's pretty
Like I said,
gnarly.
That's what
You
I'm
pull the
talking about.
Braveheart
Some
special.
reliable work that right there.
Yep, I got
Yep.
my baby.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
this is my small baby.
That makes you feel nice and
See,
secure when you go out around the way.
Wolfie. That's why I got this right here.
Yep.
You was holding out, showing off the air thing like
Like, as you can see, it is a air gun. Matter of fact, look at this.
My holster. I carry it with me everywhere I go.
That's pretty cool.
Yep.
See that?
Like I said,
That's where this is going to
carry
come
it with
in.
me.
See these two things here. You got this thing. This fits right inside of here. Okay. So you got your 25 caliber barrel, like so. Goes right in there. Okay. Then you got this. That's your 25 caliber magazine.
Yep.
And that's your 17 caliber there. And that's your 17 caliber magazine. So I've
Yep,
got
you
two
gotta be
alternating
protected.
barrels. I got two alternating barrels. I've got the whoa.
Anybody home?
Hey,
Hey
can you
there,
hear?
Stone.
This
Knock knock,
Wolfie?
brother.
Yep.
I was going to ask you if you had some oceanfront property in.
Not yet, but I think I will soon.
Very soon.
I hate to say, but I'm working on that.
Haha, there it is. Gold.
Because that slow slip is definitely happening and increasing. So I'll
Yeah.
have oceanfront property in no time.
Like I done told you, I'll keep on bringing you back up here. So as long as you stick around, brother.
Oh yeah.
I've always heard that term.
So yeah, I've got the Intimidator, right? That looks like a real pistol. It'd definitely make you think twice. Do I really want to fuck with this guy? And then if that don't work, I got the killer. That's a 10.5-inch barrel.
That's insane.
Yo, how many feet per
Shoot.
second on that?
975.
Oh, yo, that thing's moving, huh? Yeah. So what? That's compressed air, or you gotta pump that?
Um, it's a pump, as you can see,
It's a single pump or multiple?
a multi, and it's also modified. It's kind of hard to see. I'm gonna see if I can get you up in there. Look at that, right there. That hole allows for that hammer to slam forward with enough force to be able to discharge the entirety of the air in it. That can create a dieseling effect, and with enough compression, it can create the same effect as a black powder gun.
Huh.
Just a little bit less powerful.
That's what's up. Yeah, that's around the same feet. Like the black powder's like 1,200 or so. Somewhere around
Yep, somewhere around 1,200 feet per second. Um, when I shoot my 50 caliber with a drop of WD behind one of them slugs, it's moving at about 1,100 to 1,500 feet per second.
there. Huh.
And I could tell that because, you take the shot and you wait to hear the bullet hit down, and then you hear the echo, and you could time it. You watch the bullet hit down, you wait for the sound of the bullet hitting down, coming back to you, and then you wait for the echo after that, and it can give you a relative time of how fast your bullet's moving.
Huh.
So I did the math, and it's between 1,300 and 1,500 feet per second
So how
when
many
I'm
pumps
shooting
you
with a
gotta
diesel.
how many pumps you gotta get to that though?
Well, it depends on which gun. The 22, it's 20 pumps, and it's ready to rock. With my 50 caliber, it is 300 something pumps from a dead zero. And that thing's got 5 to 8 shots before I got to pump it up again. And then, from there, it's only like 20 pumps.
That's right. Yeah, that's where you gotta be good with that single shot.
Oh, dude, I'm scary good with a single shot.
Can't waste that one shot.
I trained myself to think in terms of I have seconds to live.
How many seconds does it take to do 20 pumps?
About 4.5 seconds. If you're doing it fast enough, yeah, it's about 4.5 seconds. You can get about 2 to 5 pumps per second. Like here, watch.
And how many feet per second you got right there? Is that really gonna like right there? Like, what are you good?
This
25
one,
yards, 15 yards?
this one's good out to about 75 yards
With 20
accurately.
pumps?
No, with about 20.
Yeah.
75 yards accurately. Um, it's got enough oomph that about 15 to 25 yards, it'll kill a human being, which I don't ever want to find out.
No, I mean that's why I gave you. I'm thinking about what you're talking about. Yeah.
But here's the rub about air guns. They operate kind of like a sniper rifle. And that is to say that the bullet comes out of the barrel quite slowly, and it tends to speed up midway through, which is really weird. So you gotta be at least like 4 to 5 foot away before it's actually got enough oomph to kill.
Huh.
Which is why I'm very calculated about pulling that gun out. It's not one of those things where I'll show it off, yeah, sure,
You pull that
but
gun
I'm
out
not
in the
gonna
wrong
shoot something
place, that
point
shit'll
blank.
get you killed, yo. Don't even
Yep,
pull that shit out.
yep. That's
Somebody
why I don't
chilling
pull
like
it out
Wolfie
unless.
with bad intention, you all done in that 4.5 seconds, like that is like what's there is done and the next one's coming, like the whole fucking thing.
Yeah, see, the thing is I'm never gonna have a shootout with Wolfie. She'd probably
No,
mess my shit up anyways.
I'm not saying Wolfie, but I'm saying somebody like with like that style, you know what I mean? And like you're all like, but then that brings me
Uh,
back to this whole thing about the whole Second Amendment. Yo, I got so many questions for you because you keep telling me about this YouTube and the bored people and thing, and I'm like, they only let you carry an air thing, and you're about liberty. Like, where's your liberty, yo? Like, I mean, what do you know?
Makes me want to cry, brother.
Well, yeah, what's the problem? I'm not gonna
When I
front. I
was a
was
young man,
what?
um, somebody threatened my daddy right in front of me, and I'm I'm not a proud man as far as it goes around. Or when somebody's okay, let me put it this way: I'm a very proud man, but I'm not gonna step on my dad's toes. So when this guy threatened my dad, all I could do was walk away in tears and not fucking beat the shit out of him. So I ended up about a mile and a half away at an AA center where I was going for, at the time I was a heavy alcoholic. And so I was trying my damnedest to just try and moderate myself, make it so I'm a moderated alcoholic instead of fucking stupefyingly binge drinking. Um, Anyways, long story short, I show up there and I'm talking to my sponsor, and I'm talking about, how could this go differently and whatnot. And then I finally just get so pissed off, I fucking slammed my fist into the wall. Well, unfortunately, there was a Karen about. And this Karen proceeded to call the police. And those scratches on my knuckles, the police decided to take my ass into the loony bin. Without actually taking on, what was going on. Oh, hey, Song, thank you, brother. If you feel like you want to come back later, or if you wake up in the morning and I'm still here, feel free to come back. Okay. In the meantime, you have yourself a good night, bro. Anyways, as I was on about, yeah, they held me for 14 days, and because the statute in the state of California is that anybody who has been held under lock and key for 14 days is considered to be a danger to themselves and others. That's the 5150-56 Baker's Act. You cannot ever in your life ever again purchase, operate, or own a firearm.
Yo, this word firearm, how do they defend it? Define it in their statutes. Because
Okay, the statute states anything that utilizes a firing pin to strike a priming material.
out there, what do they
Which
call it?
then,
RSA? Do you know the RSA? Like, this is where I'd want you to pull up the document and be like, yo.
let me finish because this is, yes, I know the RSA.
Yeah.
Okay. It's actually the Title 14-127.
Excellent.
That number is going to come up quite a bit, folks.
127, huh?
Yep. Title 14-127. California Code. And that's a CC. It states that that a firearm is defined as any projectile weapon which utilizes a firing pin to strike a priming material that then ignites an explosive charge of powderized accelerant. And see how very specific they get on this. Okay. And there's a reason behind it, because air guns are legal for everyone to own in the state of California. And they didn't want there to be any misconception between the two distinctions, because I'll define the air guns next in 128. So, anyways, to force a projectile from a barrel with the ability to cause lethal damage to an individual. Okay? An air gun is defined as any weapon which utilizes a valve to then relay a pressurized gas to a projectile, which then accelerates that projectile from the barrel. Now, they do not put any distinction on, impellants or explosives or dieseling, because the reality of it is that's all manufacturer's design. It has to be according to manufacturer's design. Okay. Any air gun can be dieseled. That's part of manufacturer's design. So legally speaking, as long as it's an air gun, it doesn't matter what you put in it.
Do you want the good news or the good question?
Good news.
All right. The good news is that there are devices they have that are outside the scope of that CC, RSA, whatever it was you were just quoting from right there, right now. That's way more scarier than even
That,
your
that's the
traditional.
CCFL, by the way,
They're not in
California Code
everyone.
for Firearms Law.
Like these things aren't like commercially available, but the examples you can see them at the highest level. But then if you know something, you can do. It's crazy. But I'm not going to talk about that stuff. And then the good question is, right? What happens when the state legislature makes legislation that abridges one's rights that are guaranteed to them already from the beginning of them even having a chance to draft some legislation?
The
Well,
constitutional rights and the Declaration of Independence cannot be changed.
there's that, and there's also the California Constitution, state reciprocity law, and the California right of legal arm. So this is hails back to the 1880s when California became a state, that all states must adhere to the United States Constitution, and that the state of California is no exception.
I
No
like that.
state is an exception. No
Right,
state can go against it. So
right.
when those states do try, they're pushing
Ex-
to see if you're going to consent and allow them to do it. Now, if communities, I'm just going to say this, plainly, if communities are allowing, even with, duress, if they're allowing their firearms to be taken away from them because they're abiding by the intimidation, that's exactly what this
Actually,
is they're buying into the intimidation, then they are
there's a duress law in
consenting.
the state of California. You are not allowed to remove any man, woman,
Yes,
or
but
child of their
we're
rights
applying,
under the action of duress.
right. But I am referring to every state, not just California.
Okay.
Okay, now every state under duress, if you give in to the intimidation, because that's all it is, it's a bluff to see if you're going to give up your firearms. Because the moment you give them up, you consent. You allowed that to happen. You did not stand up for your known rights in the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. They cannot. They cannot.
I missed what you were saying because they, as soon as you started speaking at the beginning, Wolfie, my stream just it got interrupted. I just
See
want to
what
let
I
you.
mean? They intervene.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
they
for
don't
sure.
want you
Because
to
you were
hear.
talking the truth. I know you were because I heard the start.
Yes.
They don't want you to hear that.
What I
What
was
Wolfie's
saying
got to
is
say.
when any state, any country, doesn't matter, anywhere in the world, if they push against the communities with intimidation, saying we have the right, you have to give up your firearms, if those people do give them up, then they consented. They were not paying attention to the fact that their constitution or constitutional rights and their Declaration of Independence is their right to not give up their firearms. But if you consent, you consent.
Consent of the
You,
governed.
right. You have
Right.
to know your rights. Read your
So,
Constitution, keep it with you. Have a piece of paper with the Declaration of Independence on it at all times. You must know your rights and stand for them. They can't push if you know your rights. They won't take
and
it if you know your rights. But if you don't
you
know your
also
rights and you consent, then you just gave it up.
you need to know British Admiralty law as well, which in the state of California trumps California constitutional law for some fucking weird reason.
Only if you contract to allow it, because it's just like what Wolfie just said. If you
Well,
agree
the
to it,
problem is that in the state of California, it is not a republic, although we call ourselves a republic. It is a democracy,
Have you
which
sworn
means
an oath?
they are ruled by the masses, by the Constitution.
That sounds
The
like
state,
socialism.
yeah, the
And we're in a
state, the
republic. Last
state,
time I checked.
state laws do not override constitutional and Declaration of Independence. Just saying.
I know.
Thank you,
And
Wolfie.
okay, I know this.
Yeah.
We're awake. The problem is, welcome to California, home
Yo, I
of the
used to stay
fucking
out there,
pothead.
yo.
And
I
this
stayed
is
out there
when,
almost 3 years, you know.
yeah, see, and this is what I'm trying to tell you, Blaine. When the Californians realize that the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence cannot, and I repeat, cannot supersede the state laws. Californians are not paying attention. They are pissed off, but they are not acting on their constitutional and Declaration of Independence rights. They're thinking and believing by intimidation, they're believing the bullshit that's being shoved in their face about the California laws. I'm sorry. The Constitution and the Declaration of Independence supersede that.
Yep.
So you
And
guys
I
need
think
to remember that and stand up as a mass against that shit. The other states
it started
around
off.
you are watching and we're waiting. But you guys got to stand up first in numbers.
I think it started off with these idiotic sovereign citizens thinking that, because this exists, no matter what they write, we'll still be able to turn around and say something later. Problem is if you're on record saying something, you're on record saying something.
Right. I ain't got nothing to hide. Go ahead, come get me.
Right.
I'm in
Which is why
Peoria, Arizona. Come on, bring it. I know my
I
rights.
used the British Admiralty clause that any man who turns his back in an open court holds the court in discontent and disdain, and therefore is not welcome in said court, and the said court is not welcome to judge.
Right. And if you know your constitutional rights, when a police officer approaches you to try to make sure you put your mask on, and he tells you he's going to arrest you, if you know your laws, you're going to be spitting your laws in their face, and technically they would be breaking the law by arresting you. So therefore, you can go back after them.
Well, that's
Yep.
the whole thing right there, because I've been in that
You
situation
have to
plenty of
know your
time.
laws. Yep, know your
You,
laws.
you can know the law, right? But like, you know,
They're going to make it
Apply it.
difficult. Yeah, they're going to make it difficult for all of us. But as long as you know your laws, they cannot keep you at all. They can make it difficult for you. They can make living difficult for you. Yes, I know. I've been there. I've done that. I'm doing that.
they don't. When someone like myself, they pull me over and then I start speaking, they don't even believe it. How about that?
Right.
They like the stuff I'm saying is above their pay grade. I'm asking them to bring out the
Exactly.
brass because they don't have enough law training to even have a discussion with me about what it is they're doing and why, it may not or really doesn't apply to me and that they need to like stop right now because they're causing me damages. They don't understand these things.
Exactly. It's like, okay, they're pulling you over for this, and they say that you're breaking this law. Okay, well, show me how I'm breaking this law. Prove it to me.
Exactly.
Okay. See,
You cannot accuse me unless you have proof.
I've got
Exactly.
an instance for y'all. The sheriff the other night was telling me about how, do you understand that in the state of California you can't have a firearm on your person exposed? And I said, sir, it's not a firearm.
I
And he
heard
goes,
about
do you
that.
understand that the facade itself doesn't matter if it's a firearm or not? The facade itself is a crime. And I said, do you understand that that makes absolutely no sense and is actually constitutional? He said, I do. And I said, good, because
They want to know if you know your laws.
I'm going to request that you cease and desist, sir, and follow through with the original call, which is why you are here, which is to overlook and judge and alarm.
Right. Right. See, they're always testing us because if you don't know your laws, you're going to consent. Know your laws. Know your rights.
I do have to
But
consent to having the gun taken off of me.
never forget your spiritual rights as well. You have the free will to make a decision to do anything. You just
You do
have to
have
be
to
aware of what
consent.
you're doing is right or wrong.
Lawfully speaking, in the state of California, if you are carrying a firearm or an air gun, they do have the right to take it off of you while they question you. But once you have established that you are a lawful citizen, they have to return you your equipment.
Yes, they do. Unless you're doing something wrong.
Yeah,
Lawful
unless you are
citizen.
doing an illegal act.
A
Right.
Which,
citizen
I mean,
aware.
no, not an illegal act, an unlawful act. There it is, an unlawful act.
What were you saying, Genius?
When you say this word citizen, it makes me a little like the like I have to be real specific because we say this word citizen. And I'm like I said, a citizen of where?
America,
Right.
your natural person. That's the
Okay.
difference.
Ooh, I actually
You have
Our
to
found
know the
I actually found
terminology.
I actually found something out differently. Yeah, a long time ago, I actually found this out, and it kind of blew me away. Technically, everybody who is born in the United States is not a citizen,
Yep. 100% right.
unless you go in and you take the oath, then you are a
That
citizen. Otherwise, you are a squatter, and they can literally take your home that you have bought and paid for. They can take your home and take your land away from you, unless you have taken that oath and you are a citizen.
well, yes
Wolfie,
and no.
on
When I
point with
found
it.
that out, that
On
blew my
point with it.
mind.
But
Okay,
That
now
remember,
blew me away when I found that out.
do
Wolfie,
you understand
remember,
why I went and I swore the oath now?
hold on.
Yep.
What oath did you swear? They got all different oaths for all different office, all
The
different positions.
The,
Minuteman's oath
That's
of
different.
service.
Yeah, that's different. That's not U.S.
that's
citizen.
different. That's
That
not a
was
U.S.
before there was a
citizenship.
U.S. citizen possible for you to swear an
Okay.
oath to.
The thing
Yeah,
is that you
that
have
still
to be a
exists, by
U.S.
the way.
citizen first, which means you have to go through that oath before you can swear the Minuteman's oath and then re-swear it every 6 to 12 years.
Hold on, you're confusing me now because there's a clear distinction between a U.S. citizen and a citizen of the United
Okay,
States of
the
America.
Right,
not the U.S.
right.
Okay, not U.S. citizen, not citizen of the United States of America. Those are corporations. American citizen. In order to do this, you have to swear this particular oath, and then you can swear your oath of Minuteman service. Now, do you understand why I've sworn these oaths?
No, I get the Minuteman service, but to me, the Minuteman is under the Republic because that's where it comes
It
under.
is.
Because I can see militia in my state constitution. You go pull up the mass constitution over here, like it talks about, so that is a right of the people to maintain that. But the oath to be part of the corporation, because if you go into you know CFRs, or you go into like I'm going to say like maybe 18 USC and you look up the definitions and you look up United States, it says a federal corporation. So that's not the
Okay,
states
You
united.
you are correct.
the oath.
There's an oath for the citizenship of the United States, and then there's the citizenship to the United States itself.
Yeah,
And
One
then
is a
there's also
corporation
the
and one
oath.
is not. When I found that out, I was like, this is bullshit.
see, this is if
Okay,
we were doing a show or something, you got to pull them up so people can see. We have that on the
Yeah,
screen.
I need
there's
to find
also
that because I found that a couple years ago, so I'll have to find that again.
okay,
It's
there's also
important.
the
So
oath
technically, nobody
to
is
the
a
United
citizen
States
unless
of
they.
America and the oath
That is the
of
corporation.
the oath of the American citizen. Now,
Right.
the United States of America, if y'all know, this oath was actually said up until recently in schools. It's called the Pledge of Allegiance.
They took that away a long time ago.
Yeah, they took it away
when I was a
because
kid.
they
Yep.
took it
They
away because it's a salute to the republic, and they want everyone to be part of the corporation, which
Well,
is
And
a
no,
see,
the
whole
that's the
different
reason
thing.
thing.
the reason they claimed they took it away is because they did not want to make any of the other citizens of the United States who are not American, they didn't want to make them feel left out. So they took the Pledge of Allegiance out of the schools.
Okay, but here's the
That is
thing:
why.
the Pledge of Allegiance
Hold on, hold.
is
I want to go back to what Wolfie said real quick. I gotta like compress what you said real quick because you
Okay.
said you were saying that it didn't include the people that were United States citizens. Is that what you're saying? So because of that,
The American okay. The Pledge of Allegiance was actually created by Americans themselves. Okay, then a lot of the immigrants came in that had their own religions. The Pledge of Allegiance is based out of the Bible. So, because of that, it was offending some of the other religions, the other cultures that came into the United States that are now citizens. So, they took it out. Their claim was so that they did not offend the other United States citizens
well.
that were not
See, they took
American.
for that
I'd
reason they
like to
took
look deeper
God.
into that one. I
I'll,
like
I'll,
They
what
I'll
took
you're
have to
saying. I
I'll
God.
hear
have
what
to
you're
pull it
saying.
up and I'll have to pull it up and I'll show you because I
All right,
remember when they took it out of the schools, that was the reasoning they gave us.
Yeah,
cut
that's
the
what
But
they
cut it
gave
right
I'll
us,
now.
but
find
I
it.
wonder
I'll
the
find it.
real reason. You know what I mean? Like I hear
That's
the
not
official reason,
exactly.
but then
That's
the
not
real
the
reason.
I'll mute.
exactly. That was
I
not
don't
the
like to
real
think
reason,
this.
but that's the reason they gave us.
I'll mute you
Oh,
both
thank
just to
you
be
for
able
that,
to
though.
say the right fucking words.
Go
My
ahead.
bad, yo.
Okay,
It's you. You got the floor, yo. My bad. I'm about to mute myself right now.
this is the situation. They took God out of the Pledge of Allegiance. They did not take the Pledge of Allegiance out of the schools until recently. Okay. The reason they took the Pledge of Allegiance out of the schools is because they made the argument, why are you pledging an allegiance to a flag? We used to pledge allegiance to the United States Constitution, which is a whole different story. That is the oath of the American citizen and the United States citizen in one go. Now, I am going to recite it for you. I pledge allegiance to the flag and to the Constitution of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all. They took God out of it, and I don't approve of that because that's how I used to say it. Okay? Now, I'm going to say it again the way I used to say it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands and its constitution, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So help me God.
Right.
Okay, can we all agree that that is the situation now?
That is yes. The
Okay,
excuse they gave
Yeah,
us was
I
not.
I I yield.
that
Y'all have fun.
that yeah that sounds. I mean, but remember what Wolfie said because the official story, you know, and it
Who
all
gives a
goes to
rat's if it's the official story? It's not
it's
the
the same
lawful
thing
story.
though.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes, yes,
exactly.
we understand that, but he was asking what the story was that they gave us. So I was telling him what the story was that they gave us, the lie
That's
that
the
they told
reason
us
they
as to
took
why.
God out of it.
Right.
That's
Yeah,
why I was
well,
pointing out the reason why they took it out of the schools was because why are you
Yeah.
actually pledging
Yeah. We
allegiance
know.
to
We
a
know. We
flag?
know the real reason they took it out. We
Okay.
definitely
hey,
know the real reason,
hey,
Yeah.
I
but that's
learned an
not what they
instant.
told everybody.
They told everybody, why are you pledging allegiance to a flag? It's not your country or your kin or your countrymen. Now, here's the problem is that following the flag is the Constitution
Right.
and the republic for which it stands. And that's why I get just all kinds of worked up about it. It it gets me so freaking riled when people try and say things that I know are not fact and I know are not even what was said because guys, this is
Exactly.
serious. All right? They tried
Exactly.
to take it away from us because of a flag, not because of um what the actual oath means. And what the actual oath means is I am an American citizen and I am unfortunately a United States citizen. And I say unfortunately because that is a corporation built upon the principles of the American system.
Correct.
You ever see what happens when you bring up God in court?
Oh,
Oh,
they get mad, boy.
yeah. They actually they did that to me because I actually brought it up in court when I was going through my divorce proceedings. Oh yeah, they got mad at me.
Yo, they don't want to
Oh,
hear
dude.
nothing about God up in that spot.
I lost
Yeah,
my shit
I
on the
brought.
judge and I said, "Do you see that constitution behind you?" And he said, "Which one?" And I said, "The one that's actually the most important, the one that says the Constitution of these United States of America." And when he saw me do that, I was like, "When you swore an oath, did you say one nation under God or did you say one nation?" And he said, "Well, I said one nation." And I said one nation under God, indivisible, which means that if you try to divide me on this, you're going to have a fight. At that point, he shut the fuck up and just kept on going with it. He's just like, okay, you're right, Mr. Price. We apologize.
And you know what's crazy though? What you were saying was right, but you got more power under your state constitution than you do under the federal one. Because if you go into any of these district courts, they don't
The smaller.
recognize your inalienable rights. You're a civil entity if you go into the federal district courts because they're not
Which is
Article 3 courts.
why
Right.
it's so pertinent to know your state constitution, specifically the tenets which state that no constitution of any state within the union may conflict, negotiate against, or negate any right or tenet within the Constitution of the United States of America.
Yeah.
I yield.
No, you right on. But you know what's going on? These people, like again, there's legislation that can be pointed out right now that goes against exactly what you said. And people live by it and believe it and they put their fucking mask on right now. And even the people that wrote their order for the mask know what you said and they wrote the fucking escape route if you read the wording on their notice. You know what I mean? They said it like they can't tell you it's an absolute thing. It's like it's a mandatory advisement. You get what I'm saying? And if you listen to but they can't tell you that oh, if you don't wear your mask, we're gonna put you in prison because they know that would be abridging your God-given rights, and they'd be going against the very document that allows them to have authority. You know, there's
Right.
some places they don't even have that check and balance. You know, like I feel like where I'm at, these people got a little bit more training. You know, when I go other places, I see how the local government is. Sometimes it's more training, but sometimes it's a lot less, you know. So they'll just do some stuff just because they got the position. They'll just write the thing up, and they'll throw it up on the wall, and everyone believes it because they just used to believe in it. Just like, they got these things about going in the courthouse, and they want you to disrobe yourself and get rid of your communication devices, and really it's because they're committing fraud. I mean, I'm not gonna say that absolutely because they got courts over here where people were utilizing recording devices to alter the outcomes of cases, to intimidate
Can I say one
witnesses
thing?
and do stuff.
In the state of California, this is a lethal weapon. You may not carry it into a courtroom.
What?
Yep.
You know something? Like, there's people that got their hands registered. What about that?
Yeah, when I go into a courtroom, I have to be in good spirits. If I'm in bad spirits, I have to leave the courtroom immediately. Oh, and it's your hands are never registered. What it is that you are recognized as a mixed martial artist or a martial artist,
or a
and
boxer, you know.
yeah, and they have that connotation on your record.
Yeah,
I don't like to be labeled regardless. I'm not a
for
label,
real.
I'm a person.
Yeah,
I am
not a
not my
the
record.
woman or the man, yo. That's how I look at it, yo. Out here, you're the woman or the man. That word person, like you can't be the natural person. But even
Exactly.
you said,
They want you to be a number and a name, and that's well, when it boils down to it, we're nothing but numbers, which is why everyone has social security numbers.
yeah,
You're a
it,
number. You're not a name. You're not a person.
I'd put I'd put my ID up here just so that you could see exactly who I am, but that's not a smart idea on a live stream.
yeah. You
I
don't gotta
really
do
would
that.
though. I'd show y'all because I trust y'all. I just don't trust everybody in the chat. Sorry, Tom.
I don't know. Tom hasn't he hasn't said anything that's not correct so far. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, let me put it this way. Tom's one of my trolls. Okay, he
Oh
comes
yeah.
around and he talks a lot of crap all the time. I I, I
Yeah, I see
razz
that.
him, but I still love him. All right. At the same, if I was to actually go and put my information up there, it could be used against me by somebody else. So
Yeah.
we're not
It's
going to
not
let
Tom,
that
it's the
happen.
third party people, it's the platform. And yo, that's one thing coming in the future. Yo, I still got more questions for you about your involvement with this YouTube thing because that's a real big thing you're telling me about here. And it's like I understand your involvement, right?
Use
But
your mic, D.
I understand your involvement based off of what you told me, right? Told us here. But I mean, you're out here as an advocate. I'm still trying to understand why you're out here right now doing what you're doing. Cause yo, you've been out here streaming how many
Okay,
hours now?
this is why I'm streaming. I'm trying to reach as many people as I possibly can, telling them, "Hey, I'm blowing the whistle. All right, time out, motherfuckers. You fucked up. Plain and simple. When you try to censor somebody's speech, when you try to violate the tenets of the United States Constitution in my videos, if you try to act against an American citizen in the manner which they are accustomed to, that is a violation of their pursuit of happiness. And if you do so in my presence, I'm going to ouster you. I told them this when I first started. They have been continuing to do so, which is one of the reasons why I'm still streaming. I'm trying my hardest to reach as many people as possible.
Yo, so when we were going back to the other day with these people that were questioning your credentials and all this other stuff, right? Is that connected to your current endeavor?
No, this is entirely something I woke up to.
So what's your end goal?
My end goal is to try and move as many of my friends and my acquaintances here on YouTube over to Rumble and to Twitch. Because as I see it, you know what? $50 ain't worth trying to fucking censor me or censor my family or my friends.
Yo, but you know what I came to the realization about YouTube? Like, yeah, YouTube created this platform, but they don't really own the content on the platform. They just have put themselves in a position where they're able to monetize off of the use of the platform. And I feel like they've been more than compensated for the development of the platform. There's some maintenance involved, but it's kind of like the people own the platform now because it's the content of the people that drives the platform. It's considered like a public place. And, you know, previously these types of platforms were considered immune from being susceptible to lawsuit for censorship and all this stuff. But when they cross the line, like they have a government nexus because they're protected, right? But when they come across and start censoring stuff for their own in-house policy, absent of the law, it's almost like the immunity that was granted to them through that law, like because it's a public place and they have the government nexus, it's like I don't know if they still have that immunity because a
Genius,
lot of my videos
you
on
gotta
YouTube
talk
are
into your microphone, brother.
whoa, you can't hear me like that, huh?
Nope.
It sounds distant when you're further away from me, but when you're closer, we can hear you better.
And
So
that's actually
how
one
much?
of the reasons why you see a lot of live streamers sitting down with their microphone over their head. All right. It's not because they don't want to walk around, it's that they don't have ambient microphones, which every cell phone is installed with.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm using a real specific mic here because I'm in this
Yeah,
environment right now. But how
Yeah,
much
see,
did you get
you
out of
gotta
what I
use your mic.
said?
pretty much nothing. I'm sitting here nodding because I can hear little tidbits and I'm like, yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, that sounds right.
All right, so basically, what I was trying to say, right, is that because YouTube is a public place, because the content on YouTube is from the public,
Wow, they're censoring him now because they don't want him to say it. All right, y'all. This is what I mean. Move to Rumble.
can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
They don't want people to know the freaking content on YouTube is lawfully belonging to the creator, not to the platform, which is one of the reasons why if people watch your videos and they have um, advertisements on your videos
Great revenue.
and you voice that, they'll try and take the advertisements off because they don't want to pay you. It's one of the reasons why I got into a stink with them, and I actually get paid $50 a month to advocate and to be a shareholder. Now I'm losing all my money right there.
Yeah, I don't. When I go on YouTube, I don't even want to see ads, and I don't expect to make money from putting content on YouTube directly. Like, if later, for me, YouTube's just like a platform where people can share stuff. But if you have something of value, you probably also have a home base for it, and that's where the real people that know what they're doing, they're living. You could do it off of YouTube, but because
See,
they've decided to act as a publisher and censor things, it's like you can't even trust the platform like that. Like I'm happy to be sitting here talking with y'all, but and
that's
you
why
know,
fairly soon all of my live streams are going to be going to Rumble, guys. That's what I'm saying. They're going to be going to Rumble. They're going to be going to freaking Twitch.
hey, where's the headquarters for YouTube?
Well, there's the local hub in California. There's a couple of different ones. There's one in Sacramento, and then there's one down in LA. Um,
That that's the headquarters. Like,
no, that's what's called a
They're also trying to move the headquarters to Texas.
yeah.
well,
That's
my
what
thing is go ahead.
they don't call that the headquarters. The headquarters is actually in Delhi, India.
Really
Yeah,
interesting. They must have did that because knew they were doing some illegal shit. But regardless of what, right? If they're incorporated or they're doing business
talk about censorship.
like
Yep. Where's he coming from?
Boston.
As in state. Oh, okay.
Yeah, but you know what they're doing? The ISP sits there. They monitor. I saw this box you can get, right, and it makes it where your ISP can't even see the packets going in and out, and then stuff like what we keep witnessing here, they can't even do. You know what I mean? It'll just give you. I'm gonna find the link for that thing and send you all. It's like it's under $100 for the thing. You plug it up in your thing and you let your router go through it, and everything is good after that. Secure connection because it's
Yeah, I got you. You're talking about a separate, it's a separate modem, but it's not.
yeah, kind of like a repeater that like makes it where your
Yeah,
data in and out is not visible.
yeah. So what it does is it scatters your ISP, your what you call it, your number, your computer number.
Yeah,
Makes
obviously,
it
like
harder for
law
you to track.
enforcement.
Yep.
You already know if they set a sting thing up on your thing, they're gonna see everything anyways. You know.
Right, right. All they got to do is tap into everybody's phones and everybody's computers because they can tap. They will have a backdoor on everything. All
Yo,
they got
that's
to do
such
is
a
And
tap in if they
national
can tap in.
security problem, yo. I swear, yo, the fact that all of
It's in every bit of technology we have.
it's a national
right, they do
security
have a
problem.
they have a backdoor into every bit of technology that they have, including any internal electronic devices. You know what those
Right.
are?
Yep.
Okay. I want to point out that you can create your own personal backdoor into any device, including internal electronic devices.
Yes,
And
you
this is a
can.
known fact for anybody who does what I used to do, which is hacking.
You can also create your own Faraday cage out of your home so that your stuff is actually blocked until you choose to use it.
Yep.
It takes a bit of elbow grease, but you can create your home in as a Faraday cage.
Believe it or not, that's one of the reasons why I like the mobile homes.
Yep.
They're really easy to make that way. Um, but I wanted to point out that I just downloaded Twitch during our live stream, so I don't have my Twitch account up yet. Okay, but I do have my Rumble account up, and you can find that at Blaine the Guard at rumble.com. Okay, so yeah, I do. I've already got my Rumble set up. I'm getting pretty tired of YouTube's BS and their censorship. I've always said I'm an advocate for free speech, and if anyone ever censors free speech on my platform, I will leave it faster than a freaking tornado going through the middle of a damn Texas town.
Hey, one of my peoples over here got a nice lawsuit right now going against Twitter.
Wouldn't be surprised.
And
They
and they
freaking
tried
they
to shut
deleted
it
me off of
down.
Twitter.
Twitter tried to shut it down, right? And the judge let the case stay open. This is what going on. You seen Dr. Shiva?
Dr. Shiva.
Yo, he was on Mike Lindell's, yo. He's from MIT, right? And I know
Hmm.
this guy, but literally, he's got a case open right now. He was up for Senate over here, and because he was independent, they would not allow him to debate in the political debate when he was going up for Senate. He was going up against Elizabeth Warren over here, and he was speaking the truth back then, you know. And because he was independent and not one of the parties, they wouldn't let him into the main debate that was covered by all the media over here, you know. And it became a thing where even the newspapers were making fun of him that he couldn't get into the debate. They were like poking fun at because he's independent, because he was a legit candidate. You know, he was on the ballot, but he wasn't with their thing, you know, and because of that. So now with the voter thing going on, he came up with all this other. Go look it up. Have you seen the Mike Lindell thing?
I've heard the name.
That's the My Pillow guy, yo. He came up
Yeah.
with a little informational. He probably like to me like all the stuff he talked about. Well, he had a few guests on there that I didn't know about, but most of the stuff he talked about, like we're already aware of if you've been paying attention. What about you, Wolfie? You seen the Mike Lindell thing?
No, I haven't seen it.
Yeah,
I've actually been following a lot of different things. That, and I've also been, because I go into the esoteric, which is, above all of this, the negative energy flows and everything else, and how that's working and affecting all of us. That's kind of where I'm at.
yeah, that's right. I mean, it's all relative. I mean, even what we're going on with this
Exactly.
whole transition of power, like to understand
hmm
that we're moving out of the
The,
age
the
of
the
Pisces.
energy of the atmosphere is what's depicting what's happening down below here. Yes.
Yeah, going into the age of Aquarius, you know.
Yep.
Well, we're already in it. We're just not into the momentum of it.
We're
Don't
trying
get
to
me
get the
wrong.
understanding of how it all works together.
I do support. I support anybody who's willing to stand up and say something, or do something. All right, seriously, because a lot of people will say, "Oh, well, you're supporting violence and this and that." I'm not. I don't support violence. What I support is appropriate action. Okay, and there's a big difference between appropriate action and violence. Sometimes appropriate action means violence, but appropriate action most often simply means you are just standing up and saying something.
I mean, just because you can doesn't mean you want to. So it's like
Right.
Or
avoiding
that
that
you
is the
or that you
appropriate
should.
action. Yeah,
Yep.
it's the
Or that
appropriate
you
action
should.
to avoid. You know?
See,
Which
and the
comes
thing I
back
have
to
to point out,
appropriate.
yeah, see, and I have to point something out because I'm a part of quite a few different YouTube groups and Discord groups of people who are ready to act and move, and everybody is on the same page and asking the same question. Why aren't we acting? Why aren't we doing
And
anything?
tell
So
all of them to calm down.
I have to explain it to them and tell them that the energy, okay, God Himself, everything and everyone in all of these groups is at the same stage right now that you guys are at, that we are at right now. And the reason for that is because this is it. This is exactly where we're supposed to be at this moment. When it is time, we will get that energy flow. And I mean, every single one of these groups will get the same energy flow to act at the same time. It's not a matter of people are being lazy or ignorant or ignoring what's going on. It's the energy flow that is directing us. Now we have to also realize that they have control, they meaning our government, military, whoever you want to call them, they also have control to be able to steer our energy. We have to be able to tell the difference between the natural energy and the foreign energy that's trying to direct us wrong.
For
And that's
sure.
where those of us like me, being able to feel the difference in the energy, can tell whether the energy push that I'm feeling is coming from my government being, predictive programming, whether they're trying to make me do this, whether they're trying to make me do that, or whether it's a natural energy flow telling me, okay, this is God speaking to me, this is the universe speaking to me. I need to listen to this and do this. So I have to know the difference. I have to use the discernment there because that's a little more complicated because it goes into the energy. You can be guided by man made energy to act and do and feel a certain way. Yes, they have that technology. And yes, they use it. But I know the natural energy of our God, our universe, is pushing us all in the same direction. We're all doing the exact same thing,
Yo,
asking the
Wolfie,
exact same questions.
real quick,
Go
I just
ahead.
want to shout Tom out there too, cause he's talking about Mike Lindell, very smart conservative man. Yo, no doubt. Where you at, Tom? Yo, come up in the stream, yo, so we can build. And then for you, Wolfie, right? Um, yo, I'm with you there, yo, with the energy. Kind of like
Come back to the mic.
the energy. You see how we're sitting here talking? Like that's easy for us to do, right?
Right.
But because there's this past energy that was controlling everything, like
Mm-hmm.
people are still under that spell,
A lot of people are, yes.
you know? And that, I mean, naturally, like when I see some of these younger kids, when I see the little kids, yo, some of the younger kids, some of you go talk to some of these 9 year olds and stuff, they just been seeing what the adults doing. Like they're more aware than people that sometimes in their 30s and 40s about, you know,
Exactly. Exactly. You are correct on that. The younger children are seeing exactly what we're seeing. Whereas
yeah,
the generation that's in their 20s and 30s, and some of them in their early 40s, are not seeing it. There are a few in that younger generation that's actually seeing it.
yo,
But the
for
ones
me,
that are below 10 years old, they're completely aware.
yeah,
They
for
are
me
aware
around
just like we are.
around here, the people all the way up until like they're 70. One of my close peoples, he passed away a few years ago. He was like in his 90s, and this dude had millions, and he passed away paying rent, right? And he had no idea what's going on around us, like with regards to the deception. You know, like they're just
Yeah.
happily in it. Like they just watch the TV. They just go fill out papers and go pay stuff. They don't know. Like they never question
Yeah.
anything.
They don't question anything, they just follow along.
Yeah, they never tried to understand the frame of government. They know certain stuff though. But
Mm-hmm.
by the time I got to school, there was no civics class. Like everything you hear me speak about with regards to the law, I studied independently for the most part. Like I was always into history in school, but there was never a civics class. I never been to law school. I just wanted to know what how this thing even works, you know.
We
So
got in my school we got a civics class, but it was based upon economy, economics and stuff like that. We didn't actually get into the laws and stuff. And it really pissed me off because I had done so much research previous to that on the United States Constitution because I wanted to pass my civics class without, having to do much work.
and they
So
didn't
it
even go
really pissed
into
me
it,
off
huh?
when we didn't go with that. Huh?
They didn't even go into the frame of law like that, huh?
No, they didn't even go into it. They for the longest time, I didn't know how to argue in a courtroom. I'm gonna be honest, that pissed me off so bad, dude. Like I couldn't actually argue my way out of a freaking paper sack up until my dad sat me down and said, "Son, you do understand the Constitution, right?" I said, "Yeah, Dad, I do." He goes, "Okay, so why aren't you using it?" And I swear to God, it was like getting fucking socked in the mouth by my own pops, not bullshitting. He never
That's what's
he
up,
never
yo.
hit me like that. Okay, he never punched me. He never kicked me. He never beat me in any way like that. The only time he ever hit me was with a belt, and that's because I fucking deserved it.
My pops
So
never told me that, but I found out, you
yeah, I
know.
was lucky, dude. I was lucky because my old man sat me down and actually looked me right in the eye and said, "Do you understand your Constitution?" I said, "Yes, sir." And he goes, "And why the fuck aren't you using it?" And that was the day I stopped failing inside of a courtroom. So, in case y'all are wondering why I have a freaking storied past and like total, shenanigans that looks like as if I'm a liberal snowflake, that's why. I didn't always know the law. Now that I do, it's going to be one hell of an uphill battle. But I'm fighting it tooth and claw, man. I'm not giving up. I'm not giving in. This is, when I realized what the situation was, it was this is where the wall is. You shall not pass. Okay. That's actually why I get into freaking lawyers' faces now, because they even try to freaking beat me down so that I don't look as smart, so that they say that I have to follow a lawyer's guidance, even though I know these lawyers are fucking me over. And when I say that, I want you to understand, I wouldn't have been on 6 months of probation for something I didn't actually do. In fact, for the opposite of what I did, if it wasn't for the fact that I was at the time incompetent to be able to shut this fucker up.
I
Okay.
hear that.
And
Well,
it had mostly to do with confidence at that point in time, because my dad had already had that conversation with me. But again, it had to do with the fact that I was severely beat down because I just lost my dad. Okay. So I still ended up I ended up shutting down instead of fighting back. There's a case beforehand where a law enforcement officer, a federal law enforcement officer, tried to ticket me for 3 fish too small, a 1/4 inch, a 1/3 of an inch, and a 1/4 of an inch too small bass, which had been sitting on top of my jet ski for about a half an hour. So they tried to bust my balls for something that actually I could beat them out in court with everything I knew, and I did. And there's actual that case was dismissed outright, and I had to pay a $25 fee for court fees.
I'm not paying that either, yo. What the fuck? You just made me come here? No, you need to write me a check for taking
I
all my
wanted to
time,
say
you
the same
fuckers.
thing. I
Nah,
wanted to
but
say the
Right.
same
yo,
thing.
I agree with you on that because they wasted your time.
Yeah.
my
And
hours
they
worth more
actually
than like
did. They've
$25.
been doing this all this time, trying to beat me down and say, we're going to get you on something. And it's like, no, you're not. You're really not. The situation is, I know my Constitution, I know my rights. And the reality is that you have caused me detriment, which means that now I could turn around and use the Eighth Amendment to take you all. And that's the reality of it. That's why they
Yo,
haven't actually been attacking me as much recently, because I pointed out the Eighth Amendment in one of my my videos here on YouTube. And that is that no egregious fines or fees may be levied, even in the instance of being lawfully detained, arrested, and charged, which means that even if you're convicted of a crime, they cannot go and then take money that you don't have from you. Okay? They cannot put you in jail for longer than would be considered as an appropriate amount of time to serve your sentence. And that was something that I exposed. And actually, for a long time, we saw a fucking severe backpedal of the small courts here in California over that. A lot of people were actually walking away from actually having really bad situations because they were stuck in jail with me. And it started scaring the court. And I'm going to be honest about this. A lot of people don't realize this, but when you have one individual who knows his rights and knows his law enough to be a constitutional lawyer, which is the definition of an American citizen, if you do not have your knowledge right, you need to get it right, because that's how you become a fully fledged American citizen. You're a
Yep.
constitutional lawyer.
They just cut you off as you were saying that too.
yeah, you heard that too, right? I
Yep.
was like, yo, as
The,
soon as the truth comes out, yo.
yep. I told you they interrupt because they do not want people to know that as long as you know your rights, even in the face of authority, you quote your rights that you know you are bound to, they have to let you go. They're going to make it
Yep.
difficult for you, but as long as you know your rights, they can't charge you with shit.
Yeah, they'll make you walk through the fire. They're gonna
Yep.
bring
And
the
see,
fire.
And they'll
this
do it
one,
every time.
this video is staying up, guys. I'm not taking
Nah,
this one
yo.
down.
Sometimes, yo, this conversation we're having, I almost don't want it to be up because it's not really for everyone to interpret. Like I feel like I'm building with you and Wolfie and the
All right,
chat here, but
you want me to take this down? You really want me to censor
No,
our
see,
speech?
I think you should leave it up because there are people who can take bits and pieces of information that we have shared and they can apply it however they need to within themselves. Because every bit of information all of us shares will help at least someone in some way.
okay, fine, Wolfie, you got that. That's the vote. You got that.
Because what works for me is not going to work for you. What works for Blaine is not going to work for me. But there's bits and pieces of information that each one of us share that everyone can use. So why not let them hear it? Why
Okay,
not
No
let
so I'm
them
going to
doubt.
put
discern
the
for themselves? Why not let them
Tom has a
discern for
question.
themselves what they need?
Tom has a very pertinent question to our conversation, and I wish to answer it. I just want to know how states like California, New York, and Illinois get away with not allowing a CCL from other states, like the CCL with the most reciprocity is only like 33 states. Tom, the reality is that it's because nobody has stood up for their rights. It is because nobody has stood up and said, you
That is correct.
cannot say that I do not have the right to have my arms, whether they be concealed or not, because they are part of the Second Amendment of the United States Constitution of America.
Right.
You got to add all of those words in there, or it means absolutely fuck all.
It supersedes
So
state laws.
yes, it supersedes all state laws. So the reason why you don't have reciprocity is because you haven't quoted it specifically. And it, I'm not trying to rag on you, dude. It's not you, okay? It's an issue that we're all dealing with, and it's because we haven't actually stood up. And this is why I want to go to these other places, these other platforms, because honestly, we need our freedom of speech. They'll censor the shit out of us on YouTube, but y'all are done. That's all I got to say. And most folks who have seen my work in the courtroom, they know what I mean by you're done. I yield. Howdy ho, neighbors. Any day now.
I'm here. Sorry, crunching on chips.
Okay, I'm just making sure that we didn't get actually cut off midstream. I'm like,
No. I thought they actually messed with my stream, so I had to open my screen again just to make sure they didn't kick me out again.
All right, Genius, be right back. Got you, brother. Yeah, I'm worried about, where we're standing now, because a house built on sandy soil will slide away in the flood. So
That is correct.
I'm worried as to where California goes, because it can be two ways. One, people don't stand up and fight, and it takes a fight. It's not just going to be easy peasy. It's not going to be like everybody wants it to be, unicorn farts and puppy dog dreams. It ain't going to be like that. This is the raw. This is the real. This is why save our speech.
Yep, you have to know your rights. And as long as you know your rights, That goes into your universal rights, your free will. As long as you know that, you feel that free will is yours, cannot be taken from you unless you give it away. And I'm sorry, I'm not giving away shit. This is my life. This is my family. This is my energy. I do not consent. So therefore, they cannot, in any way, shape, or form, interfere with my livelihood.
Tom, you're absolutely right. And so is Wolfie on this. Both you guys are running in freaking dead in line. Okay, there should be federal reciprocity. The Second Amendment, even if because of the Second Amendment, even if I conform, I get a CCL. It should be for all 50 states federal reciprocity. You are correct. Now, here's the reason why everybody thinks that it's only for 33 states. And that is because you're not standing up on your laurels. And your laurels and your morals are two different things. Your laurels are your achievements. Your morals are what your achievements are based on. So I want everybody that's got a freaking CCW, and whatnot, get out there, do it right. If somebody says, oh, well, you can't have that here because you say, no, shut up. You do not have the right to speak in my presence. You are acting under the color of law, Section 242, Title 18, United States Municipal Code. You and any who are acting in your capabilities in your stead can be and will be prosecuted in a court of law. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, you will be appropriated an attorney at the appropriate time. Do you understand these rights I have read to you? And you have to say all of that, because otherwise you are not acting in a manner of a citizen's arrest, which is what you're actually acting out there. Okay? The action of a citizen's arrest is only potent when done correctly.
Yo, when I heard that color of law, I was like, yo, I didn't even know the context because I just walked back here, but I was like, who do you work for? Like, yo, how the fuck you know about that right there? Yo, like, where? I mean, I get you. Is that like where did that training come from?
Believe it or don't, I learned that in a YouTube stream. Watching Dangerous Freedom, dude.
No doubt.
For serious, no doubt. Watching Dangerous Freedom stream, I was sitting there and somebody come up in the comments and said something about if a police officer is in the instance of attempting harm, if the police officer is in the instance of arresting you for something that has not taken place, if that police officer is acting against the tenets of the Constitution of the United States of America, then they are acting under the color of law according to United States Code, Title 18, Section 242, 241, 232, and 233. These 4 sections of code allow you the capability as a citizen to perform a citizen's arrest. If there is a law enforcement officer within the general vicinity who can facilitate that arrest, meaning that they are of a specific type or rank, then they are obligated to act.
Yo, I like what you're saying, but you know what gets me at the state level here, local level? They love to ignore what you just said.
And you know what? If they ignore it, then you just say, I want a state trooper on premises
Guess what?
immediately.
The last state troopers that I've had some in detail conversations. I've even talked to Brass over here, right? Your basic trooper over here, they only get 6 months of training at the academy.
That doesn't matter. They still have jurisdictional value.
No, but my point is that when it comes to making a lawful determination to the facts and actually interpreting what it is that you just said and basing it off of their train, like they have no knowledge of what the fuck you just said because they just didn't teach them that. They only there for six. How much can you learn in 6 months? And they got to teach them tactical and how to pull people over and all this other stuff too. In that same 6 months, like how much law training can they actually get?
Okay, as far as law training goes, look, what you're missing is that the 6 months has to do with their physical and tactical training. It has nothing to do with their law training. Their
That's what.
law
No, I was
training is
told
a
by
no.
them.
Okay,
You know,
I know what you were told by them, but this is a mandate across the states that all state troopers, because of their particular station, must have 3 years of previous understanding of law. That's not ordinance, that's law. Okay?
hey, one of them I talked to, he told me, and he was so fucking arrogant about this shit. But basically, he was an EMT before he was a state trooper. He just filled out the paperwork.
Well, then he probably freaking lied to you, dude. And I'm not happy about that, but it's the truth. As a state trooper, you actually have to have a certain amount of time behind the freaking badge before you can say, I am a state trooper. As a trooper, you are a constable level or above. You cannot be a deputy. You cannot be a deputized citizen. Yeah, as a sheriff, you're an elected official, and that's something else too. If a sheriff is if the arrest is being made by a sheriff, first off, they have no jurisdictional value in any way, shape, or form. Even if they are in a the county zone where they are county sheriff of, they have to call other law enforcement to the call. And this is why you will often see state troopers here in California. We call them CHIPs, California Highway Patrol. Okay, Wolfie. And in other states, they're known as state troopers. Okay.
We have
State
sheriff.
patrol, federal police. They are of a jurisdiction much higher than anybody, considering the reality of it. That they are the highest law enforcement, aside from the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the what was it? It's not the ATF. The ATF has no jurisdictional value. In fact, they've been devalued of their jurisdictional value as soon as they were made and created. They are
Yo,
a
let me shout
tax
out the chat
haven.
real quick. Yo, Tom, what state are you in? And then over here, where I'm at, the sheriff, when it comes to enforcing the laws, they won't even do anything. Like if you tell them about some criminal activity, they're gonna tell you to call some other agency or call the attorney general. They're gonna bitch up real quick and be like, "Oh, we're just process servers, or we only deal with the inmates." They're not like elsewhere.
Yes, if ATF tries to take your guns, the local sheriff or even the PD can arrest them because the ATF is not a law enforcement agency. Okay? Let's make this very clear. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives is not a
Ha,
law enforcement agency. They are
I'm
a
here in Boston,
tax
Mass.
enforcement agency. Like the IRS.
Yeah, those are. Well, I'm not sure about the ATF, but I know the IRS is a third party entity. Like their headquarters is not even here on the land; it's over in PR in one of the territories, But they're all connected with the whole central
Well,
thing.
the
With
IRS is the Internal Revenue Service. I had a friend who worked as Internal Revenue Service for a long time. She's, uh, very close friend of my family. Okay. The ATF is only scary if you give them the power to be, Tom. So I'm going to be straight up with you, dude. They
for
only
real.
have the power to be scary if you give them that power. With the IRS, the reason why they have that scary power is because they have the backing of the government gun.
You know
Okay.
the interesting thing about what you said. If you go to the IRS definition of a firearm, the majority of people don't even have a firearm.
Yep. Because a firearm is anything of larger than 50 in caliber. It is or 0.50 in caliber. Let's make this clear. Um, Caliber is a naval term for the size of a naval artillery gun. So, in all reality, it's a 0.25, a 0.50. Okay. When we say 50 caliber, um, that's the colloquial, but it doesn't matter whether it's a firearm or an air gun. If it has a decimal point in front of it, it is a point caliber. Okay.
Huh,
Um, yeah, Wolfie jumped off because she had to go pick up her kid.
no doubt.
Anyways, yeah, the ATF and the IRS are only scary if you give them the power to be. And that is the big deal here. When I say that give them the power to be, that means, are you paying taxes? Have you paid taxes before in your life? Do you continue to pay taxes? Well, then they have absolutely no power. Um, if you don't pay taxes, yes, they have power. They have enough power to violate specific constitutional rules because of government um, ordinance, because of government suggestory law, which has been written in as federal law without the consent of the governed. And we've got to remember that without the consent of the governed, it is no law and should be treated as such.
Hey,
Yes, they do both make their own rules.
if you consider yourself a U.S. citizen, though, and that's what you'd have to do on a lot of tax papers, you don't have any rights. You don't
No,
have your inalienable rights. The only right is to be a U.S. citizen, even though
you
you're
don't
lying.
have you don't have to write yourself in as a US citizen. In fact, there are four different connotations you may use. United States citizen, citizen of the United States of America, which is one of our big ways of getting past their bullshit.
Those are, yeah, all right. They're
Natural
different, though.
citizen. Natural citizen, the term natural citizen, believe it or don't, is one of the connotations you may use when paying taxes. I've
I'd have to
always used
go.
the term I've always used the term citizen of the United States of America
What does it say in
because,
the immigration thing about natural citizen, though?
yeah, a natural citizen means naturally born. You are naturally born in the United States of America, not naturalized. Okay. Naturalized means that you come from overseas and you come here. They can audit you. And here's the thing, you just have to know your law in order to beat them at their own game. And that includes IRS law, which is very, fucking scary, okay? Like, you got to tiptoe through the tulips with these people. IRS, you're right. IRS should not have the power to lock people up. As a matter of fact, that only came about because of the 16th Amendment, or no, it was the 24th Amendment, I believe, actually. The 24th Amendment, which grants any federal government entity the ability of arrest powers. Okay? Now, what they don't understand is that any federal government entity also includes one other entity they don't want to tell you about: the many militias of the United States of America. Every Minuteman is, by oath, a federal employee. Now, whether or not they pay them, that's entirely up to the federal employee.
Wow.
You have to know your way around. This is why when it comes to United States law, it is so convoluted. If you don't know your way around, it can really fuck you up.
Yeah, but it's just like what your pop said, the whole Constitution, like, because really, what that is for me, that's not my rights, that's not your rights. That's the boundaries of government and anyone who's using the government's authority on how they can interact with the people. That's their guidelines. So my rights, they don't even know them because they came from God. You can't write
That is the
about them.
boundaries that the people with power have to operate within. And if they do not operate within those powers, within those boundaries, they are removed of their power.
And they need to write a check.
That's the law verbatim.
No, I said they need to write a check. They're removed from their power. We need a check, please. I mean, sometimes the removal of the power, but I'm starting to realize the court's a bank. I see how much money they take in, currency they take in, but they turn it into money. I'm pretty sure on the private side, the court's getting the full value of them dollar bills.
Well, yes, because it is the common currency, the note to be used as currency for all debts, public and private. Okay? It's a note. It's an IOU.
Remember what I was saying before, on the private side, that dollar's worth 30.
Yeah. In the private aspect, a dollar is worth 30 cents. In the American aspect, as far as it goes, a dollar is worth one dollop of gold. So it depends on who you're talking to and, whether or not you're turning in your dollars for dollops. Okay, a dollop is 1 tablespoon of gold dust, equivalent to 1 ounce. In case you're wondering what actually that law is. Yes, Tom Green, I will put your comment up, brother. Okay. When SHTF, look who's coming federally. National Guard to set up and keep curfews. FEMA to hold large groups of people together, or they just don't show up, like New Orleans and Katrina. There's a lot to unpack there, brother. I'm gonna try, okay? When shit hits the fan, look who's coming on the federal level. That would be the National Guard, and they're there to, as basically as builders, to set up curfews and whatnot, and start FEMA camps. Well, not necessarily FEMA camps. We'll put it this way: detention centers. Detention centers, which are not useful for anything else than keeping people in, not keeping people out. Also, the curfews, which they have the ability to shoot on sight if you are out after curfew. That's a law that they've written in, which is, in my opinion, contramands the 114-32 of United States Army Code, with it written within the JAG, MSOP, and the was it Military Code of Justice, the MCJ. They are lawfully now allowed to shoot on sight, whereas before, especially while I was training with them, it was you are not allowed to fire unless fired upon, which is 114-32. If you fire before being fired upon, supposedly you're supposed to be held under lock and key until court martial can be called. And that's not most people say it as court martial, but the actual term is courts martialed. So in case you're wondering, it's not courts martial, it's courts martialed. They're calling for all of the courts to come together and to deliberate over a specific individual. That's military code. Yeah, I studied that too. And give me a 5x5. You reading me? Row 5x5. Okay. At least Wolf's eyes got me. That woman could pick up freaking black hair in the midst of a white cat. Oh yeah, Tom, that also happens to be a law across the states. Legally, they can't come until there is a crime committed, which means that you have to have pertinent proof that a crime has been committed. If you have suspicion of a crime, it doesn't qualify. So legally speaking, they can't really come in and help you. And on top of that, they're not constitutionally obligated to help you. Whereas Minutemen are. Yeah, the Second Amendment is your police. And in all reality, I need to point this out to you. Anybody who is a sworn Minuteman that you know personally in your vicinity, is the person you should be calling. That is the militia. That is the Second Amendment, and they are obligated by constitutional law to respond. Okay? The police are not. As a matter of fact, the police is an institution that was created in New York in 1928 during the rise of crime having to do with the prohibition. This is also where the FBI came from. They had several small police precincts, but they were an investigative service. They were not a protection service or a protection detail. They started taking down the United States militias, which were the protection detail back in the 80s. This is where the big rub of it is. As a Minuteman, as a sworn Minuteman, if I get a phone call that somebody's in, fear for their lives or in danger, I have a legal obligation, a lawful obligation to respond. If it is at my own, if it's within my abilities, meaning that if I'm alone and there's a whole bunch of motherfuckers and I've only got a single shot pistol, I do more damage than good. But if I'm with 5 other dudes and we've all got single shot pistols and, what have you, or I've got a multi-shot pistol and I'm a Minuteman, of course, I swore the oath, that means that I have an obligation, or we have an obligation, to stand up and stop the issue and to protect that individual person. Because they're in the confines of the United States, that does not mean that they have to be a United States citizen. That only means that they have to be within the confines of the continental United States. That means Hawaii is out of the question. Alaska is actually out of the question. Our territories like Puerto Rico and Guam and the Philippines are out of the question. They do not have the same ability to militia within the continental United States. And this is why California is in such a gray area, because it wasn't continental United States until 1887. So they try to argue that because it wasn't a state until 1887, it was not part of the continental United States when that law was written. However, that law extends to every continental state because it's attached to the continent. Okay? So in all reality, Alaska is they do have this ability if they were to actually enforce it. But they've never enforced it because Alaska was originally a Russian territory that we got from the Tsar. And we only got that in, I believe it was the early 1900s. And so again, they argue just like California. We've already seen how much of a fadunk that is. They are not carried under that same law, but that is nothing could be further from the truth. Constitutionally speaking, that is the law. They are part of that same, and anybody who has sworn an oath as a Minuteman does have an obligation to respond. Not just speak or say something, but to respond physically if necessary. Yeah, they are separated by another country, but that country is on the same continent and is part of the same continent. So, physically speaking, you see where the gray area comes in here? Alaska, California, Idaho, and Washington. They all have these issues. And it's one of the reasons why everybody thinks that Idaho is like the little cousin of California. And it's not the truth. I mean, the reality is that they're not in any way, shape, or form like Californians. They like their taters and they don't like problems. It's that simple. If you have a DUI, you need special permission to get through Canada. Oh. I'm not going to comment on that because it wasn't really one of my concerns when dealing with my Canadian law. But I believe that yes, you do have to have special permission within a certain time frame, and then forever afterwards, you have to show that you are capable of um, competency, physical competency. I might be wrong. That's a question for DZ. Okay, it's a yeah. They don't. Yeah, it is a felony there, and they don't allow. Well, no, I wouldn't say that they don't allow felons because there's a lot of felons in Kanukistan, and I do call it that. Fair warning, I call it Kanukistan because these guys are they're a bunch of Canucks, but it's like Afghanistan. The damn rules and laws are just fucking outrageous. I'm pretty sure that they do allow felons. It's just a matter of you have to register yourself a certain way and this and that, and you can't have this property or that property if you are a citizen of Canada. Okay. Now that's Canada. That's not America. If you're an American citizen and traveling through Canada and they try to use their laws against you, you can state that you are a envoy of the United States, and because you are traversing the land, you are under the scrutiny and the law of the American Constitution. Okay? Yes, that's true. American artists let me put it this way, any rappers that are, the gangster rap that basically have a felony, they do have to register when they go there, which is wrong in my opinion, because it opens doors for other things. The problem comes that most of these felons, so-called, don't know their law. They don't know enough about American law to be able to have the sack to say what I'm saying. You have to have the sack to say what I'm saying as an American citizen, or they will railroad your ass. I am an American envoy traversing the land. I am under the confines and stipulations of the United States Constitution, specifically that of foreign envoys and dignitaries. I am traveling, and any weapons that I may have about my person or any equipment that I may have about my person, or the simple right to defend myself up and including lethal force is my right as an American citizen. And if I need so, I will utilize it. If I do not need so, you have nothing to fear. There's a big deal there. You do have to put them at ease after you've said everything, because otherwise they take it kind of personal. And they'll try and ramrod your ass even if you said everything right. So with Canada, sugarcoat shit a little bit. I'm not happy I have to say that. I do not sugarcoat shit. I say it as it is. The reality is, our Canadian brethren are just a little bit more easily melted. Okay, they don't have as thick of skin because they have to deal with so much more that it's made them feel as if they don't have that same ability towards confidence. Unfortunate as it is, they need to have that confidence because that's the only way to take their country back from the politicians who have destroyed what they had. And it's a very rich ancestry that they have. They declared independence from the Commonwealth of Great Britain not too long before World War II. So theirs is a very young country. And so they're not as ready to take up arms and fight back as we Americans are. Okay, we're very different, in our confidence, in our bolstered attitude, I'll say. We are a stronger people because of it. Now, that's not to detract from our Canadian brethren. You ever want to see somebody get an ass whoop and start a fight with a Canuck? Them lumberjacks will fuck your shit up. That's why I'm saying, man, they have the right to defend themselves, but they have to know that they have the right to defend themselves. Whereas we don't necessarily have to know we have that right. We just have to be pressed to that point and then exercise that right. And once we've exercised it, nobody can say that we can't. Okay? There's a difference here in America. And it has a lot to do with how you defend yourself in court, which is why I say have a competent defense. And a competent defense is not just a firearm. It is a proper, solid knowledge of your Constitution and your rights as a citizen, your rights as an American, and as a natural person. And you got to remember that your rights as a natural person trump the rights of even the government. Because in America, the individual is the one who has the power. A lot of people don't know that. All right, give me a 5x5. I just dropped the knowledge bomb, so I'm pretty sure YouTube said,
For real, yo, you was on it. But yo, I gotta keep it moving real quick. Nah, you said some stuff right.
Yeah, man, when I get on a good one, man,
I'll let you later, yo.
All right, D. Thank you, brother. Anybody else want to get in here? I can take whatever beratement you got for me. Here we are. We are at 10 hours straight. Fear no man. Why don't you come up here, Tom? Let's throw a few darts at each other, what? I know you want to get on my case, dude. You've been wanting to for a long time. Give me a yay or nay. I'll drop the link on you. Okay. Okay. I know you want to razz me, though, dude. Your phone's charging and you got kids sleeping. I respect that. I hope you got the sound turned down. We get a little rambunctious up y'all. Anybody else want to come up in here? I will drop the link one more time. Oh, there's Wolfie. Come on in here, honey.
Hey, I'm almost home. I'm still driving, so.
All right. Well, long as you're safe, that's
Oh, yeah.
important.
Safety
Well,
first.
I'm going to drop the link for anyone else who wants to come up in here. This includes everybody.
Yes. Come up here. I'm not going to bite. I promise.
And I'll tell you what, I won't bite y'all's head off, but I tend to be a bit of a wolf myself, so fair warning. I love all equally. Just remember that. Even if I get at you, even if we get beef, you know what? I love y'all equally. Because y'all are my family and my friends and my countrymen. And that's the most important to me.
Right.
Even
Feel
you,
free to
brother
speak
Lost.
your piece.
Yeah, even you, brother Lost. I'll tell you what, man. You want to get up in here, I'll give you the road this time. Just last time I was a little sore is all. So, nothing personal. Brush it off. Okay? If you want to get in here, there's the link. Go right ahead. Anyways, so yeah, I get you, Tom. I know you were just trolling and you were looking for somebody to beat down. And the reality is, dude, we all do that every once in a while. Hell, I started my channel as a troll account. I mean, look at it this way. Every single person who will ever come across me, I have argued with you at least once in your lives.
Yeah, you argued with me.
But I've even argued with people and like done the trolling shit to people at least once, to everyone, including yes, including Wolfie.
Yep.
So just don't take me to heart as far as that's concerned. All right, I love y'all. And honest to God, I've taken worse. I'd take a bullet for y'all. How, I have a lot of friends and they don't understand why I do this thing on YouTube. And I says to them, have you ever been on YouTube? Have you ever actually done this sort of thing? And they go, no. And I go, I could never explain it to you then.
They actually just cut me off a moment ago too, because I was saying that everybody can speak their piece. Everybody is different, but everybody is loved for their individuality because everybody speaks truth, even if different people disagree. There is truth in everyone.
Amen.
And they actually cut me off when I was trying to say that.
I think that actually might have been me, Wolfie. Sorry.
Oh, see how you are?
Yeah, thank you, Tom, for coming in and hopping into the old commentator section. That was awesome. He knows almost all of my quirks, all of my little jabs and whatnot, and I don't know none about homeboy.
But you know what? That's okay.
Yeah.
Because little by little, you're getting to know him anyway. So that's all that matters, right?
Oh shit, down in Louisiana, I know that much, and let me just say, Louisiana, wow, son. You with them Cajun fellers eating them boiled peanuts. Oh, don't get me wrong. That's one of my favorite snacks. I mean, I love Cajun boiled peanuts. Oh my God. I'll go through a freaking bucket. I'm talking a bucket in about an hour.
Oh my
Like
goodness.
this kind of a size cup full of those, that's a 15-minute snack. So yeah, I hope that I grow your channel a little bit, Tom. At the very least, get yourself some subscribers, and you get yourself
Oh, speaking of
a
which,
feeling.
I don't have his link.
Oh well, tell you what,
I was like, I'd like to subscribe to him. I don't have his link.
I don't have Tom's info up. Work this out. Whoa, pardonnez-moi.
Excuse.
Oh, there's a lot of different Tom Greens here on the YouTubes. I gotta scroll down till I find his channel. Or no, you know what? I got another method. This is how I ended up finding his channel before. Library.
I gotta pull mine up too so I can drop it in there.
Your videos. And I'm gonna scroll down to one that I know he's watched.
Oh crap. I can't post it. I don't have a wrench. You'd have to do it. Did I lose you? Uh-oh.
Hello.
Oh, there you are. Okay. That was weird.
I'm still here. Okay, I'm trying to get Tom Green's connectivity up here. Who else is here? Oh, what's up, Arkansas? Come on in the stream, brother.
What's up, my man? How are you?
Hey, there we go.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm tired. Oh, there it is. Thank you, Wolfie, honey.
Yeah, because I don't have a wrench,
I'll
so
pull
I
that
can't
up real
post it in
quick
there
and put
myself.
that here.
I tried to drop it in there and
Okay.
realized I didn't have a wrench. I was like, shit.
Damn it. It's not what I wanted to do.
So you feeling a little bit better, my dude?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm still breathing, brother.
I got you.
I'm still working. I want to make sure that we all have a chance to speak.
Right.
So I'm gonna copy that there.
That's what it's about,
And
dude.
then I'm
Kingdom and
going
country.
to go to post and
I'm just sitting here on a Thursday night, eating me some deer jerky and drinking some water. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, it is Thursday, huh?
It's
My
been
days
Friday.
are
It's been
all-
Friday for me for like a week because we've been
My
snowed
days
in.
are all screwed up.
Yep.
To me, it's just,
yeah, same here.
it all blends together. I lose
Same
sense of
here. I mean,
timing,
when
and
you
it's
work
bad.
when you work day and night, what are you gonna do, right?
Right. It's insane.
Oh, they closed the Starbucks already.
Was that mine? Yeah, that was mine.
So you're from California?
Yes, sir.
Nice. I got
And I'm in Arizona, so
Oh, it's nice to meet you.
nice to meet you too.
My
Yeah.
name's I go by Jay. I'm from Arkansas. And
Nice to meet you, Jay from Arkansas.
sure.
Tom Green was Tom Green before the comedian even made a YouTube. And Tom, I gotta say, that's why it's impossible to find your channel, brother.
You know what? Let me see if I can find him. I'm usually pretty good at it. Let me see.
It should show up in your notifications when he subs to you, and just sub him back.
Actually, I met you for the first time on Four Corners News.
Yep.
Yep. That's where I got you from. You're showing off your air guns. That's what it was.
Yep.
Yeah.
So did you see what I was showing people earlier?
No, I had my own broadcast to do earlier. That's why I pulled away. And then I had the assembly meeting that I went to, and that's pretty good meeting tonight. It's really awesome. But yeah, it's been good stuff.
All right. Well, in that case, allow me to introduce you to the PPG Guard.
Oh, look at it. I don't know much about air. Is that an air gun?
Yep.
I don't know much about guns or air guns.
This is an air gun.
Yep.
In the state of California, if you're not legally allowed to have a firearm, you're still legally allowed to have an air gun.
Right.
Now, because this is the PPQ in the configuration it's in the 17 caliber, I created a 25 caliber.
Right.
And then a 25 caliber magazine.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
That's some pretty hefty stuff right there, man. Let me show you what this thing actually shoots. It's something else.
Didn't they isn't something really not a firearm unless it's like completely modified?
No, it's not a firearm unless it utilizes a firing pin to strike a priming solution, which then ignites an accelerating propellant powder. That's the 3 words are really important.
Right.
So, anyways, yeah, ambulance going by. So, anyways, this is what
Mhm.
this shoots.
Right. Is that a hollow point?
And yeah,
Nice.
yep.
I'm just now learning about guns, so I what I see is basically at face value for me.
Hey, man, I'm gonna put it this way. If you're just learning about guns, what I would do is I would get into a shooting, like a shooting group.
Right.
All right, like a target shooting group, or your local pistol range. Y'all is out there in Arkansas. You're just a couple of hours away from Tennessee. One man I can recommend freaking highly for this is Reed Hendricks of Valor Ridge.
Right.
That man will teach you things that I couldn't possibly teach you, and he's a good dude.
You know, I actually had the pleasure of speaking to Moose that night whenever I think you left. He's also a weaponsmith. It's pretty good.
It happens, Wolfie. It's not your fault, honey. It's just the
I know
freaking
it
machine.
just sucks. It sucks.
Yeah, Tom's right, dude.
There's no better
There's
time.
no better time to get into guns.
Yeah, I hear that. No, but yeah, I hear that. Yeah, especially since they're gonna start thinking that they can come after them, but they can't.
And
Well,
this is
trying to
also
take
another
mine.
reason why I would say get yourself familiar with air guns, because
Right.
air guns are not just for kids. Air guns are not just for training items. They are very useful items. And
Right.
I was showing this off before, but I think you didn't get a chance to see too much of it over there on Ricky's channel, so I'll show it off again. That's an air gun slug.
I saw the big. You had a big ball one too, didn't you?
Yep.
Yep.
So
do you make those yourself, or do you buy them?
Buy them right from the manufacturer. They're called. This one is made by Air Venturi.
Right.
Okay, that's the ball shot. That's military grade, freaking muzzle loader ball. And then you have hollow pointed slugs, which come from Nielsen Ammunition. And that is this company right here. All right.
Okay. The NSA. Gotcha.
Yes. Nielsen Specialty Ammo. And they make air gun projectiles, which are freaking awesome. Yeah,
right.
Tom Green is right about this. Sam Yang is an elephant rifle. It's qualified as an elephant rifle in the countries of Zimbabwe and Zambia. So, in case you're wondering, will it take down an elephant? Yes, it will.
Right.
It'll take down a water buffalo, and they're tougher than elephants. Yep, there's a video on YouTube. It's I believe it's a Keith Warren video. He takes a Sam Yang over to Africa and goes and hunts water buffalo, Cape water buffalo.
Interesting.
Anyways, as I was saying, dude, that in an air gun, You know what some folks would probably say, oh, well, that's a firearm. No, it's not, because this actually literally cannot be used as a firearm, and I'll show you why. If you look at the inside, if I can get it to focus you back, the inside of there is rifling all the way to the end. Okay?
Right.
So you literally cannot actually place a cartridge in there because it would get stuck.
Okay.
This is what's called the chambering for an air gun. You literally can't use any kind of firearms projectile in this because any casing projectile will not pass through this. It'll get stuck in the barrel. It's got too rapid of a twist. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that it's going to explode. It'll probably blow the thing off the end of your gun, but
Right.
there's that. It's an air gun, which is what this was made to be. And I still have yet to braze the bar and the catch here. But
what fuels the projectile?
Right here, there's the catch.
Like, how does the air? Is it the isn't that like CO2 cartridges?
Yep. Here, let me show you.
Okay.
I'm down here below everything. Well, pain in the ass to get to. There they are. So, this is what fuels the system right there.
Yep, I've seen those
Little
before.
12 gram.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw the video of your target practice. So you said how far away? 500 yards?
Oh, no, 75 yards with a 300-yard sighted scope, which means that if I were to shoot on crosshair, it'd be so high that I'd be missing every time.
Right.
And it would be off in windage as well because the scope's kind of on a kilter.
Right.
Because of the way that I learned how to hunt. I learned how to hunt while laying on my side, so I don't give off the profile of a human being.
Right. Okay, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
So yeah, my scope's on a slight kilter this way, so that when I'm looking into it dead on.
All right.
So yeah, the projectile actually does this through the scope.
Huh.
Yeah, it goes from one side to the other. It's pretty trippy.
Yeah. I can imagine that'd be pretty trippy, dude. How were you trained that way, or you just trained yourself?
I started off with some remedial training with John from the Prepared Mind channel. He taught me when I was a little kid.
I got you.
Yeah, CO2 is damn expensive and unpredictable. That's why I have this, Tom. You'll get a kick out of this, brother. You know what that is? That's a refillable CO2 system.
Oh, nice.
So you can actually unscrew it and put chunks of CO2 solid in there. Or you can keep it screwed up and with a filling probe, fill it with high pressure air. Up to 1,000 PSI. And it's reliable. Versus like what I was showing y'all before with the CO2. These CO2 cartridges, if it's too cold, they won't fire. Just so you know, yeah, that's Crossman Court. All right, I do put a lot of faith in Crossman. Yeah, that's just we have a lot of people that end up going ambulatory at night around here because we got a lot of tweakers.
They're out there climbing trees and on the roofs, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear that.
Oh, and the worst part is you know, it's Blythe, so we end up getting into some serious shit. I end up having to watch my six all the time as I'm sitting here live streaming, so you'll see me glancing off like crazy.
Yeah.
That's basically because I'll have people walk right up to the back of my truck and try and steal shit out of my back of my truck. And it's not a good idea. I'm just gonna put this out there. This vehicle, while it is stationary and not with the key in the ignition in the on position, is also a residence because it's a Suburban. It's large enough to be a residence.
Right.
And if all the doors are locked, or even if the doors are unlocked, but I am in occupation of the vehicle, it is lawfully a residence. Right. So I have the ability to defend myself as if I was in my own home.
Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. What's the definition of a residence?
Okay, the definition of a residence is any place that can be inhabited for longer than a 4-hour period of time.
Interesting.
Y'all may not know this, but I've been here for about 10 hours.
I think you have video evidence of that.
Yep. I step away for like 20 minutes earlier today. So yeah, I've been here for a lot longer than 4 hours.
Right.
Yeah, they have care and control in California, but it's not called care and control. It's called and I used to have this at the tip of my brain because it was something I had to deal with almost on a regular basis. PET. They have PET here, which is Professional Extraction Team. That is specifically for if they have a person who is a danger to themselves or others. In any way, shape, or form. That could be with chemical dependency. That could be with mental health issues. As long as there is a physical concern of grave detail, meaning that there has to be factual evidence that they can look at and say, okay, yeah, this guy's a danger to himself and others. This guy's going out and hurting people. You know, he's already physically harmed one person, or he's already physically harmed himself. And that's what they're, they actually have the tangible evidence proof. It can't just be, oh, well, you shot a kitten because the damn thing had rabies.
Right.
Okay. And I'm going to make that pertinent because I don't want people getting ideas.
It's kind of like, it would almost be like, dying of COVID if you had a motorcycle wreck, right?
Right.
Pretty much. Yeah. There you go.
That's some crazy shit, man. Oh, yeah. You can't be drunk and passed out in your back seat. I'll let Tom finish. It's one of those wow moments, man. Yeah, it does sound a little bit like Nazi Germany.
Yep.
Same here. You cannot be drunk and disorderly, drunk in public, or drunk within the confines of a vehicle, unless, of course, you are in a manner which is of a safe manner, meaning that in the state of California, you are capable of laying in full stretch and you are locked in your vehicle with no possible approach. So yeah, the laws get really funky. Yeah, California, if your keys aren't in your ignition, you legally can't get a DUI. But if they are in
Same
your
applies here in
ignition,
Arizona.
if your keys are in your ignition and you're passed the fuck out drunk, you go to jail, son.
Yep.
Changing subject. I love you all.
They do have the law where in the state of California, if your keys are not in your ignition and you are in the driver's seat, if you have an open container and your keys are out of the ignition, you cannot be charged with a open container in a vehicle, and you cannot be charged with a DUI because it is a residency. And that's the big deal. You got to know that law about California. If you do not stand up and say it, you can be charged. And if you don't know about it, you'll end up doing time for a crime you didn't commit.
Right. You got to know your rights.
Yep. So you're rather quiet over there, Arkansas. Let me hear what you got to say there, Jay.
What I gotta say, I got a lot to say. I really want to. I like to. Well, I don't know if you know this about me, but I run my own broadcast, and of course, a lot of people that come on your stream do. But me myself, I focus more on my broadcast about the spirit of truth, which I heard Wolfie over there speaking about it earlier. But unless invited to speak, I kind of keep my mouth shut. I've learned to be a good listener because that's what it takes to have truth. To be a good listener. So basically, I do biblical teachings. I do everything led by the spirit of truth, and I love my sovereignty. I love my kingdom and my country. So that's what we fight for. Definitely.
Share your link. I'd love to sub.
Yeah, sure.
Share it in the private, and I'll set it down in the chat below if you want me to.
Yeah, that's no problem. I'm down with that. I'm not. The thing about me is I don't promote myself because it's not me up on the platform. It literally is the spirit of truth. So, yeah, that's what I try to go by at all times.
Well,
let me find the link here.
If you haven't heard, that's how I am too. I go based on the spirit.
Yep.
We can't be a conduit to the spirit if we do not have that outreach. So
right.
And that's where
one of the things I have.
Well, the good thing is that deep will call to deep.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I have to put this out there though. It's one of the craziest things that I've ever put up, and that is that I'm a big advocate of freedom of speech, and I will literally fight for anybody to speak openly. Yep. And whether or not and if they do say something that is untrue, I'll try and correct them because I'm all about truth, okay, and logic and reason.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if you're not going to put out there that your particular own opinion, then and stand up for it. That's a big deal with me.
Yeah, you got to stand on your word.
Up for your opinion. Stand up for your words. Stand up for your truth.
Yeah.
And at the same time, don't be bullied.
No.
I tend to come across a little bit as a bully, and that's because I've had to deal with them my whole life. So if I'm cutting across you or I'm cutting you off, say, Blaine, shut up.
You actually told, I think, in one of your broadcasts how old you were. You're actually around my age. I'm 32. So we both were cut from roughly the same cloth. So around the same age, so I get what you're talking about, dude. I know exactly where you're at. You know.
All right.
Yeah. I've watched a couple of your broadcasts. You know, people aren't supposed to fit a cookie cutter build. And
Right.
people who are ready and willing to take a bullet for people that they don't even know. I mean, that's more of a Christian believer than half the Christians sitting in the pew today. So that's the way I see things.
That's
Well,
right.
thank you, brother.
Yeah. So,
It does mean something.
oh yeah.
And another thing I want to put out there is that, you know, I came to this on a bit of a long journey. It was a harsh reality that was meted out to me that made me understand that I needed to mete out these same harsh realities to others so that they could wake up and be part of, instead of sitting in the background and
Yeah.
saying, well, I'll do it tomorrow.
No. See that what I said in your video earlier is that the problem with this nation is that we have compromised for comforts, and that's the biggest thing is we allowed the evil to come in. We've allowed it to take over, and you know, we're swallowing our own pill. I mean, you could call it them all day, but when you're just sitting around and you're not being out there active, and you sign the agreements of the 501c3s to stay silent, and then you don't have those people outside the church really going and being active because of their feelings. I mean, it's a no win-win situation. So really, honestly, when you take the spirit out of everything, that's where your nation falls and goes wrong, and that's what we're dealing with today.
Right.
Because
And
the
that's why
spirit's out of
networking.
everything. Yeah.
Right. And that's why the networking actually works, because it's a sharing of energy, bringing the spirituality back to us.
Right.
Oh, hey,
And
Wolfie,
that's
I
exactly
just
what
thought
I've been
of
trying
this.
to do. Yes.
Open up your YouTube app. Turn your mic off, open up your YouTube app, and click on Tom's icon, not on his comment, but on his icon, and you might be able to actually find him through that.
I tried to do that.
Okay.
And the only thing it does is it gives me the option to block or to what was it, remove or block or something like that. That's all it gives me.
I think YouTube did something different.
They did.
Because I can't look up even Moose. I don't know if you guys know who Moose Man is. I'm pretty sure you do. And I actually spoke to him the other day on the Four Corners Network. And he's a good guy. I really like that dude. We actually talked a lot about catfishing and stuff like that. Smoking meat. That's something else I love to do, is smoke meat. But
you and me both.
Oh yeah, I love it, dude. Like, that's really all I like to eat, to be honest with you. if it ain't smoked meat, it's olive oil based. Like, you know, that's only the good stuff for me, to be honest. That's how I eat. So kind of have to.
Yep.
Well, as they say, you are what you eat, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Why do you think I'm so skinny? I eat meat, lean meat.
Yep.
And you know, every now and then I'll have a pot of pasta to myself, kind of like as a guilty pleasure, and I end up walking around feeling like a lard ass the next day.
Yeah.
Oh, from the starches, yeah.
Yep.
I think the only indulgent that I have is the only thing I indulge on is about like every month or so. Every month or 2 months, I'll make a pecan pie, and that's it. That's all I get. But it's good, man. Pecan pie is the bomb.
Oh yeah,
I love it.
Oh man, dude, I used to love that. My daddy used to freaking make pecan pie every Thanksgiving, and man, you want to talk about candy?
Yeah, it's good stuff. Good stuff. I love it,
man.
I
Dude,
think
he put extra layer of honey across the top, so it was this thick freaking glaze. Oh,
to me, it's almost a sin to not have it all year round stocked in the stores. That's just my take on it. Be real honest with you. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love it. I love it homemade. But you know, if I want to be lazy one month, I should be able to do that. You know. So.
Yep.
But mostly, I cook everything from scratch. I mean, I don't. You know, you can't beat off all the GMOs, but you know, you can do something about it. You can get, you know, natural. You can try to get as much natural as you can and cook it. I mean, cook it good. You know, good long and all that stuff. So.
Yep.
You know, I can't wait till we get back to basically being the marketplace, because I'm sure that will come. That will come.
Yeah. Using
and,
the bartering system. Yeah.
No. Yeah. But yeah, we all need to get back to doing some basic skills, and tilling our own soil. You know, that's why we sacrifice for the comforts, and there you go. You know, there goes your liberty.
I'm an empath, and I can already tell you, based on the energies that I'm feeling, we are going to end up going back to that. Unfortunately, it's going to be a forced thing. So even those who aren't prepared to go back to that, who don't know anything about doing that, everybody's going to be forced to go back to basics. I'll tell you that for a fact because I can feel it.
Oh, I know
a lot of people are not going to know what to do. So those of us who know how to do those things, who know how to create electricity just by, you know, sticking your magnets, your copper into the ground so you can actually rig it into your house, digging down into a well so you can have your own water supply going into your home. A lot of people don't know how to do that.
Yeah.
I know how to do that, but I can share that information with other people so that when they have to get back to basic, they have those amenities. They're not losing it. They just didn't know the knowledge.
Right.
Because those things, electricity and water, is free from the earth. We
Yep.
are paying for the convenience of them wiring it all for us. That's what we're paying for.
Mm-hmm.
But if you get back to basics and you're doing it yourself, technically you are free to do that. But I will guarantee you, your state, your government, your federal system will come after you and fine you and tell you you're wrong because you're being independent.
No, the reason why they'll bust your balls actually is because you didn't do it with a permit. Because you didn't purchase a permit and then turn around
they're gonna make you pay for everything.
Yeah.
I'm free. No. Sorry.
Permit and inspection. Those are the two things that keep you from actually doing it yourself. Permit and inspection.
They're telling you you have to have permission to live free. I'm sorry, but no, I don't. I am a free person. I have free will. I'm going to live free if I choose to. I don't need someone's permission. I'm sorry. I'm not living by that bullshit.
I'm no person's slave.
Yes, I will probably get arrested, but you know what? I'm standing for what I know is right.
Yeah, I think it just there needs to be more actual teachers out there though too. I mean, it's kind of like what you guys are doing. You're independent. You're turning on your streams. You're saying truth that most people don't know. I mean, I find that very valuable. I find that very valuable because, you know, the lost arts that people are trying to cover up, you know, they want you to be dumb and stupid. And because they want you to be that, they already think that most people are. You know, the fact that we are as awake as we are is nothing short of a miracle, to be honest. Because of the lack of concern for what direction we were headed in. So
the reason we're awake, the reason we're aware to the point to where we are, is because we were chosen to help the others who are not.
Yep.
I know that for a fact. We are the teachers. Whether you want to be a teacher or not, guess what? You're a teacher.
Yep.
If you're aware of the bullshit going on and you're aware of how to live without the system, you are a teacher. You were chosen to help lead the flock, so to speak.
Yep. That's absolutely true.
I'm aware of that, and I'm ready for that. And you have to go about teaching in such a way that doesn't come across as okay. I've actually had a few people that I've talked to trying to help them to understand how gardening works, you know,
Right.
and how to do this for themselves. And then they come across, and then I end up getting oh, well, you're a know-it-all. So you have to find a way
I
to
found
be
the way.
able to help them and talk to them without them thinking you're a know-it-all or that
Yeah.
you're trying to do this or that. All you're trying to do is help them. You're not trying to tell them they're stupid. And
Yeah.
that's the
Y'all
way
are
it
gonna
comes
love
across.
this
They're
shit.
telling them they're stupid. And they're not. They're not stupid. They just don't have the knowledge, and we're trying to share it.
Or they also don't have the want to either. Go ahead.
Some of them, yes.
Y'all are gonna love this shit. Guess who's on right now?
Is it Four
Who?
Corners?
Nope.
Who are we talking about?
One of my good friends who I've been extolling like crazy because, dude, even though I did some stupid shit a couple of weeks ago, and I'm trying to get past that and all that. Dude has been solid on my side the entire time. Y'all don't know what I'm talking about? That's Dangerous Freedom After Dark.
Oh, there we go.
I think I saw him last night. I did see him. He's the guy who he kind of had like a bar in his background or something.
Yep.
I think I watched him the other night. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, he gets a lot of good people together, and this is how we communicate. You know, we go around and whatnot and talk to each other. So,
Everything happens for a reason. Everyone comes together for a reason.
yep. And that's, you know, if it wasn't for Dangerous giving me, you know, Ron giving me the foot up and, you know, the leg in the door, I'd have never met DZD, who taught me that you can do this, you know, you can be, and you don't have to be regulated by others.
Mhm.
And I wouldn't have met Moose Man, who basically saved my life the other night. I can't extol him enough for that.
Yeah, that dude's a good
All
good
right.
dude.
What he did was fight through the dog pile, pulled me out, and basically told me, "Hey, dude, you know, go and get rid of it. This is what you need to do." Da 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 da. And then, you know, that's when I stepped off the stream, took care of my shit, and fucking went away. Because I do not put up with bullies, and I do not put up with people ganging up on other people. Now, mind you, I'm one of the first to tell you that I think that the dog pile should definitely be part of the United States Marine Corps. I think it should be part of the United States militia.
Well, they don't like you talking
don't know
about
if you
that.
caught me there. I think it should be part of the Corps, and I think it should be part of the militia. Because anytime you say Marine, people get nutty. Anyways, hi Tinny, come on up here, honey. I'll drop you a
I was
link
gonna
again.
say drop
Hold
the
on.
link. I can't because I don't have a wrench. I was gonna try, but I can't.
It's okay. I haven't modded everybody like Ron
Oh, no,
does.
you're good.
So it's like if we have Obamp in here, he could do that. For the time being, I'm running solo here. So if we had
Well, see,
Obamp or we had Jeep in here, or Emily or Susie, any one of them could actually do it for you. But that's all good. I got it in there. Come on up in here, Tony. I love you. And I love to hear what your side of the story is and all that.
I met you through her because she brought me to Dangerous Minds live stream, and that's where I met you and Nikki.
Well, I've known Nikki for a little while from my Uncle John's channel, and I met Tinny through Nikki and Ron. So there you go.
Yep. Hey, Nikki.
Hey, you guys. What are you doing?
Hello.
Hey.
How we doing, sweetheart?
So what do I call?
Jay.
Jay. Okay, cool. All right. And I just called Guardsman, and Wolfie, hey, sissy. So, yeah, you guys, just chilling.
I'm
That's
glad
pretty
you
much.
came on, hon. So you know the rules of my chat. There, no bullying and no pornographic imagery.
Aw.
And no,
Other than gun,
stalkers. And no stalkers.
no stalkers are fine. No gun. You can have gun porn. You can't have like the other kind of porn. Okay.
Aw. Just kidding.
You can't tell from my
And,
background. You don't have to worry about that from me.
Yeah, I'm
everybody
golden with
here,
your background. I love it, actually.
everybody that comes on here has
But-
the freedom of speech, so
but I'm
you can
still a
speak whatever
patriot.
you want.
But I'm still a patriot.
Nothing wrong with that.
No.
Yeah, I have a stalker, so that's like he actually came up on Dangerous Freedom's live stream that one night. You were there.
That's all right.
You were there, Guardsman.
Yeah, 10, we're not going to worry about that because that
Yeah.
is just, it's a piece of crap that don't need to be thought about. So we're good.
Okay, as long as he doesn't stalk me in here.
Well, even if he does, just ignore him. Don't give him the energy or the time of day. Just let it go.
Okay.
Not worth your time.
Social.
I really don't want to ask this question, but I know that it's going to bother me all to hell if I don't.
What?
Who is he?
Oh, it's that one guy that came up on Dangerous Freedom's live stream that one night in the red robe.
I will actually drop the names in the private.
Yeah,
Okay.
that way.
Do
Yeah.
that. Do that because like I
Oh,
said before,
Patriot got really upset and he banned him because he was. He said, I won't have people attacking guests on the panel. And it was like, wow, thanks, you guys. That's really cool because, you know,
that's
I've been doing live
in my
streams
pit.
for over a year, and it's like, you know, you get a stalker and it makes you kind of like, Wolfie knows I don't do half the stuff on the internet like I used to, do I, girl?
No.
I'll let anybody stalk me, but I do not put up with bullies. And y'all saw that the other night when Agro was up in the chat talking shit to Janet. I put my foot down in Dangerous Freedom's freaking channel. I put my foot down, and I don't like doing that.
Yeah, I don't think I was in there at that moment.
Okay, I just put it in there.
I got it. Yeah, no, if he comes in here, I'll boot his ass right away. I don't put up with that.
Wolfie knows I've tried to be nice to everybody, but like when there's a safety issue and the dude only lives like an hour and a half down the road on the highway from you in the same state, it's kind of scary. But otherwise,
Yeah,
yeah. You know,
Well,
like
if you're gonna do that here,
it got so bad he pinged her location.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, if you're gonna do that here, you're done. No bullshit. If you're gonna bully my guests, you will have to deal with the wrath of the guardsman. Yeah, my oath on that.
Hey.
That would be the wolf in you protecting your pack.
And you don't want to bully me because that's got my back, homie. That's really got all of our backs, to be honest. It's not just me. I'm no, you know, the word says that you know, he has no favorites, and it's true. He doesn't.
That is correct. Yeah.
Yep. Has no favorites. Loves us all the same.
Mm-hmm.
So, anywho, I'm not gonna go off on that tangent. Because if I do, I'll start quoting scripture and running people off, and let's not have that. Yeah.
You'd be surprised. You'd be real surprised. I basically my channel is based off of the truth, and mostly it's led by the Spirit. But you can only do that if you have a biblical backing. It's the same thing with this country. You know, a lot of people don't want to understand that the ties to this country is really a tie to God.
Mhm.
And you know, if
That
you
is
love
right.
if you love your freedom, you love the gift that He's given you. To be honest, as that's what it ties into. You know, so you know, you would be surprised how many people would just sit down and listen to what you have to say because they respect you out of respect.
Amen.
So,
Yep. And that's why everybody has the right to freedom of speech on my channel or on my stream, because it doesn't matter what you have to say. It matters that it all has value.
right.
All right. And you dictate that value by how honest you wish to be. Now, I've never been anything but honest with people, and that's the honest to God truth. But you know, as far as it goes, I won't tolerate people bullying other people, and
No.
if I'll be straight out with that. You know, Tom is the only bully. I'm joking. He's my local troll, and he comes around all the time to give me some harsh, some harsh reality. But I love him, man. It's all good. I try to be a friendly feller to everybody, and I only get rough when I have to be. So, you know, it did kind of it peeves me out that somebody's harming you, Tenny. So you have a safe haven here. I want you to know that,
You know,
hon.
we need roughness. You know, and take it from me, we have to start standing up, and sometimes that means you have that righteous indignation, because a lot of people think that that you know, people who are led by truth, or who are led by anything that is harsh in any way is unrighteous. That's not true at all. I mean,
No, it's not.
last I checked, my Lord's not a pushover, you know. So
Yeah, exactly.
and you know, the whole thing is He's given us free will, and the people who are willing to defend that free will, like I'm telling you, man, like they deserve to be respected too, you know. And
Yeah, I'm not letting my free will be taken away. But
Nope.
just like Blaine, being defensive of people and their rights and their freedom to speak.
Yeah.
Bullies, I don't stand for it either. And Tinfoil can tell you, when I started hearing that people were picking on her, ask her what I did. Ask her how I approached that. I did the same thing, except I did not come out yelling like Blaine would. I took a
Yeah,
different approach. But I defend my pack just like you do.
I have a zero tolerance for it. Literally a zero tolerance, because
Same here.
it was a bully that started me on the path of being an angry person. So I have a zero tolerance.
See, the bully I was seeing was actually a narcissist taking advantage of someone who was not. And I actually had to approach that in a different way, pointing it out to that person that they were being taken advantage of, that they were being used as a tool, not as, another person.
Yeah,
And
see,
it's a matter
even if
of,
you got your
defending them and pointing it out, letting them know, hey, this is not okay. If you don't do something about this, I will.
See, even if you've only got your icon up, and I understand Tinny likes to have her privacy. Even if you've only got your icon up, I recognize you as a human being. And that's dead serious. And I treat every human being as if they have the right that a human being is provided. And yeah, Tin can actually tell you that about me. She was there when she watched me do it. I will be. Yeah, no, we see you, baby. It's not a question of whether or not, I'm worried about who you are or who you ain't. Like I've said afore, I fear no man.
What you see is not who I am. What I am is here.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I'm sorry, don't judge me based on what you see, because that is your first mistake.
Okay.
I
You
am.
see
I
here,
am not what you
I'll-
see.
I look like a mashed up mix up. My grandmama put it appropriately for me.
Aw. Cool.
It's a wolf with a beard.
Aw.
Actually, my screen froze. I couldn't see it.
And Wolfie,
Don't
you know
don't
I
worry
love
about it.
you
It just
for who
froze.
you are on the inside and like I don't know, like we got along before we even showed each other our faces, you know what I mean?
Right,
Mhm.
because we got to know each other for who we are. And
Yeah.
see, within 5 minutes of talking to any person, even if it is just through typing, I can tell whose character is. It's hard to explain. I can tell what your character is and what you're about.
Fruit of the spirit.
If that makes sense.
It's the fruit of
It's
the
like,
spirit.
exactly. Are you true or are you fake?
Yep.
There we go.
Well, I'm getting better discernment on this internet stuff because
Yeah,
yeah.
because you're getting that, you've got that awareness that you're waking up. Yeah.
Yeah, and I've gotten used in all kinds of weird stuff for just I don't like come over and help me build my channel, like weird shit, you know, and I don't know.
Yeah. We're just gonna let that go. Be as is.
Yeah, so that's why I just kind of like go to other people's streams now. It's more fun.
Yeah,
And
I'm all for, people building other people's channels if that's what you
I'm
all
not a
want to
channel
do.
builder. Wolfie knows that. And I'll never ask for money or I ain't get no PayPal. And you know who my sponsor is of my channel? God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit.
There
That's
you
my
go.
sponsor. That's my sponsor.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll
And
tell
I
you who
haven't
my
changed
sponsor
in the
is.
last year and a half I've been doing this, have I, Wolfie? And I won't.
No.
I have two sponsors, and I showed you one of them earlier today. I showed you my sponsor on this side. Now, here's my other sponsor. If you look at the borderline around the outside, you'll notice something.
There's red.
That is the symbol of ancestral pride.
Oh, cool.
That is my other sponsor. My dad, who's gone and away. My granddad, who's gone and away. My grandmama, who's gone and away. Ancestral pride, your family who has gone before you into the ether and is waiting for you there.
They are actually not gone. They are just gone physically.
Exactly.
I have to make
See, I was
that correction.
adopted, so I don't know my family.
Here. They are still here.
I know my adopted family, but I don't know my biological. But
I know
hey,
that's kind of creepy, but
it's all good, you know.
From what I've understood, they testify on your behalf in the cloud of witnesses.
What if you don't know them?
They know you.
could be
Yep.
from a past. It could be past energy. Could be past lives. It could be past worlds. You never know. Anything and everything is possible with our Lord.
And see, again, I want to go over the crest that's around the outside of my wolf here. And what you'll notice is that it is a circle.
Oh,
And
now I can see it.
that circle is emblazoned
wheel?
in the mannerism of Yo Aha Kohite, which means we live circle. It starts with the red over the top of the head here, and that is wisdom. The wisdom to know all things, past, present, and future. The gift of all things in our world as it perpetuates through our lives. The three feathers are the foundation of trust, honor, and truth. And that every soul must perpetuate on again.
Oh no, what happened to Wolfie?
She dropped off for a second. Sometimes she
there
has
she is.
bad internet.
Yeah, they keep kicking me out. See, we're
Not
all
on my
connected.
watch.
We are all connected.
Not on my watch. If you want back
okay,
in, oof,
even if
I'll-
we're all separated by miles, we're separated by miles. But if you think about it, us talking right now, you wouldn't think, feeling the energy that you're feeling right now, that we're actually miles apart, right? Because you literally bring yourself together.
Yep.
We all bring ourselves together.
Yep.
So if you think about it, you're not actually separated. You're not actually miles apart. You are connected. All you have to do is put the thought into it, and it comes to be. We have a lot more power than we remember. All you got to do is remember what gifts you were given.
That's true.
remember who it is that empowers you.
Exactly. We were
There
made
are-
in his image. Come on now.
There are those who stand before you as witnesses and love you and will always hold you in their guidance. And there are those who they stand before you to witness to. And those are the two tenets that I keep talking about. The two sponsors. So now, since we've been on for a long ass time, I want to talk about something that we haven't talked about much, and that is this right here. Silver.
Mm.
Prepping item numero uno.
I'll be right
Because all right. You need to have some form of currency,
Barter.
whether that's gold, silver, brass, lead, steel, it doesn't matter.
It's going to come down to
Something.
food too eventually.
Yeah, food will be a big deal. Because what are you going to trade your silver for?
Yep.
Jesus, that thing's huge.
Okay. When it starts out, and this is just a gut feeling I have, which my gut feeling has never been wrong. My gut feeling is that it's going to come down to the point where everybody's going to be exchanging cash. Once cash loses its value, you're going to need to barter with other items. It may end up going with gold and silver and bronze and so on and so forth afterwards. But then it's going to come down to food. This is going to be the stage it's going to start at. It's going to start with cash. But then it's going to change.
Mm-hmm.
This is how
People
it's
are
going
either
to
going to
go.
go
And
one way or
I can
another.
feel it as if it's already happening. I feel it. This is how it's going to go. When the system shuts down, when the electricity and everything shuts down, which, by the way, it will worldwide, you're going to be exchanging cash. And if you do not have your cash, you're going to be SOL in the beginning. It's going to be a cash exchange at first, which is going to be part of that bartering system to start. But then cash is going to lose its value. They're going to realize money is nothing but a fucking piece of paper. So then they're going to start exchanging the silver and gold, like you were saying.
Let me ask you something. Can I
Yeah.
exchange this for something to eat?
Absolutely not.
I think that would depend on if the restaurant takes paper.
See, here's the real question.
Is that a rolling
Depending-
paper?
That is
Yes,
a real
it
piece of
is.
paper, yes.
That's what I thought.
That's a
A zigzag.
See, and that is how
rolling
money
paper.
that is how money is going to devalue. The
But-
people are going to start seeing it for what it is, which is a piece of paper.
Here's the question. See, a rolling paper.
Tinny dropped off.
It's okay. She'll come back up, and she's more than welcome. Anyways, if a rolling paper has use, it has value.
Eventually,
But-
yes.
But that dollar bill has abso-freaking-lutely none.
Exactly.
And that's what people don't understand. I could take this,
money means
roll
shit.
some
It always
tobacco in
has
it,
been.
and now I've got a cigarette that I could sell for 25 cents or for a cup of water.
That's right.
Let
So
me
it
ask
still
you.
has value.
Let me ask you a question. I heard something today that the $100 bill actually has gold in it. Is that true?
It was.
It may have traces of it. I'd have to check into that, but I think you're on to
No,
something with that.
the little gold pot on the side is actually a gold medallion. However, that's only the ones with the gold pot on the side. All the rest of them have no gold.
Ah, I see.
So they are not gold backed.
Right. No, they're not back, but they have it on it. Right. Therefore, technically, I believe they are over the value of 100. Obviously.
That's why they don't have the gold backed 100 anymore, because it's more than $100 worth of gold.
Yeah, definitely.
People were peeling the gold off of it and making money off of that.
Right.
And devaluing the dollar again. And this is where everybody needs to understand we can't have a petrol dollar.
No.
When it is gold backed, and we cannot have a gold dollar when it is petrol backed.
No, it needs to be back to it needs to go back to gold back, really. Doesn't need to be anything else. It needs to go back to hard assets. That's the way I see it. Hard assets.
Well, my hard assets right here.
Yeah.
But no, you didn't get it. My hard ass sets right here.
Yeah, I heard you.
Anyways, I make jokes and I laugh a lot, but I try to make a jovial of the things, because when things get hot and heavy, people tend to go, "Oh my God, no!"
Right.
So Tenny, anytime if you want to come back in here, you're more than welcome to click back on. Sometimes you get kicked off, and there's nothing I can do except for bring you back up.
Yep, I can give her the link so she can come back.
Well, it's right there at the bottom.
I've got a direct connection to her, so we're good.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just send her an email, send her a text.
Yep. Send her a text.
See, that way, you can't click on the link from YouTube, which is irritating. Which makes no sense as well. I don't believe it was that way when they first started streaming on YouTube. Oh wait, no, that came about because there was a somebody going around to the different channels while live streaming and dropping links, and that's what also the mods came about from somebody going around dropping links to pornographic sites in the live streams.
Oh, yippee.
Trying to get people.
Yeah, they used
trying
to
get
do that on
people
my
knocked
old
off.
streams. It was really annoying.
Yeah, and they'd get people knocked off the stream. Like the whole stream would get taken down because of that one damn comment. So that's why they made mods. Now, everybody likes the mods, but then again, not everybody likes the mods because mods censor people, and sometimes, they censor the wrong person.
Right. That happens.
Yeah, I don't believe in censorship unless they're being outright rude.
I don't believe in censorship unless somebody is bullying or dropping pornographic sites in the chat.
Pretty much.
They do that, they get one time, they're gone.
Yeah, there's a time and a place for that stuff, and yeah, this ain't it.
So you were talking about silver. About how much silver do you think you have? I actually just drafted up. I actually just drafted up how much I have on hand.
Do on a live stream, do not say what you have for your safety.
No, I'm not gonna
Yep.
say what I
Okay.
have.
Okay,
Just
just saying for your safety.
just the value.
Okay. That is a silver chain,
Right.
complete silver. All right, and it is a 400 link chain. Every link is worth $2 in silver.
Wow.
I don't fear anybody, so it's not that big of a deal to me.
Yeah.
Whereas for other folks, it would definitely be a big deal because, yeah, you can get attacked and people will come after you. So definitely don't, if you don't feel comfortable as you cannot defend yourself, do not feel like you have to tell me how much that's worth. Okay, dude, I kind of have an understanding of how much that's worth. It's like, holy shit. That's a lot of silver.
Yeah.
Love it when they kick me out.
I don't.
I do because it proves to me that it for me it's a validation and that I'm on the right track. If I'm on the right track, they're gonna keep censoring me. It's like,
Over
you
the
know what?
target.
Then I'm speaking. Yep, I'm speaking truth, so they're trying to shut me up. Oh well, I'm on the right track.
I have a feeling. I think a lot of people are thinking about these. I think what they're going to start doing is they're actually going to start removing people's ISPs. People who, they're not even going to worry with the censorship from platform to platform anymore. They're probably just going to remove Patriot ISPs.
Yeah, I don't think they're necessarily going to remove them. I think they're going to hide them.
And see,
so that
that's
they
why
can't be. Yeah.
that's why I've been exchanging cell phone numbers, because they cannot block messaging and they cannot block cell phone calling.
No,
That is correct. Well,
And
actually,
that's
no,
why I
they
give
can.
y'all. That's why I give y'all my number. That's why I give y'all, my information that I do, because let me just put this out there. There ain't shit you could do to me. You're going to be doing it to my electronic software, which honestly I can replace. I'm not worried about. You're going to end up screwing yourself in the end if you do something stupid, because I know a lot of fucking white hat hackers. It kind of comes with the territory.
Yep.
So, yeah, like I said, you'd just be screwing yourself. That's why I have another reason why I have absolutely no fear. You cannot do anything to me that I can't bring back in fucking droves. So I speak my mind, and I do not mind what I speak. If that makes any sense.
Yes, it does. All right, guys, it's been a great conversation. Thank you for allowing me on your stream. I really appreciate it, and it's nice meeting you.
Nice to
And
meet
it's
you
nice
too.
meeting you, Wolfie. Thank you, and God bless you guys, and God bless your family.
Hey,
Have
man,
a good night. God
you're
bless.
always welcome here, brother.
I'm out.
Welcome to the
Peace out.
guard.
Have a good one.
You too, brother. This has been excellent, I tell you. Shit, we're at 11 hours. I'm at 11 hours. I don't know what
Yeah,
y'all are at, but
yeah. I think I came in here when you were at 3 hours. So I've been with you for about 7 hours right now.
well, thank you, Wolfie.
Off and on, given the times I had to go out. So
Yeah, well, you know what? Either way, it's that right there, especially when I have to bring you back into the chat. That just proves to me that one, you want to be here, and two, it's worth my time to bring you back, because that's you want to say what you want to say, and I value that. I do. It's worth more to me than silver or gold. You speak it, and you don't hold back.
That's right. You got to speak your truth. Don't be afraid to speak your truth. Be true to who you are.
And that's why I welcome everyone. I don't care, and like I said before, if loss comes up in here, I'll let him speak his piece. I do not allow bullying, but I'll let you speak your piece. I've always been okay and open with people.
Right.
My honesty is my only weapon in this world. Everything else is just a tool.
Yeah. And I'm only a phone call away if you need me.
Yeah, I know it. And that's why I done sent you all that, because I was like, well, I better get some folks up in here because I gotta have someone to talk to, man. I can't be sitting here all on my own. I
And
mean,
that's
yeah,
why I said you're not alone. Even if you think you are, you're not alone.
I'll probably stream for like an hour or something on my own, but once I've been sitting there talking to myself and listening to my own voice, I kind of just get a little bit irritated.
That's why I said you can just give me a call. And I'll remind you, hey, you're not alone. Quit that. You're not alone.
Thank you, because it does mean a lot to me. Well, you are Peach, really. It
Everybody keeps saying that, but yet it's like, you know what? I'm just being me, and I'm just reminding people of who they are. Reminding people of who they are and who is always with them. I'm not trying to, be anybody else. I'm not trying to, preach stupidity or anything. I'm just reminding you of who you are and who is with you. That's really all there is. You're
that's one
fully
of the
capable of doing so much. It's just a matter of remembering.
it's why people in my life are of the most importance. And y'all don't understand, but you give me the energy to do this stuff. I mean, me, I get downtrodden and then I can't keep going. But when I got someone to
I
talk
can
to,
help
I
to pick
get
you back up.
going.
That's not a problem. I can help to pick you back up. That's not a problem. It's my energy. I put it out there. Guess what? You have no choice but to keep going back up if you talk to me.
There we go. That's one of the reasons why I like Cat so much is because, dude, he's like 110% all the time. He's got my back, and dude, I'd go through hell for that, man. I'm just serious.
Right.
Dude had my back when I needed it most.
There you
And that
go.
sort of thing right there, just it's enough to
Priceless.
make you think.
Yeah. Tells you you're worth more than you realize. Your life has meaning. Your life has value. Don't devalue yourself. Don't doubt yourself.
Well,
Don't doubt yourself. Remember who you are.
that's why I find value in these streams and
Right.
in talking to y'all, and
Right.
and
You
I
are a very powerful human being. Blaine, you have more power than you realize, dude. Don't let them beat you down.
I scare myself sometimes when I go and I get on a power trip. So let's not go there.
Oh, I understand that. It's a matter of balancing the energy within ourselves. Okay, when you're recognizing that you're feeling down and out, that's when you have to realize, oh, I'm bringing in negative energy. I need to change this. The quickest way to change this, to change that negative energy, pull up YouTube or pull up silly cat videos or something to make you smile. It will help to change the energy. I know it sounds stupid. Yes, I know it does. But
It don't
it
sound
helps
stupid.
it helps to change the energy so that you can literally train yourself how to bring your energy back up. It's like, you know what? you're smiling again, it helps you to, pull that negativity down and drop it, balance it out. We are energy, but we have to have a balance of negative and positive.
And see, that's why I spend so much time listening to the music that I do. Let me see if I got that in my clip tray. I'll drop some of those down into the chat room, and y'all check those out when you got a chance. Cause yeah, some of the music I listen to, it's kind of depressing, but at the same time, um, it's music that can actually be okay. That's not working. Uh, yeah, they won't let me post the music here, but I'll say it this way: I have seldom found a time when a depressing song does not have its validity. Okay,
Right.
like YouTube don't strike me. I'm actually giving these folks a shout out. These are good people. All right, good musicians, and the music that they bring brings us joy and happiness. So, one of those people is the Dead South, and I love their music because I'm telling you, when you're fit, when you want to feel like this is the way, this is where outlaw country come from. That yeah, those are the people. Another set of folk who do not get enough attention, and I got to be honest, they do not get enough attention. They are one of the best bands as far as outlaw country is concerned. That is the Heavy Horses. Man, you want to talk about something that'll literally wrench the guts out of you and make you sit there and go, wow. Listen to Anyone Could Tell by the Heavy Horses.
I'll have to check it out.
Man, that's like I listened to that and I was like, "Oh my God, they wrote my song." They literally wrote my life in a song. I was like, "Oh my God, somebody done."
Telling your life story, right?
Literally, it was one of those just oh oh oh, you know.
See, and you heard that song or found that song in a time when you needed it. You realize that, right? Everything happens for a reason.
Anyone could
Every
tell.
person, yeah, any person you meet, anything that happens, it all happens for a reason. It's just up to you to figure out, okay, what is this leading you to?
See that song basically
direction.
states that anyone could tell that my guns were not drawn. It's the words in it are just perfect because I am a person who does not take the first offensive. All right. And it's mostly to do with the fact that I grew up in a household of martial artists. My daddy was a martial artist. My mama was a martial artist. And, growing up in that family of folks that's what it was all about, was discipline, honor, and the fundamentals which make a person have true character, true grit. Those tenets are the same in every aspect, in every religion, in every faith, in every organization. You'll find that the tenets of morality are always the same.
Right.
And this happens to be a big thing for martial artists. My mom and my daddy both were they made it very pertinent to my recollection that I was there to protect myself, that these abilities were given to me as a gift to protect myself and those who are less fortunate and less capable. But to never stand and fight if I could do something else. That's also where I got my negotiation skills from. Um, hmm. When I do go off on a tangent, but that's the way that it's so important to me. This rule of the everyone can see who I am, and that's what I want. I am transparent because I fear no man, because I was given these gifts. I was made whole because I have these many different aspects of my life. A lot of folks, they go, oh, well, there's no possible way that you could do all this in your life, dude. That's just, you'd have to be 100 and something years old and this and that. And just no, sir. I'm not 100 years old. I'm 33 years old. I trained in 4 different disciplines for most of my life. That's why I'm a master in those disciplines. I've been bullied my whole life and ragged on my whole life. And that's only because, well, yeah, you know what? I'll bring you back up, honey. You know how it is. I'm the alpha wolf. Don't want nobody getting kicked around. Come at me, bro. Anyways, so as I was saying, I'm that kind of man. I do not like bullies. And for that reason I've been bullied. I do not like those who would go and try to strike out against those whom I care for. And it's mostly because I have been downtrodden and I have been in that situation. And so I tend to become reactive and I tend to become aggressive. And that's because mostly I am a protector. I give my all to protect my family. And my friends, most people don't understand this, but friend means pretty much family in the right dialect, right language. So I make no distinction between friend and family. I make distinction between friend and foe. And those are the only distinctions that I make. I want to continue to roll on with this, Wolfie, if that's all right with you. I've got an 11-hour stream going on here. I want to try and I'm gonna hack at it until I can't no more, and then I'm gonna take me a good old long sleep. But this is the reality of it. I come on this stream and I come on here, y'all, just to show you who I am. This is me, raw, real. I protect my friends because they are my family. I protect my kin because they are my family. I protect my countrymen because, like it or not, they are my family. 90% of the time, and the other 10% of the time, it's just because they ain't married into the family yet. So there's a joke for you in there somewheres. I got a big family. My family reunions look like you ever been to Venice Beach on a Sunday? That's what my family reunion looks like. We do family reunions, whether it's the Price family or it's the wow, I get okay. Price, Smith, Tanner, Russell, and Rassler, or Caruso, Fusco, Gillette, and Hersey, Stewart, uh, Cambridge. I could keep going on that side. It's just like so convoluted, going back thousands of years. So yeah, I've got a big family. I argue with my family all the time, all the time. And I think that's what brings us closer together. If I can argue with you and at the same time I can walk away and maybe a day or two later be like, you know what? These are still good people. Then I have a bond which I cannot break. I will never break. So, that's why I reinvited Lost. I said, Lost, on the last couple of streams I done said, Lost, you can come back in, dude. It was the one time and it was, us going at each other and that's going to be it. But, I won't stop anyone from being who they are. I don't hold anything against anyone. What I do is I protect everyone because that's just who I am. I'm the guardsman, the guardian of, liberty and truth, reason, logic, love, and even faith. It's too often we overlook it. And it's not to be confused with religiosity or religion, which themselves are not to be confused. Religiosity can be explained as simple as somebody taking religion and utilizing it as entrepreneurship. Religion is a specific dogma which is followed because many believe in that manner. Faith is the act of hope, the action of hope. So, it's not to be confused. And you know what? I'll put this up there because Wolvie, she put it up perfectly. Give you, all a bit time to sit there and think about what she has to say. Love above all for each other without judgment. I don't judge you because I will be judged. I don't hate you because I will be hated. I have learned to not judge you, but to judge your actions, for that is discernment. I have not learned to hate you, but to hate what you stand for in the instance that it is wrong, because that is godliness. that is righteousness. If you cause harm to another, it is my duty to stop that harm. Not to harm you if I can help it, but to stop that harm by whatever means must become necessary at that moment in time. And I do this out of love. And unfortunately, many people can take it the wrong way. I have never acted in any manner except in a manner of love, because that is the legend that my father left before me. And I mean not my father in heaven, but my earthly father. John James J.J. Milo Price Jr. My daddy. He taught me love because if all else fails, you are love. And nobody can take that from you. I love all of you. I don't hate any man, woman, or child. Matter of fact, a lot of the time it's my concern that ends up getting me into trouble. My care that causes more harm. Now, I know y'all don't necessarily have to hear me out on it, but I love you all. I consider every person that treats me as an equal as my family. And as I've said before, I would proudly die for my family. Without a moment's hesitation, but I'd rather make the other guy die first. There's a little Marine joke in there for you. See, I wasn't a Marine. I'll be first to admit. I wasn't a Marine. I have been a Minuteman most of my life. But that does not mean that I will not take those lessons which I have learned from men who are Marines. They are those people who gave us the grounds to stand upon, the ability to stand up and to have that stoic pride. Those people who gave everything and loved so much that they traveled halfway around the world, the willingness to die on some foreign soil because they loved. So when you say that a Marine is a baby killer, I want you to think about why. When you say that a Minuteman is a terrorist, I want you to think about why, how, and what are they doing? Because the reality is, most of us are not. Most of us care about you. Most of us would be willing to go the extra mile for you. And all you have to do is ask. Because a lot of us are really good people. I'm sure there's a few of them out there that ain't the greatest of folk. Hell, I've done my fair share of mean things. But we all stand for one thing in common: the defense of the common folk, the defense of the commonwealth, and the defense of ourselves, which is our duty. You know, I don't mean to get all pouty and down in the mouth here. I love y'all individually, and I love y'all as a family. I draw a large circle around me. I've had a lot of folks tell me about, the differences. There's good men. Good men draw a circle around themselves, and they bring into it their families, maybe a couple of friends and whatnot, their animals, and they care for those within. Some men draw a larger circle around themselves. They bring their communities and their extended families in. But some men draw around themselves the largest circle of all of them. And into this circle, they draw every single person they can, because these people deserve it, because these people are righteous, and because great men do so. Now, I'm one of the latter, so I'll be first to admit it. I draw a circle around myself, my friends, and my family, my extended family, and my countrymen. And I care for those within deeply, because they are my kin. They are my countrymen. And they are, for lack of a better term, a reflection of me. It may be selfish, sure. But these people have earned it. So if you ever ask me, why do you stand up and do these things? I'll ask you, why not? There is a place to be for all of us. There is a time to be there, and we will find that time and place for ourselves. Now, I want you all to remember, this is a rule that is ingrained in the SSC, and for that matter, in every Marine Recon, Marine Raider, Marine Sniper that has ever been. All right. And that is that somebody is always carrying your bullet. It is up to you and God to help you do your best to avoid them for as long as you can. And when you can't, to stop them before they can. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and drop another link down in there, and you guys can run around or whatever, say hi to other folks if that's what you want to do. I don't mind. I mean, freaking 11 hours here, but I keep going. I am the guardsman. I am abominable. I am unstoppable. I am a force to be reckoned with in my own right. And I tell you what, there are freight trains that are scared to hit me. I mean, I joke, but I've actually been hit by a freight train, so there's that one. You're all right, Wolfie. You know, you don't have to be in the panel or whatnot. I don't mind you. You know, if you want to stick around, that's fine. If you want to be in the panel, that's fine. If you want to be out of the panel, that's fine. It don't matter to me. You want to be in just in the chat, that's fine. If you want to not be in the chat, that's fine. Okay. I'm not gonna bully anyone into doing anything they don't want to do. Save for YouTube, because they tend to think that it's okay to censor us. I will not put up with that. And as the reason for this here stream, save our speech. I am putting a kibosh on it. Y'all are done. You're done taking my time. This is my last courtesy to y'all. All right? I'm being nice because I can be, because I have other outlets. I'm being courteous to y'all because, you know, we all want to have that freedom of speech to reach the largest audience that we can. But when you destroy that ability, when you go out of your way to make it impossible, you destroy everything that we stand for, and you invite the fight. You do not want to be on that receiving end. If you've seen anything from my guests here today, take this to heart. Every one of us loves our rights, and we consider them rights. Every one of us would happily die to uphold that noble cause, which is necessary for all men and women. And that noble cause is our right to freedom of speech, our ability to protect ourselves in dire circumstances, our ability to defend our lives, our kin, and our country from all would-be attackers, because that is what is our duty. We are set to this by being born here. We're not given the choice. Oh, well, we could live here or there or another place. They won't take us. That's what a lot of people don't understand about being born in America. There's nowhere else to run. You got nowhere to go. It's one thing when you're born out of country. There's other folks that'll take you. But if you're an American citizen, natural American, there's not a lot of people out there to take you in. We are that last bastion of freedom. That one small pool of liberty. That circle in the dark where the few stand to protect those who are weaker within. And it is our sacred duty to defend throughout the darkest hours and the brightest days. We never back down and we never stop. It is the ultimate, the height of patriotism, of one's love for country and kin. To stand against those who would cause harm to your country or your kin. And this is pertinent to every country, not just to America. You stand to protect your country and your kin. You think that I'm immoving and unemotional when it comes to alternative countries to my own. Son, nothing could be the truth, or nothing could be further from the truth. I understand there are many countries who their citizens consider it the height of patriotism that they should stand against tyranny. Just like here. Our friends to the north, Canada. Our friends to the south, Mexico. Our friends to the west, Australia and New Zealand. The Marshalls, the Midways. Our friends to the east, England, France, Germany, Scotland, Ireland, Denmark, the Netherlands, Norway, Sweden, Switzerland, even Turkey, though they've backpedaled a couple of times. Israel, folks. A lot of y'all don't understand this, but they're right there in the Middle East and they're hemmed in on all sides. And they believe just as fervently as we do in protecting themselves. Can you blame them? With threats at every corner, every turn, and the fact that they are a landlocked country with enemies at every gate. Can you blame them for being so staunchly open and blatant about their defenses? I can't blame Syria for their stances, at the same. Or Libya, or Morocco, or Iraq, or Iran. All of these countries have a proud history, a rich history of standing up when it is necessary to protect themselves against foreign invaders. But here in America, we have one additional thing. And that is that we know that our enemies most often come from within. When our enemies come from within, it can be the most difficult because it's far easier to walk away than to face the fire, than to feel the burn and understand the pain. Sometimes it is far more of a difficult task to take up arms against your own countrymen when they seek to do harm to the fundamentals which created such a great country. We love our countrymen. We love our kin. We never look to have to cause such harm. But when times are most dire, when we are reduced under absolute despotism, we regain that knowledge of our right and our duty. And we go forth to throw off such government and make for brighter future securities. Now that I'm done with my monologue, y'all have a good one. I'm gonna get off in here. It's been a freaking marathon. 12 hours. Minus the 20 minutes I went to go get lunch. 12 hours. A marathon. And for the FBI agent that has been watching this video this whole time, y'all are fucking stoic. I give it up, man. You got the same kind of staying power I got. That's saying something right there. Whoever my FBI agent is that's watching this has just been freaking on all this time. Like, oh my God, I'm watching. Falling asleep there at the monitor. But hey, thank you. I love you, you crazy bastard. Why don't you wake the fuck up? Go ahead and write your report on that. I love y'all. You taters have a good night. I'm out. I might see y'all at Dangerous a little later, maybe, perhaps. I don't know. Okay? It's been a rich and just awesome one. Wolvie, you want to come up here and, say your goodbyes? Or, you're welcome to, honey. I mean, this has been an 11-hour stream, and you've been here this entire time, pretty much. So, it's one of those kind of honor things. It's up to you. You don't have to. You can sign off in the chat. I don't care. I don't mind. However you want to do it, but you got to say something, hon. Because, yeah, I'm about to walk away from this, but yeah, it's never goodbye. It's always later. I'll be back. May not be back to YouTube, but I'll be back. So I wish you all the best. Hopefully YouTube will keep this 11-hour stream up. I don't know. Maybe they'll have a hard time continuing on. I don't think any moderator in the world's going to be able to freaking watch the whole thing. So it's been grand, y'all. I need to get me some dinner. I'm gonna fall out of my chair here. Maybe I'll see you a little bit later. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. It's been awesome. This is the Guardsman Am. I am out.